A woman in a black dress stands with her back to the viewer under bright spotlights. The model looks off to the side with a serious expression as she prepares for the fashion show. From an overhead view, she walks down a bright runway toward another model. The camera focuses on the bottom of her elaborate black and gold gown as she strides past the audience. She maintains a confident posture while passing another model on the stage. The audience watches intently as the supermodel makes her way down the catwalk. Close-ups highlight her elegant jewelry, including a striking red ring and silver bracelets. She poses at the end of the runway, placing a finger to her lips in a classic shushing gesture. Members of the audience start whispering and pulling out their phones to record a sudden development. A profile shot shows the model's reaction as she senses the shift in the room's atmosphere. The crowd is in a frenzy, pointing and talking as she walks back up the runway. Backstage, an assistant rushes up to the model to deliver urgent news about a major incident. A swarm of reporters and photographers crowds the hallway, shouting questions about her personal life. The model stares forward with a stunned and focused expression as the chaos unfolds around her. Her assistant grabs her arm and tells her not to look back as they navigate the press. The assistant stands in front of a door, blocking the reporters and insisting that the model needs rest. Inside the room, the assistant is on the phone while the model looks at a breaking news report on her mobile device. The model looks at a lock-screen photo of a smiling blonde woman holding a coffee cup. Confusion breaks out in the dressing room when an assistant accidentally brings the wrong set of clothes. The model tells her assistant that she will handle changing her own clothes. She begins to pull her long black hair back, preparing for a quick disguise. She swaps her designer gown for a simple black turtleneck and a gray coat. Disguised in a hoodie and coat, the model heads for the exit despite the assistant's concerns. She adjusts her hood and mentions she is going to pick up someone named Shenmue. The assistant warns her that reporters are everywhere, including at her friend's workplace. The model remains determined, stating that the chaos is exactly why she needs to go. She reassures her assistant that she'll use a back door and meet up with a friend named Lai Qi. The assistant watches her go, looking worried about the potential fallout. A popular singer named Lai Qi stands by a blue SUV, drawing the attention of nearby reporters. The blue SUV drives away from the venue, successfully navigating through the grounds. The scene shifts to a large office building where a crowd of people has gathered outside. Inside the building, the reception desk for a legal service firm remains busy. A blonde lawyer sits at her desk with her head in her hands, clearly stressed by the day's events. The lawyer, Lin, looks overwhelmed while her phone sits nearby on the desk. A senior colleague enters the office and calls her name to get her attention. Lin remains slumped over until she is called a second time. She finally looks up, revealing a tired and worried expression. Her boss suggests that she take some time off while the current situation is resolved. Mushin listens quietly as she processes the news of her temporary leave. She asks her boss if she can at least keep her current cases to maintain continuity for her clients. She explains that switching lawyers would be troublesome for people she has worked with for a long time. Outside the legal office, the blue SUV arrives and parks near the entrance. From inside the car, the occupants look out at the group of people waiting by the building. Lai Kai wonders how they are going to get inside with so many people blocking the way. The model looks over at him and coolly tells him that the solution is up to him. She asks if he brought his guitar, catching the singer completely off guard. A chibi-style version of Lai Kai appears, surrounded by question marks as he tries to understand the plan. He stands outside with his guitar case, grumbling about having to protect his image. He gives a reluctant, annoyed look. He prepares to start his performance. He brushes his hair back, finally deciding to go through with the distraction for his friend. He puts on a charming smile and gets into character as a professional performer. He begins strumming his acoustic guitar to draw the crowd's attention. The singer starts performing a soulful song right in the middle of the sidewalk. He closes his eyes and leans into the music, playing the role of a street performer perfectly. The reporters recognize him as a famous vocalist and immediately rush over to get a scoop. The plan works perfectly as the entire crowd abandons the building entrance to surround the singer. While everyone is distracted, the model slips toward the door wearing a mask and a hood. Two receptionists inside the building gossip about the intense news surrounding the lawyer. A close-up shows the model's boots as she strides confidently into the lobby. One of the staff members tries to stop the mysterious visitor from entering without an appointment. The staff members whisper to each other, realizing the stranger looks like a famous celebrity. Inside the private office, the boss continues to discuss Mushin's leave of absence. The conversation is suddenly interrupted by someone entering the room. The model removes her mask and hood, announcing that she is there to pick up Lin. Mushin looks up in shock, surprised to see her friend appearing in person. The model confidently tells the boss that she will handle the press, and there is no need to worry. The model stands her ground in the boss's office, determined to protect her friend from further stress. She explains her strategy to clear Mushin's name using a specialized online team to shift the narrative. To ensure they aren't recognized by the media outside, she carefully places a blonde wig on Mushin. Mushin looks on in silence, stunned by the model's quick and decisive actions to rescue her. The model firmly informs the boss that she's taking Mushin away from the office immediately. The two head down the quiet corridor to make their escape while the building is still surrounded. Outside, Lai Qi is glad his musical distraction worked, and the media pressure is finally lifting. Reporters are are totally focused on the singer as a vehicle slips away unnoticed in the background. The media remains clueless as the car carries the two women to safety. One of the assistants watches in confusion as the car pulls away without him. He shouts in frustration, realizing he's been stranded during the quick getaway. A text message later clarifies that he was left behind to prevent reporters from following them to their destination. Lai-Q looks at his phone with a frown, feeling slightly ignored now that the crisis has passed. In the car, Mushin feels guilty for the media leak that caused all this trouble for her friend. The vehicle comes to a stop once they are safely away from the law firm. The model turns to reassure Mushin, insisting that the fault for the situation lies elsewhere. The story flashes back a few days to a sleek, modern house nestled among the trees. The model is seen fast asleep in her room, enjoying a moment of peace before the drama began. Photos on the dresser highlight the long-standing and close bond between the two friends. The model wakes up and jokingly complains about the energetic start to the day. Mushin looks down with a playful smirk, teasing her friend for being such a late sleeper. They share a lighthearted morning exchange while Mushin mentions she's prepared a full breakfast. The model asks for a morning favor, but Mushin insists she handle her hygiene first. The model finally gets out of bed and stretches before heading into the bathroom to get ready. A pair of toothbrushes in the bathroom shows how closely the two have integrated their lives. While brushing her teeth, the model reflects on how much Mushin's mood has shifted recently. Mushin moves through the house, getting her things ready for the busy day ahead. She picks up a small blue box containing a meaningful item she's been holding onto. Inside the box is a blue braided charm she keeps as a special keepsake. Mushin smiles softly to herself while looking at the symbolic gift. In a memory, Mushin tells her parents she has finally found someone she wants a future with. She explains that the person is her best friend from university, revealing the truth to her family. Back in the present, the model catches Mushin looking through a drawer and asks what she's searching for. Mushin quickly hides the box and urges her friend to come eat the breakfast she made. They sit down together at the table to enjoy the large meal Mushin prepared. The model wonders why such a special breakfast was made for no apparent reason. She leans in to tease Mushin about the sudden change in her morning routine. Mushin playfully pinches the model's cheek, telling her to take the conversation more seriously. The model listens intently as the discussion turns toward the future of their relationship. Mushin reveals that she has finally taken a major step by telling her parents everything about their bond. With a happy expression, she shares the news that her parents have fully accepted their connection. Simone reflects on how the past few days have brought her and Marissa closer together. Marissa reveals that she has finally told her parents about their relationship. To Simone's relief, Marissa's parents are completely fine with their bond. Simone is visibly stunned by the unexpected news. The two share a heartfelt embrace as the weight of the revelation sinks in. Simone expresses her joy, calling the news truly wonderful. Marissa rests her head on Simone's shoulder, looking peaceful and content. Their quiet moment is interrupted by a phone ringing on the nearby table. An incoming call flashes on the screen, demanding attention. Simone stares at the device with a sudden shift in mood. She reaches out and swipes to accept the call. It is her mother calling to confirm her arrival for Simone's birthday the next day. Simone agrees to pick her up from the airport while Marissa listens closely. Marissa eagerly offers to come along, noting she's never met Simone's mother before. After hanging up, Simone looks troubled as she processes the request. She hesitates, telling Marissa that her mother is quite sensitive about these matters. Marissa tries to be accommodating, suggesting she just be introduced as a friend for now. Simone remains silent, clearly struggling with the situation. The atmosphere turns heavy as Marissa realizes the implications of being hidden. Marissa's expression falls as she feels the sting of being kept a secret. She asks Simone if she has even considered being open about their relationship with her own parents. Marissa's frustration grows as she questions why, after 5 years, Simone still wants to hide their bond. Simone can only look away, unable to find the right words to explain her hesitation. The scene shifts as a plane touches down on the runway, marking the arrival of Simone's mother. A woman in professional attire strides through the terminal. She scans the arrivals area with a sharp, discerning gaze. Simone's mother stands tall with her luggage, exuding a stern and disciplined aura. Simone spots her mother in the crowd and gives a tentative wave. The reunion is cold as her mother immediately criticizes her for being late. Simone tries to blame the bad traffic, but her mother dismisses the excuse unprofessional. Without further discussion, she orders Simone to lead the way to the car. They walk out to a sleek silver sedan waiting at the curb. Simone points out the vehicle as they approach the pickup zone. While Simone loads the heavy suitcase into the trunk, her mother prepares to enter the car. Simone looks nervous, anticipating the introduction about to happen. The car door is pulled open, revealing a surprise in the driver's seat. The mother pauses, taken aback by the presence of a stranger. Marissa introduces herself with a friendly smile, sticking to the plan of being just a friend. The mother silently notes that Marissa is quite beautiful for a simple acquaintance. Simone hurriedly suggests her mother sit in the back where snacks and water are waiting. Everyone settles into the car, but the tension is thick as they buckle their seatbelts. Marissa and Simone share a brief, uneasy look before starting the engine. Simone stares straight ahead, feeling the pressure of the moment. The rearview mirror captures the awkward silence between the three women. The mother sits stoically in the back, observing the pair in the front seats. Marissa tries to lighten the mood by explaining the hotel arrangements near Simone's house. The mother offers a curt thank you while keeping her arms crossed defensively. Marissa mentions she has also made a dinner reservation at an authentic Japanese restaurant. The mother remains skeptical and asks exactly how long the two have known each other. A memory surfaces of Marissa dressed in high-fashion attire while Simone watched her from the sidelines. Simone's mother sits in the back of the car with her arms crossed, looking completely unimpressed by the situation. Marissa drives the group while suggesting a high-end Japanese restaurant for their meal. The mother immediately begins an interrogation, asking exactly how long the two have known each other. Marissa keeps her cool and explains that they first met back during their university days. Turning her focus back to Marissa, the mother bluntly asks if she is currently single. Simone glances back at her mother, clearly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. When Simone tries to intervene, her mother sharply tells her to stay out of it. Marissa looks down, feeling the heavy weight of the awkward atmosphere in the car. Despite the tension, Marissa maintains their cover by claiming she doesn't have a boyfriend. Simone quickly steps in to suggest Marissa has work at the agency to avoid spending more time together. An oppressive silence fills the vehicle as the trio continues their drive in total discomfort. The scene shifts to the entrance of a traditional Japanese restaurant where they go to eat. Inside, a waitress in a traditional outfit prepares for their arrival. Simone focuses on her phone, sending a quick update about their plans for the evening. Her mother demands to know who she is texting, but Simone insists she is an adult who can handle her own business. The mother remains stern, claiming she is only trying to prevent Simone from making more mistakes. Simone pushes back, demanding to know what exactly her mother considers a mistake. Her mother looks her straight in the eye and asks for the truth regarding her relationship with Marissa. Simone is caught off guard by the directness of the question and struggles to find an answer. A flashback reveals a bag being left behind during a chaotic moment from their past. Years ago, Simone's mother confronted her while holding a private note she had discovered. In a fit of anger, she threw the keepsakes back at a younger Simone. Simone quickly snatched the paper, trying to protect her secrets from her mother's wrath. The flashback continues with the mother dragging a younger Simone away, while she desperately begs for her to stop. Simone was locked away, pounding on the door in a state of complete despair. She leaned against the barrier, her entire body trembling from the emotional trauma. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded for mercy from her uncompromising parent. Back at school, a younger Simone looked around her classroom, searching for any sign of Marissa. She sprinted across the pavement as fast as her legs could carry her. Simone dashed through the school grounds, hoping she wasn't too late to say goodbye. She finally spotted Marissa loading boxes into the back of a car, ready to leave for good. The two of them shared one final look across the parking lot. Marissa looked back at her with an expression of profound sadness and shock. Marissa opened her mouth to speak, but the words seemed to fail her in the moment. Back in the present, the mother mentions she knows they are living together and offers to pay the rent. Simone is horrified by the revelation, accusing her mother of spying on her personal life. The mother calmly sets down her cup, maintaining her cold and calculating demeanor. She repeats her demand for the truth, questioning if they are actually just friends. Simone clenches her jaw, clearly reaching her breaking point with the interrogation. She prepares to fire back, her patience completely exhausted by her mother's interference. Simone asks if her mother plans to drive away every single person she cares about. Simone asks her mother if she plans to interrogate every one of her friends with the same level of suspicion. A phone call from her agent provides Simone with the perfect excuse to step away from the tense lunch meeting. Her mother remains behind, her expression cold and unreadable as she watches Simone leave. Outside, Simone answers the call while standing near a waiting taxi. Her agent excitedly delivers the news that she has successfully passed an interview for a major fall modeling line. The agent tells Simone to head downtown immediately to discuss the contract details over tea. Simone is hesitant because of her evening plans, but her agent insists there is more than enough time. Back at home, Marissa grows increasingly frustrated, annoyed that their lunch was canceled and that Simone might be late for their dinner. She glares at her phone, feeling neglected and impatient. In a moment of irritation, she tosses her device onto the couch and tries to distract herself. However, she soon decides to focus on her appearance, her mood shifting as she prepares for the evening. She slides open her closet door to browse through her options. Despite being angry, she chooses a nice outfit and decides to freshen up her makeup before heading out. The scene moves to a modern commercial district, where Simone finishes her business meeting. She sits with her agent and a representative, finalizing the details of her new opportunity. Simone checks the time on her phone, noting that it is nearly 6 o'clock as she looks at her wallpaper. She begins to act restless, dropping hints to her team that she needs to leave immediately. The group shares a professional handshake to seal the deal. Simone rushes toward the exit while the others wave her off. Her agent calls out to her as she disappears through the door. Simone explains that she will take the subway because it is the fastest way to travel during rush hour. The agent is stunned that a famous model would risk being recognized on public transport. Ignoring the concerns, Simone sprints away to reach reach her destination on time. Marissa waits at a traditional restaurant, looking out at the quiet atmosphere. She sits alone at the table, her patience wearing thin as the minutes pass. She looks up as she hears the sound of a door creaking open. Her eyes are filled with a mix of exhaustion and lingering resentment. Simone finally arrives, looking disheveled and out of breath from her commute. She quickly apologizes, explaining that the business meeting with the new company ran over schedule. Marissa is unmoved, pointing out that work is constantly getting in the way of their personal lives. She stares at Simone with a cold expression, tired of being made to wait. Marissa stands up and walks past Simone, intending to leave the restaurant. Simone turns around, pleading with her to stop and listen. As Simone reaches out to stop her, Marissa's bag is jolted, causing a small box and a keepsake to fall onto the pavement. Simone's eyes widen in surprise as she looks down at the items. She picks up the gift box and the braided charm that had been hidden inside. Realizing it was intended as a birthday gift, Simone offers a gentle, apologetic look. She tries to return the keepsake to Marissa, hoping to mend the situation. In a sudden burst of emotion, Marissa swats the gift away, sending it flying. Simone watches in horror as the meaningful item falls toward the street. The gift lands precariously near a drainage grate. It bounces once before slipping through the bars and disappearing into the sewer below. Simone peers down into the darkness, devastated that the token is lost. She realizes the significance of the charm and the effort Marissa put into it. Marissa tearfully explains that she only wanted to move forward and be a part of Simone's family life. She packs her bag, expressing her deep disappointment over the constant secrecy and broken promises. Simone begs for another chance, vowing to finally tell her parents the truth about their lives. She talks about their future and moving somewhere they can be accepted. Marissa swats her hand away again, no longer believing the empty promises. Simone pulls her into a close embrace, trying to provide comfort and prove her sincerity. Nearby, a camera captures the moment with a distinct clicking sound. A smartphone displays a clear photo of the two in a moment of intimate proximity. The person holding the phone is revealed to be Simone's mother, who watches them with a cold, calculating gaze. An editorial conceptual shot shows the leads in formal wedding attire, with one assisting the other in a stylized setting. A smartphone displaying a news leak of the couple is thrown onto a table as tensions boil over. The manager looks on in disbelief as the public scandal begins to unfold. The group gathers on the sofa to discuss the damaging impact of the leaked video and photos. Simone shocks everyone by suggesting they simply stop hiding and acknowledge the truth. The manager is left speechless by Simone's sudden defiance of industry norms. Simone maintains a steady gaze, refusing to back down from her desire for honesty. Marissa looks over, clearly touched by Simone's willingness to risk her career for their relationship. The manager closes her eyes, trying to calculate the massive professional fallout. A stern warning is issued that only top-tier stars can afford the luxury of public honesty. Simone remains unmoved, her expression hard and determined. The manager reveals that major sponsors are already terminating contracts due to the controversy. A final plea is made to wait for a more strategic time to address the public. Marissa listens intently, her expression showing a mix of worry and contemplation. Simone's hands are clenched tightly, betraying the internal pressure she is facing. Marissa looks down, weighing the manager's career advice against her own feelings. Marissa places a supportive hand on Simone's shoulder, agreeing that timing is critical for their future. To mitigate the damage, the manager demands they live apart and stop seeing each other for now. Simone stares ahead, processing the harsh reality of being forced into isolation. A sudden phone notification interrupts the tense atmosphere of the room. Simone answers a call while her manager and partner continue to clash in the background. On the other end, Simone's mother is livid, accusing her of crossing a dangerous line. The ultimatum is delivered. Her parents are arriving tomorrow to settle the matter personally. Simone looks at the device in her hand, feeling trapped by the impending family confrontation. She closes her eyes, briefly retreating into her own thoughts to find composure. The manager decides it's time to leave and leads the two out of the office. A car navigates through the city as the weight of the scandal hangs over them. Simone abruptly orders the vehicle to stop, startling the others in the car. She steps out into the night, claiming she needs to make an urgent purchase. The manager watches in confusion as Simone heads toward a store during the middle of a crisis. Inside a jewelry shop, Simone asks if they still carry a specific pair of matching charms. She stands at the counter, focused on replacing the keepsake that was lost earlier. A new character enters the boutique, her presence marked by high-end fashion choices. The stylish woman approaches the service area, checking her surroundings. She puts away her tablet while taking a call from her own family. The newcomer tells her mother she's just browsing the latest fashion arrivals. She notices Simone finishing her transaction and walking toward the exit. The two women pass each other, unaware of their potential future connection. The newcomer lingers, watching the model leave the store with a curious look. She asks the clerk if the woman who just left is a professional model. The clerk confirms her identity and mentions the current scandal making headlines. The woman listens to the gossip, looking more interested than shocked. A smile plays on her lips as she considers the model for an upcoming project. Back in the car, Simone rejoins Marissa after her quick errand. Simone explains that she went back to get the matching keepsakes they previously lost. Marissa gazes at her with renewed affection and a hint of relief. Simone takes Marissa's hand to present the new charm. She carefully fastens the delicate accessory around Marissa's wrist. Their hands meet briefly as the replacement jewelry is secured in place. Simone shows off her matching piece, a small symbol of their commitment. They hold hands firmly, the matching keepsakes symbolizing their reunited bond. Simone sits alone, reflecting on the heavy atmosphere of the impending family meeting. In the bedroom, the closet stands nearly empty as personal belongings are moved to mitigate the scandal's fallout. Marissa's hands quickly fold and organize garments into a travel suitcase. Every item is carefully placed to ensure a quick departure from the current residence. Simone leans in close to Marissa, reluctant to see her move out during this crisis. She expresses her deep desire for things to remain as they are, despite the pressure from her agency. Despair takes over as Simone calls herself a burden to Marissa's life and career. The tension breaks for a moment as Simone reacts with exaggerated tears to Marissa's blunt agreement. Simone sulks on the floor, feeling the weight of her current situation. Marissa explains that Simone's career should never be a barrier to their relationship. Simone listens intently as Marissa lays out a plan for their future together. Marissa shows unwavering support, encouraging Simone to reach the pinnacle of her modeling career. She makes a bold promise to marry Simone once the public storm has settled. The weight of the proposal leaves Simone momentarily speechless. Simone jokingly protests, wondering if she should have been the one to ask. Marissa silences the debate, firmly stating she will be the one to make it official when the time is right. The two share a playful, lighthearted moment together, momentarily forgetting the world outside. Night falls over the city as the consequences of the scandal continue to ripple through the media. Across town, the lights of Central Hospital remain bright during the late shift. Simone's mother steps out into the night, prepared for her flight to confront her daughter. Inside the car, she plans her schedule, determined to handle the family matter before her next surgery. Simone's father shows her the latest reports claiming the Truth or Dare game was just a PR cover. An online article details the manager's attempt to spin the romance as a simple misunderstanding at a gathering. Netizens flood the comment section, with many doubting the official explanation provided by the agency. The mother remains unconvinced by the media's excuses regarding her daughter's behavior. She looks out the window, lamenting how her daughter has stopped following her strict guidance. Morning arrives at the secluded residence where Simone and Marissa are staying. The two share a quiet moment of rest before the day's challenges begin. Marissa is jolted awake by the constant vibration of her smartphone. She stares in shock at the barrage of hateful messages from obsessive fans appearing on the screen. Simone notices the distress on Marissa's face and asks what is wrong. Marissa silently shows her the digital harassment they are now facing from the public. The sound of the doorbell interrupts them, signaling an unexpected visitor at the entrance. Marissa approaches the door with a look of apprehension. The intercom display reveals that Simone's parents have officially arrived for the confrontation. The couple stands together at the entrance, preparing for the inevitable showdown with the family. Simone takes a deep breath and resolves to open the door and face her parents head-on. Simone sits with a calm expression, mentally preparing for the upcoming confrontation. She listens quietly as the mother begins her lecture about social expectations. The mother speaks sternly, advising that the relationship should be strictly platonic. Frustrated, Simone retorts that she won't live her life according to someone else's rules. The father attempts to mediate the tension, but the mother remains visibly upset. Simone argues that she should be allowed to live with the person she loves. The mother shouts that the situation is abnormal and requires professional consultation. Simone defends her identity, questioning why being with the same gender is considered wrong. The mother continues her harsh stance, insisting that everyone should follow traditional norms. The father calmly advises Simone to avoid making choices based on blind passion. Marissa finally speaks up, acknowledging the parents' worries about the future. She pleads for a chance to prove they can live a stable and happy life together. The mother ignores the plea, accusing Simone of being selfish and causing family embarrassment. Simone sits in silence for a moment, processing the heavy accusations. She quickly erupts, calling her mother's rigid demands the truly selfish behavior. The mother delivers a sharp slap, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Marissa covers her mouth in horror as the mother continues her aggressive tirade. Standing over Simone, the mother threatens to involve the other parents in the dispute. The parents finally exit the apartment, leaving a heavy silence behind them. Simone and Marissa are left alone on the couch to process the fallout. Distraught, Simone clutches her hair while expressing deep guilt. Marissa leans in closely to offer support during the emotional breakdown. She rests her head nearby, providing a calm presence for her partner. Marissa gently pulls Simone's hands away from her hair to stop the habit. She attempts to lighten the mood with a joke about losing hair from stress. Simone looks up, caught off guard by the sudden change in tone. Marissa continues the playful banter, holding Simone's hands to keep her grounded. Simone appears confused by the humor but starts to relax. A small, genuine smile finally breaks through Simone's distress. Marissa embraces her, praising Simone for standing her ground against such a stern parent. Simone acts stubborn about being called cool, but remains in the embrace. The two share a quiet moment of mutual support and solidarity. The moment is interrupted when Simone's phone begins to ring. Lai Qi is on the other end, calling from a bar where friends are gathering. Friends in the background cheer, inviting Simone to come out out and decompress. Marissa encourages her to go, noting that it has been a long time since she saw them. Simone asks for clarification on the nature of the invitation. At the bar, Lai-Ki speaks with a mystery guest who requested the meeting. The newcomer reveals she has been observing Simone from a distance for some time. Simone takes a phone call while Marissa leans in to listen to the conversation. On the other end, Lai-Ki invites the pair to his bar to reunite with some old acquaintances. At the venue, a group of friends eagerly awaits the arrival of their guests. The bar is bustling with activity and lined with rows of polished glassware. A hand reaches out to surprise one of the attendees with a quick tap on the shoulder. Xiao Zhang playfully holds her friend in a friendly headlock after surprising them at the counter. She eventually releases the friend with a firm pat on the back as they laugh off the encounter. Xiao Zhang offers a lighthearted warning to keep the conversation respectful and professional. Her friend responds with a smirk, clearly accustomed to the playful banter between them. Simone stands poised and patient as the friends finish their energetic greeting. Xiao Zhang officially introduces Simone as her partner to the rest of the group. She wears a proud and confident expression while presenting her significant other. The friends watch the interaction with a mix of amusement and quiet observation. In turn, another friend introduces her own partner, Cheng Xin, with a supportive social greeting. Cheng Xin offers a bright smile and asks everyone to refer to her by her nickname Orange. Simone remains calm and collected while Xiao Zhang reacts dramatically to the group's social pressure. Two other guests sit nearby at the counter, feeling overlooked by the lively main group. Lai-Ki cuts through the chatter to pull Xiao Zhang aside for an important new introduction. He presents a designer named Ling Shuotong to the gathering for a professional consultation. Ling Shuotong offers a polite greeting, maintaining a sophisticated and professional air. Elsewhere, guests scan digital codes on their phones to gain entry to the exclusive venue. A woman in a gray cap enters the premises accompanied by a silent male associate. Identified as Miss Guan, she instructs her partner to gather as much intelligence as possible while they are inside. She scans the room with a sharp, calculating gaze to identify her targets. The conversation at the bar counter shifts toward professional backgrounds and academic history. Xiao Zhang listens intently as the designer discusses the specific challenges of her brand's market. Ling Shuotong explains that she visited the bar specifically to meet a certain contact. She looks down thoughtfully, confirming her long-term plans to remain in the area for business. Xiao Zhang questions if the meeting is intended to discuss a potential modeling opportunity. The designer clarifies with a smile that her primary goal is simply to build a solid friendship first. A brief focus on the designer's fashionable footwear highlights her status in the industry. Simone observes the friendly interaction from a short distance, keeping a close eye on the newcomer. The rest of the group notes the growing rapport developing between the designer and Xiao Zhang. Simone reflects on the social dynamics while watching the pair converse from the side. She takes a moment to adjust her hair, staying poised despite the unexpected arrival. Simone eventually steps into conversation, asking to be formally introduced to the new designer. From across the room, the woman in the gray cap spots the couple standing together. Miss Guan focuses her attention on Simone, recognizing her immediately from a previous sighting. Simone and Xiao Zhang remain engaged in their discussion, completely unaware of the surveillance. The spy confirms that this is indeed the woman she saw with Xiao Zhang earlier. She quickly reaches into her pocket to pull out her smartphone for a clandestine photo. While pretending to be on a call, she carefully positions the camera to capture the pair. Her finger hovers over the shutter button as she prepares to secure the evidence. She keeps the device pressed to her face to maintain her cover and avoid detection. Suddenly, Lai-Ki appears and sternly reminds her that photography is strictly prohibited in the venue. He stares her down with an intense gaze, demanding to know who authorized her entry into the private event. A character poses in a stylish dark coat with vibrant yellow and red accents for a striking promotional shot. Miss Guan attempts to hide her phone after being caught taking unauthorized photos. Lai-Ki confronts her directly, reminding her that photography is strictly prohibited in this venue. Caught in the act, she looks away as her phone is confiscated. She nervously pleads for her release, hoping the surrender of her device will be enough to settle the matter. Lai-Ki ignores her excuses and begins deleting every single photo from the device's storage. He hands the phone back and orders her to leave the premises immediately. Before she goes, he delivers a final stern warning for her boss to stop pushing their luck. The scene shifts to the exterior of the modern, brightly lit building as the night continues. A small group of people is seen exiting the venue and heading toward the parking area. A man walks toward a gray sedan waiting under the trees. Miss Guan climbs into the car where a partner is already waiting for her. She immediately asks her companion if he managed to secure the backup images they needed. They scroll through a hidden set of photos, realizing they've captured a massive scoop involving Simone and Xiao Zhang. The two celebrate their deceptive success, anticipating a huge financial bonus for the find. Miss Guan smirks, satisfied that her act of playing the victim worked perfectly. The fashion show officially begins as a model steps out onto the brightly lit runway. Simone commands the stage, dressed in a sophisticated plaid coat and wide-legged trousers. Xiao Zhang watches the entire performance through a live stream on her phone. She is visibly impressed by how stunning her partner looks under the professional spotlights. She finds it amusing how different this professional version of Simone is compared to her messy personality at home. Simone maintains her composure, striking a sharp pose that highlights the designer's latest collection. She finishes her walk with perfect grace, embodying the high-fashion aesthetic of the event. As the first half of the show concludes, the model exits the runway and heads backstage. In the audience, a woman receives a buzz on her phone and checks her messages. She looks at the screen with a focused and slightly concerned expression. She answers an incoming call, looking for clarification on the information she just received. Her face hardens as the person on the other end explains the situation. She quickly stands up and rushes out of the auditorium to handle the matter privately. Her pace slows as she reaches a quiet hallway and comes to a complete stop. She looks ahead and demands to know what the person blocking her path wants. A woman with long silver hair stands waiting for her in the shadows. The stranger turns slightly, revealing a calm and calculated gaze as they face off. The silver-haired woman stops the other woman, suggesting they find a private place to talk. Saiwon looks determined as she initiates this critical conversation. Flashbacking to a few days ago, Jiwon and a colleague discuss how certain photos aren't quite convincing enough to cause a stir. She argues that frequent sightings of the pair make the rumors much more believable to the public. Her companion explains that public perception of close friendships can be very ambiguous, even with intimate gestures. He asks for her professional opinion on how to proceed with the story. Siyun remains deep in thought, calculating her next move regarding the strategy. In the office pantry, a colleague expresses concern that their hard work might not result in a bonus. Jiwon remains calm, drinking her coffee while the colleague laments the potentially useless photos. She takes a slow sip, unfazed by the current setbacks in their investigation. Siyuan tells him to keep the photos because they might still serve a purpose later on. The colleague is skeptical since the boss has already dismissed the images as unconvincing. Siyuan waves him off, telling him to simply wait for her next move before she departs. Back in the present, the agent stares at a photo on her phone, acting completely unimpressed by the leverage. They sit across from each other in a formal setting to discuss the potential scandal. The agent eyes Jiwon with intense suspicion, trying to read her intentions. Seyun maintains a perfectly calm and collected demeanor during the negotiation. The agent looks down, processing the weight of the situation. She eventually asks what the price is for keeping this information out of the headlines. Seyun clarifies that her objective isn't about money at all. She reveals her true goal is securing an exclusive interview with Xiao Zhang. Backstage at the show, Simone gets her makeup touched up by a professional stylist. Simone asks the staff about the agent's whereabouts during the busy event. A staff member mentions the agent went out for a call, just as she walks back into the room. Simone questions where she has been, and the agent claims she was busy fixing a mess. Simone wonders what kind of issue has cropped up this time. The agent tells her to stay focused on the runway and promises to explain everything later. The scene shifts to a modern architectural house as night falls. Inside, Xiao Zhang is seen working on her laptop while relaxing on the sofa. Someone enters the correct passcode on the electronic door lock to gain entry. Xiao Zhang looks up at the sound of the door opening, her attention shifting from her work. She smiles brightly upon seeing Simone finally return home from the show. They share a brief, friendly greeting at the door before the agent quickly interrupts the moment. The agent hands over a device, showing them that they have been caught by cameras once again. She warns them to avoid all public outings together to prevent any further scandals from breaking. A splash of water hits the surface as the mood in the room turns somber and reflective. Xiao Zhang leans over the sink, clearly stressed by the constant pressure of the spotlight. Later that night, the two share a quiet moment of rest together to unwind. Simone rests near Xiao Zhang, finding much-needed comfort in their shared space. Xiao Zhang gazes off into the distance, reminiscing about the simple days when they were just university students. The captain kicks off the basketball action with a series of fast-paced dribbles down the court. She remains completely focused on the basket, tuning out the noise from the sidelines. With a burst of energy, she takes flight toward the hoop for a high-flying layup. Her hand guides the ball with expert precision as she reaches the peak of her jump. The ball drops cleanly through the net, securing another point for her team. The crowd erupts in cheers as teammates rush over to celebrate the captain's impressive play. After the game, she takes a moment to rehydrate while fans gather around to offer their support. While drinking her water, her attention is suddenly drawn to someone passing by the court. She spots a blonde student walking alone in the distance through the school gates. The student moves with a calm, composed stride, seemingly unaware of the attention she's drawing. Nearby, a group of guys starts making disrespectful comments about the girls on the court. Their gossip is interrupted when a basketball suddenly strikes one of them right in the head. Xiao Zhang approaches them casually, suggesting it was merely an accident caused by the ball. The guy starts to snap back, but his friend quickly warns him that she is the captain of the basketball team. To make matters worse for the bullies, a dedicated group of fans appears behind her to show their full support. Later that evening, a group chat dedicated to the captain's fans is filled with messages of admiration. Xiao Zhang relaxes at home, scrolling through the chat with a playful expression. The conversation turns toward her personal life as fans wonder what kind of person could ever win her heart. She stares at the screen thoughtfully, taking a moment to consider the question. The image of the blonde student she saw earlier today flashes through her mind. She begins typing a response to address the curious fans in the chat room. Her simple and direct answer reveals that she is attracted attracted to the pretty ones. Elsewhere, Mushin walks through a quiet residential area as the sun begins to set. She checks her phone and notices the captain's blunt response in the group chat. The honesty of the statement leaves her momentarily stunned and wide-eyed. She can't help but think the captain's preference sounds a bit shallow. A neighbor approaches Mushin, offering her a ride home before the weather turns bad. Mushin politely declines, showing that she is already prepared for the rain with an umbrella. The neighbor then mentions a modeling job for a friend's clothing brand that pays 400 yuan an hour. Mushin's eyes practically turn into currency symbols at the mention of the high pay rate. She eagerly accepts the offer but learns that they still need one more tall girl for the show. Mushin begins to brainstorm potential candidates who meet the criteria of being tall and gorgeous. She tells her neighbor she will reach out to someone and walks toward the school gate. As she continues her walk, her shadow stretches out behind her in the afternoon light. The thought of approaching her chosen candidate makes her heart start to pound with nervousness. Her pulse quickens as the reality of her plan starts to set in. She blushes deeply, questioning if she actually has the courage to go through with the request. The social pressure becomes overwhelming, and she crouches down in a brief moment of panic. Finally, she manages to track down the person she was looking for and calls out her name. Zhang turns around with a surprised look, finding Mushin standing right there. The two stand face to face as Mushin realizes her longtime idol is finally right in front of her. Gathering her confidence, Mushin offers a warm and radiant smile to the basketball captain. Mushin clenches her sleeves, clearly nervous about approaching the popular basketball captain. Zhang listens intently with a calm expression as she focuses on Mushin. Mushin maintains her elegant composure, while waiting for a response to her invitation. Mushin asks Zhang if she's free to grab dessert nearby so she can ask for a favor. Zhang immediately agrees, claiming she is completely free right now. As the pair begins to walk away, Zhang's teammates spot her from a distance. One of the teammates calls out, asking where she is going when they are supposed to be heading to the court. Zhang tells Mushin to wait a moment while she goes to speak with her friends. Zhang informs her team that practice is cancelled for the day, because she has something else to attend to. Her teammate is worried because they have a major match this Friday, but Zhang walks away regardless. The two arrive at a cafe and sit down to talk over their meeting. They are served strawberry shortcakes to enjoy while they chat. Mushin notices Zhang hasn't started eating and asks if the food isn't to her liking. Zhang gets caught daydreaming while staring at Mushin and quickly tries to act natural. She takes a bite of the dessert to prove she is enjoying it. The atmosphere remains light as the two enjoy their treats together. Zhang looks down with a slight smile, clearly enjoying the company. Mushin gets to the point, explaining she needs a partner for a high-paying part-time job this Friday afternoon. She offers a wage of 400 yuan an hour for the shift, which runs from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Zhang realizes the job overlaps perfectly with her big basketball match on Friday. Mushin notices the hesitation and offers to back off if Zhang is too busy. Determined to spend time with Mushin, Zhang insists she is free and suggests they exchange numbers. A server places a new fruit parfait on the table. Mushin and Zhang are both confused since they didn't order the extra treat. The server points out a woman with short blue hair nearby who sent it over for them. Zhang recognizes the woman and immediately feels a sense of unease. Zhang asks if the woman is a friend, but Mushin clarifies she's just a classmate. Zhang remains suspicious of the stranger's motives as she watches her. Mushin looks troubled by the classmate's sudden appearance and behavior. Trying to break the tension, Zhang makes a lighthearted comment about the situation. Mushin decides it's time to leave and mentions she needs to return books to the library. Zhang claims she needs to go to the library too, so they leave the cafe together. The scene shifts to the modern architecture of the campus grounds. The pair arrives at the massive university library to finish their errands. They walk side by side toward the entrance, enjoying the afternoon stroll. Zhang struggles to think of a conversation starter to keep the momentum going. Mushin decides to check her phone while they walk. She sees a notification from a support group chat regarding the upcoming basketball match. Mushin's eyes widen as she realizes the match is this Friday, the same time as the job. She stops and looks at Zhang with a look of concern and confusion. Zhang notices the sudden change in mood and asks what's wrong. Mushin hesitates, realizing Zhang prioritized her over the team's big game. She reminds Zhang about the match against X University and asks why she'd skip being captain for a part-time job. Zhang is visibly flustered as Mushin questions why she would prioritize a modeling gig over her responsibilities as basketball captain. She nervously attempts to justify the decision by claiming she wants a new experience and suggesting a teammate can substitute for her. Mushin remains firm, insisting that a captain should see the match through to the end. Panic sets in for Zhang, who fears this missed opportunity means she won't get to spend time with her crush. Mushin softens her stance, offering to watch the game from the bleachers and cheer her on instead. Zhang's expression immediately brightens at the prospect of being watched by Mushin while she plays. She seeks confirmation, clearly energized by the idea of having Mushin's support in the stands. With a renewed sense of purpose, she promises to keep an eye out for Mushin during the game. Later that evening, the two stand outside a building as they finalize their plans for the upcoming Friday. Mushin asks for the specific address of the modeling studio, expressing interest in visiting after the match concludes. After they part ways, Xiaozhang watches Mushin walk into the distance, still processing the successful interaction. Once she is alone, she breaks into a joyful victory dance, completely overwhelmed by her feelings. Friday arrives, and the basketball court is prepared for the high-stakes university match. Players fill the area, warming up as the sound of chatter fills the air. Xiaozhang stands on the court in her team uniform, scanning the crowd with a focused and hopeful look. She continues to search the bleachers, looking for the specific person she wants to impress. Her eyes land on Mushin, who is walking into the stadium with a friend to watch the game. Mushin takes her seat and offers a subtle, encouraging smile toward the court. The sight of Mushin in the audience gives Xiaozhang an incredible boost of energy during her stretches. She becomes intensely active, surprising her teammates with her high level of motivation. She admits that today's game is a special occasion, driving her to perform at her absolute best. Feeling confident, she even offers to buy the entire team dinner if they secure a victory. The game begins with a roar from the crowd as fans cheer for their respective teams. Xiaozhang plays with aggressive focus, expertly handling the ball against her opponents. During a break in the action, she steals another glance at the stands to confirm Mushin is still there. Mushin remains in the crowd, watching the match intently as the people around her shout instructions. Suddenly, Mushin's phone begins to vibrate, drawing her attention away from the court. She steps away to answer a call from her boss, Ms. Zhou, who is looking for her. Realizing she has lost track of time and is late for her shift, Mushin begins to panic. She rushes out of the stadium immediately, leaving the game behind in a hurry. Later, Mushin meets with Ms. Zhu, who hands her a small token of appreciation for arriving to help. As Mushin leaves the shop, she encounters Xiaozhang outside while a heavy rain begins to fall. Mushin realizes it is raining and reaches into her bag for her umbrella. However, she pauses and chooses to put the umbrella back, deciding on a more strategic approach to their encounter. The two stand together under the building's overhang as the rain continues to pour down. Xiaozhang explains that she came to the area specifically to check out the shop where Mushin works. Seeing Mushin without protection from the weather, Xiaozhang asks if she has an umbrella. Mushin pretends she is unprepared, leading Xiaozhang to offer to share her own umbrella for the walk back. Mushin accepts the offer, acting as though she is simply lucky that Xiaozhang was nearby. As they walk together, Mushin asks for an update on how the basketball game ended. Xiaozhang notes that the walk is a bit out of the way since she lives off campus. She mentions her apartment is only 10 minutes away and asks Mushin if living alone ever feels lonely. Xiaozhang explains she just hasn't found the right person to share a living space with yet. Mushin listens quietly, her expression suggesting she is deep in thought. Their silhouettes are reflected in the wet pavement as they approach Xiaozhang's neighborhood. Xiaozhang hesitates for a moment, appearing slightly nervous as they reach their destination. She eventually finds her voice and invites Mushin inside for a cup of tea to escape the cold. Xiaozhang extends an invitation for tea as they walk through the heavy rain under a shared umbrella. A girl with blue hair suddenly appears by a yellow taxi, interrupting their moment. Mushin looks surprised to see her and asks what she's doing there. The girl casually mentions that she just moved into the area. Abruptly changing her mind, Mushin decides to head back to school by bus instead of going inside. Xiaozhang looks visibly disappointed by the sudden end to their evening. Mushin walks off into the rain toward the waiting taxi. The atmosphere turns icy as Xiaozhang and the blue-haired girl exchange intense, judging glares. The girl asks Xiaozhang about the nature of her relationship with Mushin. Xiaozhang completely ignores the question, maintaining a cold silence. Undeterred, the girl boldly declares her intent to win Mushin over. Xiaozhang remains stoic, though the challenge clearly registers. She stands her ground as rain splashes around her white sneakers. Xiaozhang questions why she's being told any of this, showing her irritation. The two face off in the middle of the downpour. Xiaozhang firmly states that the girl has no say in who Mushin chooses to date. She turns her back and walks away while the girl shouts after her. The girl yells out a direct question, asking if Xiaozhang has feelings for Mushin as well. Xiaozhang continues walking into the distance, refusing to provide an answer. The girl watches her go, muttering a comment about her being a coward. Later that night, Xiaozhang sits alone in her living room, lost in thought. The question about her feelings for Mushin continues to echo in her mind. She looks ahead with a serious expression, internalizing the realization of her attraction. A flashback begins, showing a crowded auditorium during a freshman welcome party. Mushin stands center stage under the spotlight, looking radiant as she addresses the crowd. From her seat in the audience, Xiaozhang is completely transfixed by the sight. She asks a nearby student for details about Mushin's year and major. After the event, Xiaozhang searches through the massive crowd of students. She eventually spots Mushin walking among the other attendees. The crowd presses in as people call out to Mushin, making it impossible to get closer. Xiaozhang looks disappointed as she realizes she missed her chance to speak. Mushin continues on her way, unaware of the eyes following her. Xiaozhang watches her depart, questioning if her interest is more than just surface-level attraction. Back in the present, she leans back and reflects on how long these feelings have persisted. Across town at the student dorms, the night remains quiet. Mushin is busy at her desk, focusing on her studies. A notification on her phone catches her attention, and she stops to check it. In a group chat, Xiaozhang asks if liking someone without knowing them well still counts as love. Mushin is stunned to see such a personal question coming from the usually reserved captain. Her heart races as she wonders if Xiaozhang could possibly be referring to her. She quickly hides her face, trying to dismiss the idea as a silly thought. The rest of the group chat erupts with members claiming that love at first sight is definitely real. Mushin begins typing a response with a determined, slightly flustered look. She sends a message asking exactly who it is that caught Xiaozhang's eye so easily. She waits with bated breath for the reply to pop up. Xiaozhang keeps her cards close to her chest, simply replying that it's a secret. Mushin is left feeling annoyed and teased by the vague response. Lying on her bed, Xiaozhang finally accepts that she has truly fallen for Mushin. She stares at her phone screen, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement. She notices a private message waiting for her from Mushin herself. The message is a simple, friendly smiling emoji that leaves everything to interpretation. Xiaozhang stares at her phone screen in surprise as a new message arrives. A notification from Mushin pops up on her WeChat along with a message from her fan support group. Mushin has sent a simple smiling emoji, keeping the conversation light. Overjoyed by the message, Xiaozhang bounces on her bed with her phone held tight. She quickly types back to ask if Mushin is still awake while the other girl waits for a response. Mushin replies by asking if she has any plans for the following day and invites her to hang out. Xiaozhang's eyes sparkle with excitement at the sudden invitation. The sun rises on a beautiful day, setting the stage for their meeting. Preparing for the outing, Xiaozhang sifts through a massive pile of clothes on her bed. She tries on a sophisticated black outfit, wondering which style will make the best impression. Surrounded by a mess of rejected outfits, she stands determined to pick the perfect look. Outside, the birds are chirping on a bright, sunny morning. Xiaozhang makes her way to the meeting spot, her stylish boots hitting the pavement. She settles on a casual but chicken symbol featuring a long cardigan and a white dress. Mushin arrives and waves a friendly greeting, looking elegant in a ruffled gray dress. Catching sight of her friend, Xiaozhang is momentarily stunned by how good she looks. She gulps nervously, feeling the pressure of the moment. Mushin notices the dazed expression and waves a hand to snap her back to reality. Xiaozhang offers a sincere compliment, noting that Mushin looks even better than usual today. Internally, she is a blushing mess, relieved that her outfit choice seems to be working. The two grab some refreshing cold drinks to enjoy during their walk. They find a quiet spot at an outdoor cafe to sit and talk. Mushin thanks her for waiting in the long line to get the drinks. She explains that her busy work schedule usually keeps her from enjoying small moments like this. As they sip their drinks, the atmosphere turns a bit more serious. Mushin asks a pointed question about how Xiaozhang treats the person she likes compared to her friends. Caught completely off guard, Xiaozhang nearly chokes on her drink. She stammers through an explanation, trying her best to deflect the topic. Mushin watches her closely, becoming increasingly suspicious that a secret crush is involved. Suddenly, a passerby bumps into the table, sending a phone tumbling to the ground. The stranger apologizes as Xiaozhang leans down to retrieve the device. As she reaches for the vibrating phone, a new notification lights up the screen. Xiaozhang freezes as her eyes lock onto the message. The screen displays a message from her own fan support group chat. She hands the phone back to Mushin, her mind racing with what she just saw. Xiaozhang realizes that Mushin is secretly a member of her fan club using an alternate account. Xiaozhang is lost in thought while sitting across from Mushin at a cafe, wondering why her friend joined a secret fan group chat. Mushin notices the distraction and worries that Xiaozhang might be thinking about someone else. Xiaozhang tries to brush it off, but Mushin points out that she has been daydreaming throughout their entire meeting. Mushin suggests that if Xiaozhang is too busy, she should just leave to handle her business. Mushin stands up to depart, thanking her for the time they spent together. Xiaozhang quickly jumps up to stop her, calling out Mushin's name. Xiaozhang blocks Mushin's path, insisting that she is actually having a great time and didn't mean to seem distracted. Mushin asks point blank if Xiaozhang was distracted because she was thinking about her crush. Surprised by the accusation, Xiaozhang immediately denies thinking about anyone else. Xiaozhang clarifies that she wasn't thinking of a crush. She was actually focused on Mushin the whole time. Mushin is taken aback by the sudden confession. Xiaozhang begins to explain the specific reason behind her distraction. Xiaozhang gets straight to the point and asks why Mushin has been hiding in her fan club group chat. The two stand in a tense silence as the secret is finally brought into the light. The scene shifts to a quiet moment under a clear blue sky. Mushin lies in bed with a melancholic expression, reflecting on their relationship. Xiaozhang sits nearby in the dim light, both of them feeling the weight of their current situation. Mushin leans over to offer a gentle, supportive gesture of affection. Xiaozhang looks up, asking what Mushin is thinking about in this quiet moment. Mushin admits that her mind is focused entirely on their future together. Mushin expresses her frustration regarding the restrictions placed on Xiaozhang's private life due to her modeling career. Despite the difficulties, Mushin remains completely infatuated with seeing her partner succeed on stage. Mushin reflects on the pressure of not having confessed their relationship to their parents yet. The uncertainty of their path forward begins to take a visible toll on Mushin's spirit. Mushin pulls Xiaozhang into a supportive embrace, promising to lead the way no matter how difficult things become. Back in the present, a director calls for a lunch break on a busy film set. Zhang takes a moment to eat alone when her phone suddenly begins to vibrate. She sees an incoming call from her mother and prepares for a difficult conversation. Zhang answers, asking if her mother has finally reached a decision about their situation. She listens intently as the tension rises during the phone call. Zhang stands her ground, firmly telling her mother that she truly loves her partner. Elsewhere, a knock sounds at an office door, interrupting the quiet atmosphere. Mushin looks up from her desk to see who has arrived. Mushin is shocked to find Zhang's mother sitting across from her in the office. The older woman remains cold, stating her intention to speak directly with Mushin's parents. Mushin looks worried and asks if she can explain her side of the story first. Zhang's mother refuses to listen, making it clear that if Mushin won't provide her parents' contact info, the conversation is over. Mushin looks down in defeat as the ultimatum is delivered. Zhang's mother walks away down the hallway without looking back. Left alone in the corridor, Mushin stares at her phone in silence. Mushin finally makes a call of her own, desperately asking her mother for help. Zhang's mother makes it clear that there is nothing left to discuss if she isn't allowed to speak with the parents. Mushin walks away through the corridor, focused on her smartphone. She places a call, immediately asking her mother for help with the situation. Zhang's mother arrives at a traditional building and steps out of her vehicle. The interior features intricate traditional wooden screens and decor. She enters the private room where Mushin's mother is already seated and waiting. A fresh pot of tea is poured into a delicate cup. Mushin's mother takes a calm, measured sip of the beverage. Zhang's mother skips the pleasantries and demands that the relationship between their daughters be ended immediately. Mushin's mother remains unfazed and asks why she would ever agree to such a demand. While Zhang's mother cites their gender as the problem, Mushin's mother argues that she sees no issue with two people being fond of each other. The argument turns hostile as Zhang's mother insults her counterpart, claiming the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Mushin's mother stays composed and warns Dr. Zhang to avoid resorting to personal attacks. Zhang's mother continues to vent her frustrations, blaming the parent for the daughter's choices. Mushin's mother stands her ground, explaining that her daughter is a professional who knows how to handle such unacceptable behavior. Back at home, Zhang is so shocked by the news of the meeting that she reacts with total surprise. She is visibly upset that she was kept in the dark about such a major confrontation between their parents. Mushin challenges her, asking if she would have even tried to stop the meeting from happening. Mushin insists that avoiding problems is no way to find a resolution for their future. Mushin looks down, emphasizing that communication is the only way forward for their relationship. She asks Zhang how much longer she intends to hide from the reality of their situation. Zhang reaches out to Mushin, admitting she is terrified of being trapped in her mother's shadow again. A dark visualization shows her fear of her mother's overbearing presence shattering all of her dreams. She asks if Mushin's mother has provided any updates on how the meeting went. Mushin admits she is still waiting and worries about how ruthless her mother can be when she wants something. Zhang tries to take charge of the phone, but Mushin insists they stay calm and wait for the call. Zhang looks at her partner with a mix of concern and uncertainty about their next move. They decide to wait together, bracing for whatever news comes next from their parents. Suddenly, the phone on the table begins to vibrate with an incoming notification. Both women stare at the device, knowing this call could change everything for them. Mushin's mother answers and suggests they meet for dinner the following evening to talk. Zhang gestures frantically, wondering if she is supposed to attend the meeting as well. Mushin tries to get details about the confrontation, but her mother insists on discussing it in person tomorrow. Zhang is disappointed to find out she wasn't invited to the private dinner. She refuses to stay away and decides she will wait outside the restaurant while they talk. Mushin agrees to the plan and lets her partner tag along to wait nearby. The next night arrives, and the scene shifts to the brightly lit restaurant for the big meeting. Mushin walks in and finds her mother already waiting for her at their table. Her mother watches her intently as she takes her seat, creating a heavy atmosphere. Mushin notices the intense gaze and asks why her mother is looking at her that way. Her mother confesses that she didn't expect Zhang's mother to be so confrontational during their chat. She reaches across the table to offer a supportive gesture, praising Mushin for being such a tough girl. Mushin looks relieved and touched by her mother's unexpected show of support. Outside, the evening shadows deepen as the private conversation continues inside the building. Zhang paces back and forth outside the windows, unable to contain her growing anxiety. Finally, she loses her patience and decides she is going into the restaurant regardless of the original plan. Marissa's mother explains that she was unable to convince Simone's mother to support the relationship due to her deep-seated misgivings. In a flashback, Dr. Zhang argues that as a public figure, Simone needs a stable life that Marissa simply cannot provide. Marissa listens intently, asking her mother how she responded to such a harsh ultimatum. Her mother recalls standing her ground and defending the couple's right to choose their own path. The two mothers face off at a tea house, debating whether a stable life is worth giving up the person one loves. Marissa apologizes for being different and causing her mother so much stress during this conflict. Her mother reassures her that while she is upset, she will always be the one person Marissa can count on. Relieved by the support, Marissa leans on her hand and thanks her mother for staying by her side. However, her mother warns that Simone's fame and her hostile family will continue to be massive obstacles to their freedom. Simone suddenly interrupts the dinner, declaring that she will never compromise on who she loves, regardless of her mother's stance. Simone acknowledges the strain her career puts on Marissa, but promises that the current situation is only temporary. She shows her commitment by asking Marissa's mother for a chance and pleading for her not to take Marissa away. Simone adjusts her mask, trying to maintain her composure while proving her sincerity. Marissa's mother reaches out, questioning how Simone can truly look after her daughter if she is constantly worried about being recognized. Deciding they have said enough for one night, the mother prepares to leave and offers them a ride. Simone quickly invites Marissa's mother to stay the night at their place to see the recent home renovations. Night falls over the modern house as the group settles in for the evening. Marissa's mother prepares for bed, finally getting a moment of rest after the long day. In the hallway, Simone playfully catches up to Marissa as they head toward their own room. Simone gets close and mentions being hungry, causing Marissa to react with a start. Marissa looks back with a mix of affection and nervousness, wary of their guests. She glances toward her mother's room, feeling anxious about the close proximity. Marissa whispers a stern warning, reminding Simone that her mother is sleeping just a few feet away. In the other room, Marissa's mother sighs, clearly hearing the playful commotion from the two. The bedroom door finally closes, allowing the couple to relax behind closed doors. The next morning, the sun rises over the quiet estate. Marissa looks in the bathroom mirror and is shocked to find a very visible mark on her neck. She touches the spot in disbelief, realizing Simone was far from discreet the night before. In a brief flashback, Marissa is seen scolding Simone for being too affectionate while her mother was in the house. Simone had playfully brushed off the concern with a quick gesture of affection. Simone teased that since they were already caught, a little more affection wouldn't hurt anyone. Back in the present, Marissa worries that the marks look far more obvious than simple bug bites. Simone walks into the house with groceries, casually greeting Marissa as if everything is normal. Marissa storms toward her, frustrated and wondering how she is supposed to go to work with such visible marks. She freezes instantly when she realizes her mother is standing right there in the living room. Panic sets in as Marissa wonders if her mother noticed the marks from across the room. A heavy, awkward silence fills the kitchen as the mother stares at the two of them. Simone looks away, feeling the weight of the silent judgment coming from Marissa's mother. Trying to break the tension, Simone nervously invites the mother to have a seat for breakfast. Marissa's mother looks on with a stern expression, remarking that the young couple needs to learn how to be a bit more discreet. Mushin's mother sits across from an acquaintance, discussing the difficult task of persuading Dr. Zhong to accept the relationship. Dr. Zhong remains adamant, arguing that as a public figure, Simone needs a more stable life for her daughter's sake. Simone listens intently, curious about the response to such a harsh demand. Mushin's mother looks on with a somber expression, reflecting on the weight of the situation. The surgical light clicks off, signaling the end of a long procedure. Medical staff wheel the patient out of the operating room as the family waits anxiously in the hallway. Dr. Zhong removes her mask, looking exhausted after the intense work. She informs the relieved relatives that the surgery was a complete success. Walking alone down the sterile corridor, she finally has a moment to breathe. Dr. Zhong takes a phone call and immediately demands that the relationship be terminated. She halts her stride, unable to believe the defiance she's hearing on the other end. The doctor argues that the life being chosen is far from a normal one. Listening to the refusal, her expression turns cold and unforgiving. In a fit of anger, she disowns the caller, telling them never to call her mom again. She stands in the empty hallway, the harsh reality of her words sinking in. Looking out toward the trees, she remains firm in her stance, despite the emotional toll. The call with Simone officially ends, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Dr. Zhong looks up at the ceiling, appearing completely drained by the conflict. She eventually slumps down against the wall, her composure finally breaking. Alone in the hospital, she hides her face in her hands to process the heartbreak. Simone meets with her manager, who immediately senses that something is wrong. The manager asks if she has been crying, noting her pale and distressed appearance. Simone reveals that her mother has threatened to cut her off, but tries to pivot back to business. Shocked by the family drama, the manager worries about her well-being. Simone sits down, feeling lost and asking for guidance on what to do next. The manager explains that a paparazzi has captured photos at a bar and is using them as leverage. To prevent the leak, Simone is told she must agree to a formal interview with the reporter. Despite her personal turmoil, Simone decides to face the situation head-on today. She is determined to meet the woman who has been constantly harassing her. The reporter, Sheila Guan, greets her with a professional but calculated smile. Cameras and lights are set up as the high-stakes interview begins. Shayla starts by asking about potential romantic rumors with a male co-star. She pushes further, questioning if there are any male celebrities Simone actually likes. Simone expertly deflects, stating she only admires those who are diligent in their work. From the sidelines, her manager gives a thumbs up, impressed by the careful answers. Sheila realizes her initial traps aren't working and prepares a more direct approach. The reporter then asks how her parents feel about her current relationship status. She brings up the recent scandals regarding orientation to provoke a reaction. Simone tenses up, the pressure pressure of the interrogation clearly getting to her. Simone maintains her poise, claiming that her parents are understanding of sincere feelings. However, she eventually calls out the reporter for asking such intrusive and personal questions. Her expression darkens as the reporter continues to probe into her private life. Sheila watches her subject closely, looking for any sign of a crack in the facade. Simone explains that her true ideal is someone with inner beauty. A soft smile crosses her face as she thinks about the person who truly inspires her. Her internal thoughts drift toward a symbolic vision of natural elegance and grace. Elsewhere, Marissa meets with a man named Mr. Jiang, who seems deeply unsettled. He suddenly slams his hand on the table in a burst of frustration. He demands an explanation as to why she is turning him down so decisively. Mr. Jiang confronts Mushin in her law office, demanding to know why she is refusing to represent him. Mushin remains firm, professionally declining the case despite his persistence. The two stand in the office while Mushin reiterates that she cannot take him on as a client. Mr. Jiang looks down, attempting a more sympathetic approach to win her over. He claims he is being wrongly sued for trade secrets and pleads for her to believe in his innocence. Mushin looks troubled, clearly considering the legal and ethical complications of the request. She points out that he stands to benefit significantly from the outcome, making the situation far too messy. Mr. Jiang gives her one last look, hoping she will reconsider before he leaves. He finally exits the office, leaving a frustrated Mushin behind. Mushin watches the door, clearly exhausted by the draining interaction. Night falls over the city as the lights of the law firm building glow against the dark sky. Mushin finishes her work and exits the building, heading toward the parking garage. She checks her phone and sees a text from Simone, who is waiting nearby to pick her up. The parking garage is desolate and dimly lit as Mushin walks toward her vehicle. A sudden clattering sound from the shadows causes her to stop in her tracks. She freezes, listening intently to the echoing noise of the empty garage. Sensing something is wrong, Mushin reaches into her bag and grips a flashlight for protection. She looks around nervously, sweat beading on her face as the tension rises. Glancing over her shoulder, she tries to locate the source of the movement. She tries to convince herself she's just hearing things and continues on her way. Mushin walks deeper into the garage, unaware of the figures lurking just out of sight. A masked man suddenly steps out from behind a pillar, blocking her path. Startled, Mushin gasps as she realizes she is being cornered. A second assailant grabs her from behind, muffling her voice with a claw. The two men hold her as she loses consciousness from whatever was on the fabric. Suddenly, Mr. Jiang appears, shouting that he has already alerted the police and security. He demands the attackers let her go immediately before the authorities arrive. Security guards rush into garage, causing the assailants to flee the scene. Mr. Jiang catches the unconscious Mushin, noting that she needs to get to a hospital right away. Nearby, Simone walks through the area looking for Mushin's car. She enters the parking garage, unaware of the danger that just took place. Simone spots a car driving away and catches a glimpse of someone familiar inside. Mushin sits slumped in the passenger seat, looking completely unresponsive. Simone's eyes widen in shock as she realizes her friend is being driven away. Seeing no taxis nearby, Simone decides to chase after the vehicle on foot. She sprints through the city streets, desperate to keep the car in her sights. While running, she manages to pull out her phone to make an urgent call. Simone screams into her phone, demanding the driver stop the car immediately. The car screeches to a halt as the driver realizes he's been spotted. Mr. Jiang steps out of the vehicle, only to be met with a powerful kick from an enraged Simone. Simone stands her ground, trembling with fury over what she thinks is a kidnapping. A shocked Mr. Jiang tries to explain, claiming she has the wrong idea about the situation. Inside the car, Mushin slowly regains consciousness while Simone continues to berate the man. Mushin steps out of the vehicle, calling for Simone to stop the confrontation. She explains that Mr. Jiang was actually the one who rescued her from an attack. Mushin begins to sway, her balance failing as she leans against Mr. Jiang for support. Seeing Mr. Jiang place a hand on Mushin's waist to steady her, Simone's eyes fill with renewed suspicion. Simone's protective instincts flare up again as she demands he let go of her friend. Mushin steps in to halt the confrontation, telling Simone to stop her aggression. She defends Jiang, explaining that he was only trying to help her during the attack. Still feeling the effects of being drugged, Mushin sways unsteadily while Simone reaches out to support her. Simone notices Jiang's hand on Mushin and becomes visibly irritated by the proximity. She drops the pleasantries and sternly demands that he let her go immediately. Later, the trio waits in a long, quiet hospital corridor for medical updates. They sit together on a bench, though the tension between Simone and the others is thick enough to cut. Mushin demands an apology from Simone for her reckless behavior toward their rescuer. She points out that Jiang didn't even fight back when Simone took a swing at him. To drive the point home, Mushin gives Simone a sharp pinch on the arm. Mushin shoots a stern glare at her friend to ensure the message is received. Simone finally gives in and shouts a reluctant apology to clear the air. Jiang warns them that the attack wasn't a coincidence and that they are likely being targeted. He explains his theory that his own uncle might have sent those men to intimidate Mushin into dropping the legal case. Mushin asks if he stayed behind at her office just in case of an attack, and he admits it was a strong hunch. A medical professional eventually approaches the group to hand over a bag of supplies. Mushin asks Jiang to keep their presence at the clinic a secret, citing Simone's status as a public figure. Simone and Jiang Jiang lock eyes, neither one appearing to fully trust the other. Jiang gives his word that their secret is safe with him before they depart. Simone and Mushin walk away, leaving a contemplative Jiang standing alone in the hallway. Jiang reaches out to touch Mushin's shoulder to get her attention one last time. He tells her he would understand if she dropped his case given the danger, but she promises to think it over. Simone watches the interaction with a protective and deeply suspicious gaze. The scene shifts to the exterior of a modern house as the pair returns home for the night. The two stand close together on the pavement, finally away from the chaos of the evening. They remain in close proximity as they prepare to head inside and decompress. Once indoors, Simone holds Mushin tightly, confessing how much the incident terrified her. Simone expresses deep regret that she wasn't there to protect her when the assailants struck. Mushin offers a comforting embrace, reminding Simone that she's lucky to be safe. Mushin tries to lighten the mood by patting Simone's head and asking for a meal. While Mushin rests on the sofa, Simone heads to the kitchen to prepare some food. However, Mushin suddenly decides to take the case and asks Jiang for the evidence, prompting a sharp protest from Simone. Mushin demands her phone back so she can finish her professional business. Simone begs her to reconsider the dangerous assignment, but Mushin insists on her autonomy as a lawyer. Simone's expression darkens as she continues to withhold the device. Mushin grows frustrated, questioning why Simone is getting so angry over a work-related decision. She reaches out to reclaim her phone, determined to move forward with the case. Mushin asks Simone to respect her professional boundaries and the choices she makes. Feeling exhausted by the hovering, Mushin explains that she can't run every career move by her. Simone watches her with a sharp, lingering gaze as a new rift forms between them. Mushin expresses her exhaustion, telling Simone that the constant friction is wearing her out. Simone stands in silence, unable to find the words to bridge the growing gap between them. Handing the phone back, Simone insists that her overbearing actions are born solely out of a desire to keep Mushin safe. Mushin remains skeptical, questioning how such restrictive behavior is actually helpful in their current situation. Simone becomes defensive, arguing that she has sacrificed and done everything possible to support Mushin's career and family. Despite the outburst, Mushin looks away, clearly unconvinced and emotionally distant. Simone holds out the device, but the tension in the room makes the small space feel incredibly heavy. Mushin decides that some distance is necessary and announces she will be leaving to get some space. The sudden declaration leaves Simone stunned and visibly panicked. Instead of letting Simone leave, Mushin insists on staying elsewhere for the night so Simone can remain in the apartment. Simone is left standing alone in the living room, watching as the person she cares for most walks out the door. Later, Mushin meets with her superior to discuss how the recent public scandals surrounding her personal life have impacted the law firm. The boss makes it clear that while they want to keep her, she must prioritize the betterment of the firm moving forward. Mushin quickly agrees, promising to dedicate herself fully to every case on her desk. The scene shifts to a local lounge where rows of glasses catch the ambient light. A group of friends arrives at the venue, noting how frequently they find themselves returning to this spot. They explain that the location offers a sense of privacy and safety from the prying eyes of the public. While walking in, they notice Simone sitting by herself at the bar, looking deeply troubled. One of the friends decides to stay behind and check on her while the others head inside. Simone continues to sip her beverage, completely lost in her own thoughts. Her friend joins her at the counter, asking why she is out alone and if Mushin is aware of her whereabouts. Simone looks up with a weary expression, clearly weighed down by the recent conflict. The friend quickly realizes that Simone has had quite a bit to drink in her attempt to cope. Simone begins to question her own character, asking if she is simply a coward at heart. She reflects on her upbringing, noting that she has always understood the difference between right and wrong. She explains that her life felt pre-planned by her mother from the very beginning, leaving her little room for her own choices. Simone brings up a memory from high school involving a girl named Ramona Wen. She recalls the time they spent together and the deep admiration she felt for the girl's bright personality. The situation changed when her mother found a letter and forced a school transfer, a decision Simone accepted without a fight. Even now, she worries that she is repeating those same patterns of hiding away while with Mushin. She fears that her own internal shadows are preventing them from having a normal, open relationship. Her friend offers some blunt advice, telling Simone that she needs to be honest and hold fast to her convictions if she wants this life. Simone takes the criticism quietly, acknowledging the truth in her friend's words. She reaffirms that despite her struggles, she is absolutely certain about her commitment to Mushin. The friend tries to intervene by taking the drink away, insisting that it is time for Simone to head home. Simone is quite unsteady on her feet as her friends prepare to assist her out of the lounge. Suddenly, they are approached by two women who seem to recognize Simone from previous social circles. One of the newcomers, a designer named Ms. Tong, observes the situation with a calm gaze. The friend recognizes the designer, remembering their previous interactions. The blonde woman smiles, offering to take over and get Simone home safely. She suggests that the friends stay and enjoy their night while she handles the transportation. They carefully help the weary Simone into the back of a car. The group agrees to the arrangement and watches as the vehicle readies for departure. The car pulls away from the curb and speeds off into the night. Inside, Simone and the woman in the red beret sit together in the backseat during the commute. Simone gazes out the window, her mind still clouded by the evening's events. The woman in the beret watches her with an unreadable expression. Turning slightly, Simone asks if they have crossed paths somewhere before. The woman maintains a mysterious silence, offering only a small smile. She leans in closer, inviting Simone to take a more detailed look to see if it sparks a memory. Up front, the driver keeps her focus on the road as she monitors the interaction through the mirror. The driver eventually slams on the brakes, signaling they have arrived at the station. The woman in the red beret asks Simone if they have met before while they sit in the back of the car. The mysterious woman studies Simone's face with a knowing and curious expression. She leans in closer, suggesting that Simone take a better look to jog her memory. Miss Tong keeps her eyes on the road, glancing at the interaction through the rearview mirror. The driver slams on the brakes as they finally reach the station. Mushin waits outside in the dark, looking anxious as she places a phone call. Inside the car, Simone's phone begins to vibrate repeatedly while she rests against the seat. Ms. Tong notices the buzzing device and alerts Simone that she has an incoming call. Simone answers the phone in a daze, her intoxicated state becoming immediately obvious to Mushin. Overwhelmed with regret, Simone offers a tearful apology for her recent actions. Mushin stands in the street as the car's headlights illuminate the area upon its arrival. Ms. Tong explains that she coincidentally ran into Simone and decided to drive her back. Mushin catches the stumbling Simone, providing the physical support she needs to stay upright. The two walk toward the building together as Mushin leads the way inside. Mushin prepares a warm beverage in the kitchen to help her partner recover. The sound of a metal spoon clinking against the ceramic mug echoes through the quiet room. Mushin offers the drink to Simone, encouraging her to use it to help her sober up. Simone reaches out to accept the mug from Mushin's hand. Their hands touch briefly during the exchange of the warm cup. Simone lowers her head in shame, apologizing for her temper and for interfering with Mushin's work. Looking up with sincerity, she promises to change her behavior and begs not to be met with further anger. Mushin remains composed, simply instructing her to focus on drinking the tea. An empty mug sits on the table as the heavy conversation about their relationship continues. Simone leans against Mushin for comfort, seeking a sense of stability during their talk. The two share a quiet moment of reconciliation while discussing their need to stop sacrificing themselves for one another. Mushin feels a sense of relief after finally receiving a firm and honest answer from her partner. Simone reaches out to gently touch Mushin's hair as they sit together. Simone admits that she needs Mushin to stay close to prevent her from spiraling again. Mushin playfully gestures toward Simone, signaling that she is keeping a close watch on her. The tension between the two softens as they face each other with newfound understanding. A small, stylized graphic depicts a lighthearted and affectionate moment between the couple. The scene shifts to the imposing exterior of a modern law firm building during the day. Mushin arrives at work and is informed by the receptionist that several bouquets of flowers have been delivered for her. She remains indifferent to the gifts, instructing the staff to return them or dispose of them as they see fit. The office staff gossips about how difficult it is to impress someone as professional and distant as Ms. Lin. Mushin walks away, showing zero interest in the many suitors trying to gain her favor. She enters her private office just as her phone begins to vibrate with an incoming call. Upon answering, an unknown voice warns her to drop Mr. Jiang's case for the sake of her own safety. Mushin's expression hardens as she demands to know the identity of the person threatening her. Mushin takes a call from a mysterious figure who demands she drop the Zhi Jiang case. She remains firm, stating her duty as a lawyer is to do her best regardless of the client. Turning the pressure back on the caller, she warns that they are the one who needs to be careful if they threaten her. The caller shifts tactics, bringing up Simone to see if Mushin is currently with her. Mushin dismisses the inquiry as a resolved scandal and threatens to end the call. The antagonist reveals they have surveillance photos proving the two are living together. Mushin's expression hardens as she realizes the caller is attempting blackmail. They emphasize that Simone is a public figure and question how the public would react to the news. Mushin remains silent, processing the direct threat to her partner's career. The caller gives her time to think, suggesting she sabotage the case to protect Simone's future before hanging up. Left alone at her desk, Mushin looks deeply troubled by the ultimatum. Later that evening, Mushin is visibly distracted and worried during dinner. Simone notices the tension and asks what is on her mind, but Mushin initially tries to brush it off. She looks down at her meal, unable to hide her growing unease. Simone watches her closely, sensing that something serious is happening. Mushin puts her chopsticks down, deciding it is time to be transparent. She explains the threatening phone call and the photos taken of them returning home. Simone's first concern is whether Mushin's face was captured, relieved to know Mushin might not be personally targeted. Mushin urges Simone to worry about her own career instead of focusing on her. Simone remains remarkably calm, suggesting the caller might be bluffing since they've dealt with similar issues before. She mentions that even if a photo looks suggestive, her agent is competent enough to handle the fallout. Mushin listens, surprised by Simone's newfound composure. Simone reaches across the table to hold Mushin's hand in a show of support. She reminds Mushin that they promised to support each other through everything, prompting Mushin to remark on how much she has changed. Simone makes a comical face, worried that being told she's changed is a bad thing. Mushin smiles, clarifying that she simply feels even more affection for her now. Simone is momentarily stunned by the sincere confession. She breaks into a warm, genuine smile. Simone points out that Mushin has changed as well by choosing to share her burdens instead of solving everything alone. The two find strength in their mutual trust as they sit together at the table. Elsewhere, an associate is frustrated that she wasn't informed about the situation regarding Mushin sooner. Simone explains that she didn't expect the antagonist to be so persistent, but has already made her own preparations. The associate shifts the topic to a designer named Lingxi. Simone confirms that she and the designer have met a few times in the past. The associate is surprised by their prior connection. She reveals that Lingxi wants Simone for a major fashion show and a potential long-term contract. Simone agrees to the show, but holds off on a long-term deal until she understands the brand better. The associate hands over shopping bags, telling Simone to change for a lunch engagement. Meanwhile, a woman in a green top and Barrett walks with a companion who is checking her phone. They discuss Simone, noting that she was a year ahead of them back in high school. A flashback shows the woman in the Barrett and Simone sitting closely in the back of a car during their school days. The companion recalls they were in the same class in grade 10 before drifting apart. The woman in the Barrett notes that she ended up transferring schools in grade 11. Her companion mentions hearing various rumors about her after that transfer. The woman in the Barrett smirks, asking if the rumor was that she was expelled because of another girl. The designer brings up old rumors about a suspension involving another girl. Mushin listens intently, processing the weight of these past secrets. The two discuss their plans for the afternoon, deciding on a local spot for tea. Realizing they are headed to the same place, the designer suggests they travel together. The scene shifts to the exterior of a trendy coffee shop where the meeting will take place. Simone and Mushin arrive at the venue, with Simone quickly tidying her outfit before heading inside. As they enter, Mushin catches a glimpse of someone familiar across the room. They find a spot and prepare to order drinks, unaware of who else is in the building. The cafe is filled with patrons, including a few key figures from their past. The designer in the Barrett looks on with a sharp, focused gaze. She questions her companion's motives for bringing her to this specific location. She wonders why he has the day off from his usual dance practice. Her companion, a blue-haired young man, insists he'd always make time for her. The conversation turns toward their recent training sessions and upcoming plans. The designer can't help but steal a glance toward the other side of the cafe. She spots Simone and Mushin sitting together, deep in their own conversation. Simone's expression remains unreadable as she focuses on the business at hand. Memories seem to flicker in the background as the atmosphere grows more intense. A successful collaboration is settled with a firm handshake between Simone and her associate. The designer stands up to approach Simone's table, leaving her surprised companion behind. Simone's eyes widen as she hears her old acquaintance's name being called out. Mushin tries to redirect the designer, pointing out that her friend is waiting for her. Ignoring the interruption, the designer flashes a bright smile toward her former classmate. A hand reaches out, bridging the gap between their complicated past and the present. The designer greets Simone formally, acknowledging her as a senior from their school days. Simone and Mushin exchange a wary look as the tension in the room spikes. They finally share a handshake, acknowledging the awkward reunion. The associate watches the interaction, clearly confused by the sudden connection. It is revealed that they all attended the same high school, though their paths have diverged since then. As Simone prepares to depart, the designer calls out to stop her. She pulls out her phone, asking to exchange contact info so she can get advice from a pro. Simone's face hardens as she considers the implications of staying in touch. After a long moment of silence, Simone prepares to give her final answer to request. A white car sits parked on a quiet road bordered by lush green bushes. Inside the vehicle, Simone stares at her phone, coming to terms with the fact that her recent encounter with Lingxi was real and not a hallucination. A flashback begins, showing a student holding out 2 bottles of water while offering one to a senior. During her school days, a young Simone stands on the basketball court as multiple juniors crowd around to offer her drinks. Simone accepts a bottle from one of the girls and offers a polite word of thanks. A close-up captures the feet of 2 students as they sit together on the concrete bleachers. Simone takes a drink to hydrate after her activity while a junior sits closely beside her. The junior looks at her expectantly, asking if Simone will agree to only accept water from her in the future. Simone pauses mid-drink, looking surprised by the junior's bold and possessive request. She continues to process the strange proposal while holding the water bottle. Back in the present, Simone looks down with a troubled expression, wondering why Lingxi is acting so casual now after their history. She grips her phone tightly, lost in thought about the unexpected reunion. A notification from Yitong Wen appears on the screen, asking if Simone is free to meet up over the weekend. Simone stares at the message in disbelief, questioning if this is truly the same person she knew years ago. In a dimly lit parking garage, a lone car is parked among the concrete pillars. Inside her own vehicle, Lingxi checks her messages with a serious and focused expression. A hand suddenly knocks on the driver's side window, startling her. Lingxi looks over and coldly asks the person why they are still hanging around. The blue-haired man peers through the glass, demanding to know the identity of the person she was just messaging. Lingxi ignores his jealousy and prepares to drive away from the garage. She firmly informs him that she is leaving, showing no interest in continuing their conversation. The man reaches into the car and grabs the steering wheel, desperately demanding an answer about the woman she met earlier. Lingxi brushes him off, explaining that he has the wrong idea and suggesting they simply remain friends. The man looks devastated by her rejection, asking if she ever had even the slightest feelings for him. Lingxi remains stoic and unmoved by his emotional display. She looks away and bluntly states that she already has someone she likes. Later, Mushin examines her hair in the mirror, complaining that her current shampoo is making her hair too dry. She notices that Simone isn't responding to her at all and wonders what is wrong. Mushin turns her head toward her roommate, concerned by the lack of interaction. She finds Simone sitting on the bed and staring blankly into the distance, completely preoccupied by her own thoughts. Mushin watches her friend with a look of growing worry. Simone remains in a daze, unable to pull her mind away from the memories of the past. Mushin approaches and places a hand on Simone's shoulder, asking what happened today to make her so distracted. Simone looks away, trying to convince herself that there is no reason to overthink things that happened a long time ago. Mushin notices that Simone has been completely out of it all day, and asks if something is wrong. Simone wonders why she is still brooding over things that happened such a long time ago. She explains that she ran into a high school acquaintance, who is now a model scheduled to walk the runway with her. Mushin thinks it is a small world and suggests that Simone show the newcomer the ropes. Simone mentions that the girl wants to meet up this weekend and checks to see if Mushin has any existing plans. She playfully asks if they can go somewhere together during Mushin's time off. They decide to skip their usual seaside spot and pick a brand new location for their date. The scene shifts to a massive, crowded castle at an amusement park. Simone and Ramona arrive at the park, but Simone worries that the large crowds will lead to paparazzi issues. Ramona tells her she has a plan to avoid being recognized. She grabs Simone's arm and leads her through the bustling crowd. Ramona pulls out a rabbit mask for Simone to wear as a disguise. Ramona picks out a fox mask for herself and tells Simone to take off her hat. Simone looks on silently as she considers the suggestion. She prepares to put the mask on while Ramona keeps the conversation moving. Both of them put on their masks and Ramona excitedly asks where they should head first. Simone calls out to Ramona, but the girl stops her. Ramona admits she would prefer to be called Moni, just like in the old days. Simone gets straight to the point and asks why Ramona wanted to meet and what she wanted to talk about. Ramona looks down, stating there is still a lot between them that has not been explored yet. She reminds Simone that they always wanted to visit an amusement park together, but never got the chance. Simone listens with a somber expression as the past is brought up. She explains that her mother found Ramona's letter and complained to the school, which is why she had to leave. Ramona is stunned to finally hear the truth about what happened back then. She realizes she completely misunderstood the situation and thought Simone just didn't want her around. Simone looks away, relieved to finally clear the air after all these years. The two stand close together on the pavement as the tension lingers. Ramona asks for an answer regarding the feelings she expressed in her high school letter. Simone tells her that while she is glad they cleared the air, all of that happened a long time ago. Ramona reaches out to touch Simone's face, asking if she truly has no feelings left. Simone immediately pushes the hand away and tells her to stop, because her girlfriend wouldn't like it. Ramona is visibly shaken by the sudden mention of a girlfriend. Simone stands her ground and confirms that she is indeed in a relationship. Ramona looks down, struggling to process the rejection. She forces a smile and suggests they all grab lunch or dinner together so she can meet the partner. Despite her casual words, Ramona's hand grips her skirt tightly in frustration. Mushin exits a building with a man who offers her a ride, but she politely declines since she has her own car. The man promises not to bother her again until their court session starts before departing. Mushin watches silently as the man enters his vehicle to leave the area. A friend approaches Mushin on the street, greeting her with a surprised look. Mushin keeps her gaze fixed on the departing car while her acquaintance stands nearby. Inside the car, the man stares back through the window with a cold, calculating expression as his driver prepares to move. He gives the order to go, looking ahead with a stern face. The friend asks Mushin if she was meeting with a client, and Mushin confirms they were discussing a few business matters. The conversation shifts as the friend asks if Simone is busy with anything today. Mushin explains that Simone is catching up with an old high school classmate who is also a model. The friend realizes the classmate is Ramona and asks if Mushin knows her name, but Mushin admits she didn't ask. The friend questions whether Simone has ever mentioned Ramona before, sparking a moment of confusion. Not wanting to stir up trouble without evidence, the friend quickly ends the conversation and heads off. Mushin is left alone, her expression growing uneasy as she considers the implications of the conversation. Over at the amusement park, Simone and Ramona scream with excitement while riding a roller coaster. Feeling the heat after the ride, Simone suggests they find something cold to drink. The two wait in line at a crowded cafe to order their beverages. Simone directs Ramona to find a table while she waits to bring the drinks over. Ramona happily agrees and heads toward the seating area. She finds a red chair and waits patiently for Simone to return. Ramona rests her head on her hand, looking quite pleased with the day's events. Simone arrives with the order, carrying a tray with coffee and a small treat. Ramona is thrilled to see that Simone remembered to buy her favorite kind of pudding. She thanks Simone for the thoughtful gesture and for remembering such a small detail. Simone looks away, seemingly trying to maintain a professional distance. She brushes off the compliment, claiming she was just hungry and wanted a dessert herself. Ramona catches Simone off guard by snapping a quick selfie of the two of them. She mentions that it would be a shame not to have any photos from their outing. Ramona tries to extend the day by suggesting dinner, but Simone remains focused on her current plans. Simone firmly shuts down the idea, stating she has to leave soon to have dinner with her girlfriend. Ramona's face goes blank as the reality of Simone's relationship hits her once again. She silently takes a bite of the pudding, the atmosphere between them turning cold. The sound of the spoon hitting the plate echoes the awkward silence growing between the two women. The grand castle of the amusement park stands tall under the clear afternoon sky. As the sun begins to set, the castle is bathed in a warm orange glow. Despite the beautiful scenery, Simone and Ramona sit at the table in complete silence. Simone turns her head as someone calls out to her. Ramona snaps a quick photo with a surprised Simone. Ramona notes they missed taking photos earlier and checks her device. Simone appears in a high-fashion conceptual shot. A grand castle stands tall under a soft sky. The towers of the castle glow against the setting sun. Empty plates and a coffee cup sit on a wooden table. Simone returns home and chats with Mushin on the sofa. Simone enjoys a snack while looking relaxed. Simone winks, promising a dinner date after she freshens up. Mushin watches Simone head off to the bathroom. A notification sound grabs Mushin's attention. The screen shows a message from Ramona Wen with an attached photo. The selfie of Ramona and Simone is displayed in the chat. Mushin's expression turns serious as she looks at the image. After her shower, Simone adjusts her hair in the mirror. Mushin mentions the incoming messages to her partner. The mood shifts when Mushin reveals she knows Ramona's name. Mushin explains she learned about Ramona through a mutual acquaintance earlier that day. Simone insists her focus is entirely on Mushin. Mushin reacts to the overly romantic sentiment. Simone offers a playful smile in response. Mushin notices Simone's hair is still damp and decides to take action. Mushin leads Simone away to get her hair dried. The sound of the blow dryer fills the room as Mushin gets to work. Simone sits quietly while Mushin performs the task. Simone lets out a heavy sigh, prompting a question from Mushin. Simone makes a deep declaration of loyalty. Mushin abruptly stops the task and hands over the styling tool. Mushin challenges Simone to figure out why she's upset. Simone is left confused by the sudden change in atmosphere. Mushin questions why Simone would even bring up the idea of leaving her. Night falls over the quiet neighborhood. A key turns in the lock as someone enters the residence. Ramona is shocked to find an uninvited guest waiting in the living room. The guest reveals they kept a duplicate key. Ramona demands to know what they want. The intruder refuses to hand her the keepsake. They stare at Ramona with a knowing look. The intruder notices the photo of Simone on the phone screen. They question Ramona about her interest in the model. The intruder warns that Simone is already in a committed relationship. Ramona tells them it's none of their business. The intruder mocks the idea of Ramona causing a breakup. Ramona clarifies that she just wants her feelings to be returned. Ramona and her visitor clash in the living room over Ramona's refusal to respect other people's relationships. The blue-haired visitor looks on in disbelief as Ramona justifies her pursuit of a woman who is already taken. The visitor warns Ramona that her actions will only cause trouble and lead to inevitable heartbreak. Ramona remains unmoved, comparing her changing affections to finding a lost flower. The visitor stands up in frustration, questioning how Ramona can view human relationships so casually. The visitor expresses deep skepticism that Ramona's fleeting feelings represent actual love. Ramona argues that feelings are uncontrollable and dismisses the visitor's moral concerns. The visitor points out that Ramona's current path is built entirely on disrupting the lives of others. Fed up with the lecture, Ramona demands the return of her key and tells the visitor to leave. Ramona threatens to involve the police or change her locks if the visitor refuses to exit the apartment. The visitor looks deeply hurt, asking why Ramona's affection for them vanished so abruptly. Ramona offers a cold, final explanation, stating that her feelings simply evolved away from the visitor. The visitor struggles to maintain their composure after being officially discarded by Ramona. The visitor drops the apartment key onto the table with a sharp metallic clink. The visitor leaves the apartment and slams the door, leaving Ramona to her own thoughts. Ramona reflects on how impossible it is for feelings to remain static after years of separation. A memory surfaces of Ramona's parents being shown a private letter she had written in her youth. Ramona recalls a gentler time when Simone would affectionately pat her head at school. She remembers the long nights they spent talking on the phone until one of them fell asleep. The two spent their younger days sharing simple moments like eating ice cream together outdoors. They used to sit close on park benches, completely absorbed in each other's company. Ramona describes the shock of seeing Simone's face on a massive fashion advertisement years later. She recalls the exact moment she spotted Simone in a crowded room after their long time apart. Seeing Simone at a bar reignited a flood of emotions that Ramona had tried to keep suppressed. Ramona remains convinced that her original feelings for Simone will never truly change. In the present, Simone suggests that Mushin change into more casual attire for their upcoming dinner. Simone holds Mushin's hands and explains that their destination is a bit rough and crowded. The couple arrives at a bustling night market filled with food stalls and local chatter. Simone and Mushin blend into crowd, both wearing casual graphic t-shirts. Simone notes that the crowded environment ensures they won't be recognized by fans. Mushin is skeptical, trying to remember when she ever expressed a desire for such a lively setting. A brief memory shows the exterior of a quiet cafe they used to frequent. In the past, Mushin had mentioned preferring isolated spots away from the cold. Back in the present, Mushin playfully touches Simone's face as they enjoy the market's energy. The two walk hand in hand through the vibrant, light-filled rows of the outdoor market. Simone gets up from their wooden table to collect their dinner order from a nearby stall. Mushin places a hand on Simone's shoulder, reminding her that she needs to keep a low profile. Mushin insists on getting the food herself to protect Simone from being spotted by the public. Simone watches Mushin walk away, looking completely enamored with her girlfriend's thoughtfulness. Simone's attention is suddenly drawn to her phone as a new notification appears. A message from Ramona flashes on the screen, revealing that she might be watching them right now. Simone looks around the market with a worried expression, searching for a familiar face. Simone begins typing a firm response, clarifying that she is currently on a date with her girlfriend. Mushin returns with a tray of grilled food, and Simone quickly helps her clear the table. Mushin suddenly pauses, her gaze fixing on someone in the distance. Mushin asks Simone if that person standing nearby is her former classmate. Marissa spots Ramona in the crowd and asks Simone if that is indeed her former classmate. Ramona approaches the couple with a cheerful wave and greets Simone by name. Looking at her rival, Ramona inwardly acknowledges that Marissa is a very attractive woman. Marissa stares back, realizing this is the woman who has been using Simone's picture as her own profile photo. Ramona acts as if the encounter is a total coincidence, casually greeting the pair at their table. Simone introduces Marissa as her girlfriend while explaining that she and Ramona went to high school together. Marissa gives a polite, brief wave to acknowledge the introduction. Ramona claims she is at the market alone and asks if she can join them for a meal. Simone begins to hesitate, but Marissa surprises her by inviting Ramona to take a seat. Marissa maintains a friendly smile, welcoming the uninvited guest to the table. Ramona heads off to grab some food, leaving the couple alone for a brief moment. A frustrated Simone asks Marissa why she would invite Ramona to join them during their private date. Marissa explains that it would be awkward to say no since Ramona is alone, though she remains suspicious of the woman's motives. Deep down, Marissa wonders why Ramona is so obsessed with using Simone's photo for her online presence. Ramona returns to the table, ready to eat with the two women. Marissa politely gestures to the seat next to her, allowing Ramona to sit down. The group settles in to eat their snacks together at the outdoor market. When Ramona asks how long they have known each other, Marissa reveals they have been a couple for 5 years. Ramona is visibly shocked by the news of their long-term relationship. Marissa notices that Ramona is struggling to keep her composure after hearing the truth. Taking control of the conversation, Marissa talks about how their relationship has only grown stronger through their various challenges. Ramona asks Simone to fetch her some water, testing the dynamic between the couple. In a brief flashback, Ramona remembers Simone as a kind and helpful person from their school days. The memory highlights how much Ramona has admired Simone's personality over the years. Ramona recounts how Simone used to treat everyone to ice cream after basketball games in high school. Marissa listens intently, realizing there are many stories from Simone's past she hasn't heard before. Ramona continues to praise Simone's popularity and how well-liked she was by everyone at their school. She then subtly brings up old rumors about Simone being a flirt, trying to see if it bothers Marissa. Marissa shuts down the gossip, stating that Simone's past doesn't matter as long as they are together now. Ramona can only stare in silence, stunned by Marissa's unwavering confidence in her relationship. As the sun sets over the city, the scene shifts away from the night market. Lydia wakes up at her messy desk after a long night of work when her phone begins to buzz. She answers a call from her professor, asking for help reaching a contact at the university who hasn't replied to her emails. Lydia mentions she is pulling an all-nighter to prepare for her upcoming domestic fashion line. She closes her eyes for a moment, clearly exhausted from the intense workload. The professor stands by a window in a high-rise building while discussing the matter with her. Lydia confirms that the person she is trying to track down is named Jonathan. Lydia remains focused at her desk, ignoring the distractions of her ringing phone as she works late into the night. She eventually picks up a call from her professor to ask for a contact at the university, who hasn't been responding to her emails. Lydia explains that she is pulling an all-nighter to prepare for her upcoming domestic fashion line. She closes her eyes for a moment, expressing how much she wants people to see her work soon. On the other end of the line, the man asks she is looking for someone named Jonathan. Lydia confirms the name, her mind wandering back to the past. A flashback to high school shows a sunny day on the basketball court. Ramona is seen enjoying a game and chatting with friends during a break. A younger Lydia runs up to the group to warn Ramona about unexpected pop quiz in math class. Ramona and her friend tell Lydia to head back first while they finish up their lunch break. Back in the classroom, The students are all focused on their test papers. One student notices that Jonathan seems to be breezing through the exam without any trouble. Curious, the student leans over to take a quick peek at Jonathan's progress. Instead of math equations, Jonathan has covered his entire test sheet with detailed artistic sketches. The classmate is left completely baffled by Jonathan's choice to draw rather than answer the questions. Later, students gossip on the balcony about how Jonathan didn't answer a single question and just drew pictures. They admire his rebellious nature and good looks, suggesting he could easily make a living as a model. Lydia joins the conversation, dismissing him as someone who is beautiful but empty on the inside. Her friends suddenly give her a worried look, wondering why she is being so blunt. They nervously point out that the person she is talking about is standing right behind her. Lydia turns around to find Jonathan looming over her with a neutral expression. He gives her a brief, cold glance before walking past the group without saying a word. The trio stands frozen in the hallway as he leaves, feeling the weight of the awkward encounter. Lydia worries that she has made an enemy, though her friends agree that he probably heard everything. Regretful, Lydia prepares to speak up and address the situation. She chases after Jonathan in the courtyard, calling out his name to get him to stop. Out of breath, she catches up to him and insists that she needs to explain her comments. Jonathan stops and listens, though his face remains completely unreadable. Lydia offers a sincere apology, admitting she shouldn't have been talking about him behind his back. Jonathan coldly responds that he doesn't care what she thinks, so there is no reason for her to apologize. As he turns to leave, Lydia is left stunned by his dismissive attitude. He stops one last time to tell her that she should look in a mirror before calling others shallow. Lydia is paralyzed by the sharp insult, unable to process what just happened. Her friends eventually catch up and explain that he essentially called her unattractive. Lydia erupts in a fit of rage, frustrated that her apology was met with such a mean response. Her friends try to calm her down while she continues to fume over the encounter. In the present day, Lydia chuckles to herself while remembering the old memory. A delivery of invitation cards arrives at the studio, signaling the next phase of her project. Lydia decides to take over the task of filling out the invitations herself. She carefully picks up her pen, ready to write. The first name she writes down on an invitation is Jonathan. Meanwhile, Simone and Mushin arrive at a building together after their time at the market. Simone checks her phone and notices a notification from Ramona. She sees that Ramona has set a photo of the two of them as her profile picture, and starts typing a message to call it disrespectful. Mushin leans over to see what has Simone so annoyed. Simone explains that Ramona is using a selfie of them, likely to stir up trouble. Mushin asks if Ramona actually has feelings for her, given her persistent behavior. Simone notes that she already made their relationship status clear and intended to ignore her. Mushin reaches out and tells Simone not to send the message after all. She explains that responding will only make Ramona think they care about her antics, which they don't. Text messages reveal a request to change a profile picture, citing it as disrespectful, while one party has dinner with their partner. A discussion ensues between the two women about what exactly constitutes disrespect in this digital context. One woman clarifies that she is indifferent to how her actions might be perceived by others. The grand venue for the fashion show is revealed, featuring a massive glass ceiling decorated with ornate wing motifs. Backstage, a staff member nervously observes the growing crowd from behind a curtain. The preparation area is filled with makeup kits and rows of chairs for the models. Models and assistants bustle about as they finalize outfits for the upcoming runway walk. A makeup artist carefully applies shimmering eyeshadow to one of the performers. Final touches are added to a model's look with the application of lipstick. A hand rests against dark fabric as the final adjustments are made to a costume. The focus shifts to the elegant profile of a model waiting for her turn to perform. Lydia stands with Simone, reviewing the intricate details of her dark, lace-trimmed ensemble. Lydia confidently informs Simone that she has been chosen to lead the grand finale of the show. Backstage, coordination continues as staff members check on the seating status of key guests. In the audience, a man sits with a focused expression, waiting for the event to begin. Simone makes her way onto the runway, drawing the eyes of the spectators seated nearby. A woman in the audience watches the show with a satisfied smile. Another model showcases a sleek black gown as she walks past the seated guests. The atmosphere shifts as the woman in the crowd suddenly looks concerned. A guest with silver hair checks her phone and notices a sudden notification. Her eyes widen as she reads a breaking news alert regarding the lead model. The alert identifies Simone's roommate as the same individual from a previously documented street interaction. Online comments quickly populate the screen, showing the public's intense reaction to the leaked information. Sensing the rising tension, two guests decide they need to leave their seats immediately. They agree to discuss the situation further once they are outside the main hall. The pair navigates through the crowded rows of spectators to make a quick exit. The silver-haired woman watches them leave, her mind racing with the new information. She makes a connection between the people in the news and those currently in the room. Backstage, a frantic assistant shows the viral news report to Simone and Lydia. A manager hurries down the hallway to address the growing PR crisis. They worry that the timing of the leak will negatively impact public opinion just before the finale. Staff members express concern that the reporters on site have already seen the trending story. Simone stands quietly in her runway attire, absorbing the impact of the scandal. Taking responsibility for the situation, Simone offers to let another model take her place for the finale. Assistants suggest that they have enough time to swap performers to avoid more controversy. Lydia looks at Simone, carefully considering the best course of action for the brand. Without hesitation, Lydia rejects the idea of replacing her lead model. Lydia stands firm, declaring that Simone will still be the one to finish the show. A blonde woman walks briskly through the building's lobby, looking focused. Behind her sunglasses, she maintains a determined expression despite the unfolding chaos. She is informed that the leak was likely a calculated move by one of Jonathan's rivals. She refuses to hide in a hotel, insisting on staying to support Simone through the fallout. Lydia remains firm in her decision to have Simone lead the show's finale. Marissa looks on with a focused and determined expression. A staff member advises Marissa to hide out in a hotel to avoid the aggressive press. Marissa refuses to go into hiding, insisting she won't leave Simone to face the crisis alone. The PR manager is overwhelmed by the sheer volume of negative comments flooding in. Realizing the current strategy isn't working, she decides to call Marissa directly. The fashion show continues with the models receiving a warm round of applause. Behind the scenes, Lydia catches up with Simone to praise her performance. Simone apologizes for the chaos and asks if Lydia still wants her in the finale. Lydia makes it clear that Simone's talent is the only thing that matters to her. As Lydia leaves for interviews, Simone heads back to the dressing room. Suddenly, Simone's heel gives way, causing her ankle to twist sharply. Simone clutches her injured leg in pain while Ramona notices the accident. The model winces as the sharp pain from the sprain sets in. Ramona quickly steps in to provide physical support for the struggling model. Simone tries to brush it off, but the injury is clearly more than just a minor stumble. Lydia arrives on the scene and immediately demands to know what happened. Simone reports the injury and asks about the plan to handle the media leak. Lydia instructs her to head to the garage to meet Marissa and avoid the reporters outside. Simone tries to stay focused, though the stress and physical pain are mounting. Lydia observes the swelling and warns Simone that she might not be able to walk. Ramona offers to assist the injured model down to the parking area. Lydia reminds Simone that she has a major commercial shoot in just 2 days. The parking garage remains empty and quiet as the group approaches. Marissa waits inside the vehicle, preoccupied with her phone and the unfolding scandal. She looks out into the garage, clearly anxious for Simone to appear. Ramona carefully guides Simone toward the car from across the lot. Marissa opens the car door and helps get the injured model safely inside. A look of concern and calculation crosses Marissa's face as she evaluates the situation. Marissa extends an invitation to Ramona to join them for a ride. She urges everyone to get into the car so they can discuss their next move. An unknown woman in a beret is seen walking through the parking structure. She pauses her walk, staring intently at the car as it prepares to depart. Inside the vehicle, the three women sit in a tense and heavy silence. The mysterious onlooker wonders who the other woman in the car could be. Marissa reveals she spotted the journalist who leaked the private photos to the public. She asks Ramona to play along with a cover story to save their reputations. Marissa explains the plan to frame their relationship as a strictly professional one. Simone expresses deep concern that Marissa might lose her job for this lie. She declares that she won't allow Marissa's career to be sacrificed for her sake. The car speeds through the city as the weight of their choices hangs in the air. Simone proposes a radical alternative, telling the truth and starting over in another country. Marissa is left speechless by the suggestion of leaving everything behind. Ramona points out the massive legal and financial risks involved with Simone's agency contract. Simone looks away, fully aware of the high stakes and the future she might be throwing away. In the back of the car, the group discusses the heavy financial penalties for breaking a modeling contract. A hand reaches out to offer comfort as the gravity of the legal situation sinks in. Simone explains that she needs to establish a solid reputation locally before she can hope to succeed in the international market. The model looks down, contemplating the risks of working independently if her firm terminates her contract. Her companion listens carefully, realizing how much is at stake for Simone's future career. The trio sits in tense silence as they navigate the streets, weighing their next moves. Ramona gazes out the window, looking for a way to manage the unfolding PR disaster. The car passes by a local framing shop as they search for a nearby clinic. With no doctors open nearby, the group decides to stop for supplies to treat Simone's injury themselves. Simone acknowledges Ramona's helpfulness with a weary look. The model stares ahead, feeling the mounting pressure of the night's events. Ramona insists that her efforts are only because she cares about Simone's well-being. An awkward atmosphere fills the vehicle as they continue their journey. One of the passengers wonders if she should say something to break the uncomfortable quiet. Despite the injury, Simone suggests they all share a meal to keep their strength up. The dark-haired companion realizes the situation is becoming far more complicated than she anticipated. The city lights blur past as the car heads toward a safe location. They pull into an underground parking structure to avoid being spotted by the paparazzi. A bag filled with ice packs is prepared to help reduce the swelling in Simone's ankle. The two women provide physical support, helping Simone limp toward the building. Simone gives a slight nudge to indicate she can manage with just one person's help. She makes it clear that her partner is more than capable of assisting her. The three of them walk together, with a visible rift forming in the group group dynamic. Ramona watches them with a flat expression, noting the protective behavior. A subtle, knowing smile crosses Ramona's face as she follows behind. At the restaurant, a knife slices into a steak to prepare it for the meal. The meat is cut into perfect, manageable pieces for the injured model. The group shares a meal in a high-end restaurant, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy. Simone offers a polite smile, though the tension at the table remains high. Close-up shots capture the unspoken communication happening between the three women. Simone suggests that her partner could help cut Ramona's steak as well, highlighting her helpful nature. Ramona politely declines, suggesting the focus should remain on Simone's recovery. The conversation stalls, leading to another bout of heavy silence during dinner. The dark-haired woman feels the weight of the social friction and looks visibly uneasy. Ramona advises that going home is too risky and suggests finding a hotel instead. She then offers up her own home as a safe haven for the night. Simone's companion looks surprised by the sudden invitation to stay over. The dark-haired woman continues eating while processing the awkward living arrangement. Ramona confirms she has a spare room, making the offer difficult to refuse. The companion worries that the night is only going to get more stressful. The group arrives at a modern apartment complex to hide away from the public. They walk through the corridors, whispering about the unexpected turn of events. Simone and her partner follow Ramona into the unit, still feeling a bit out of place. A quick glance shows the confusion and hesitation on the face of Simone's companion. Ramona reaches for her keys and unlocks the door to her private residence. The guests are welcomed into a large, elegantly decorated living area. Simone and her partner are taken aback by the sheer size of the apartment. Ramona begins pouring juice for everyone while discussing the possibility of getting a roommate. She mentions that the place often feels too big and quiet when she's there by herself. The sound of the doorbell suddenly echoes through the apartment, startling the group. Everyone turns toward the entrance, wondering who could be visiting at this hour. Ramona goes to answer the door to see who has arrived unannounced. A blue-haired man stands outside, looking just as surprised to see Ramona. He holds up a bag of fresh crab, explaining it was a gift from his father's coworker. The visitor asks if Ramona is currently hosting guests. He peers inside and spots the famous model and her partner sitting in the living room. The man is stunned to find high-profile celebrities hiding out in his friend's apartment. Ramona tries to explain the situation before he jumps to any wild conclusions. The visitor stands at the door, clearly overwhelmed by the unexpected company. Leftover scraps and empty plates clutter the table as the group finishes their late-night meal. The blue-haired visitor, Gwen, introduces herself as Ramona's girlfriend, but Ramona immediately shuts the claim down by calling her just a friend. Marissa and Simone watch the awkward exchange in silence while sipping their drinks. Later, Ramona heads to the bathroom to wash her hands while Gwen follows her inside. Ramona firmly warns Gwen to stop lying about their relationship, but Gwen dismisses her concerns as being too uptight. Gwen points out that the person Ramona is actually in love with only has eyes for someone else. Ramona turns off the faucet and coldly tells Gwen that it is time for her to leave the apartment. Gwen grabs Ramona's arms to keep her from walking away, insisting that she is still waiting for her. Ramona looks frustrated as Gwen claims she should understand how difficult it is to give up on a person you love. Outside, the city lights glow as night fully settles over the quiet apartment complex. A digital clock on the side table shows that it is nearly 12:30 in the morning. Marissa lies awake in bed, staring at the ceiling while Simone sleeps soundly beside her. Simone suddenly shifts in her sleep, yanking the covers and accidentally hitting Marissa. Marissa sits up with an annoyed expression, realizing that Simone is a restless sleeper who is hugging the entire bed. Unable to sleep, Marissa quietly leaves the bedroom and heads into the dark hallway. She stops in her tracks when she notices a light on in the living area. Ramona is sitting on the couch with headphones and asks Marissa why she is still awake. Marissa explains she just needed to get a glass of water and didn't want to bother anyone. She takes a quick drink from her glass while standing in the middle of the kitchen. Ramona tells her to make herself at home as they both sit together in the dimly lit room. Marissa asks why Ramona is up so late, and Ramona admits that she suffers from frequent insomnia. A heavy silence falls between the two as they sit side by side on the sofa. Ramona confesses that she envies Marissa for being with the person she loves, even if it's just for a short time. Marissa mentions that Gwen seems devoted to her, but Ramona clarifies that Gwen isn't the one she has feelings for. Marissa turns to Ramona and directly asks who the person she loves really is. With a serious look, Marissa asks Ramona if the person she is in love with is actually Simone. Back in the quiet bedroom, the lamp remains lit over the mostly empty bed. Simone begins to stir and fumble around the sheets as she starts to wake up alone. A single glass of water sits on the table as the late-night tension builds between the three women. Simone looks on with a curious expression, wondering what the sudden confrontation is about. Ramona remains focused, her gaze steady as she prepares to answer a difficult question. She maintains a serious profile, clearly unsettled by the current line of inquiry. With a brief, firm response, Ramona confirms the suspicions being raised. Marissa enters the room, questioning why everyone is still awake at such a late hour. Simone quickly tries to deflect, claiming she only got up because she needed a drink of water. Marissa stands tall, looming over the two as they remain seated on the couch. Suddenly, Marissa reaches out, her hand making contact with Simone's side. Startled by the sudden physical attention, Simone looks up in surprise. Marissa leans in extremely close, putting her face right next to Simone's to make a silent, bold point. After the intense moment, Simone is left stunned, her hand drifting to her face as she processes what just happened. She looks over, noting that Ramona was right there watching the entire display. Marissa breaks the silence, telling Simone to return to bed and promising to join her after a quick trip to the bathroom. As Marissa walks away, Ramona and Simone share a heavy, silent look of uncertainty. Simone eventually suggests that Ramona should try to get some rest as well. Inside the bathroom, Marissa stares at her reflection in the mirror, seemingly lost in thought. She eventually turns and reaches for the door handle to head back out. Just as she exits, Ramona catches her by surprise, wrapping her arms around her in a firm embrace from behind. Ramona demands to know if Marissa's earlier display of affection towards Simone was done on purpose just to spite her. Marissa remains stoic and silent, refusing to give Ramona the reaction she's looking for. Marissa tells Ramona plainly that their past relationship is over, and that she shouldn't waste any more energy on her. She points out that Ramona already has someone else in her life who cares for her deeply. With that, Marissa turns her back and walks away, leaving Ramona alone with her thoughts. Ramona watches her go, wondering if there's any chance Marissa could ever feel the same way again. Returning to the bedroom, Marissa sits on the edge of the bed where Simone is waiting. Simone teases her, asking what took so long and if she missed being by her side. Simone's expression turns serious as she waits for a real answer while lying down. Marissa leans over her playfully, acknowledging that she did indeed miss her presence. Simone asks directly if the earlier show of affection in the living room was a calculated move. Marissa explains that she simply wanted to show her feelings, regardless of who happened to be in the room. Simone asks if Marissa overheard the conversation she was having earlier. Marissa reassures her, holding her close and telling her to focus only on their connection. The scene shifts to the next day at a large building where the media is buzzing about the recent news regarding Simone. Ms. Tong meets with her associates to apologize for the unwanted press attention the model has brought to their project. One of the designers reflects on the situation, noting that the high level of publicity might actually help the brand's visibility. A well-dressed man in a suit stands ready for the day's professional engagements. He approaches Lydia, calling out her name to begin their scheduled business. Lydia stands in a group as Jonathan approaches to find her. She looks surprised to see him showing up at her workplace. Jonathan stares down the other man in the room, Dan Yu, with a cold expression. The group disperses as the workday ends, leaving the trio in a tense standoff. Jonathan and Dan Yu stand on opposite sides of Lydia, sizing each other up. Dan Yu breaks the silence by asking who the newcomer is. Jonathan maintains a stern, unreadable expression as he is addressed. Lydia begins to introduce Jonathan to her colleague, but her mind drifts to the past. A flashback reveals an airplane at an airport gate from years ago. A younger Lydia shares a tearful embrace with Jonathan before her departure. She cries into his shoulder, pleading to stay instead of going abroad for her design studies. Jonathan holds her steady, trying to keep her calm during the emotional goodbye. He gently wipes the tears from her face to comfort her. Jonathan insists that she must go to pursue her dreams, even though he cannot follow her. He explains that while he must study business for his family, she has the chance to build her own brand. Lydia is heartbroken at the thought of facing her future all alone. He promises to wait for her return and embrace her once her brand is ready. Jonathan encourages her to succeed for his sake and never give up on her goals. During her 4 years away, Lydia focuses on her studies, while their connection remains distant. They exchange wordless postcards every month, keeping their memories of each other alive through images. Even now, Lydia finds herself thinking back to those postcards while working on a mannequin. Back in the present, Dan Yu watches Lydia as she finishes her work. He asks if everything is alright, sensing her distraction. Jonathan interrupts the moment, firmly declaring himself as Lydia's boyfriend. The two men stand face to face, creating a heavy atmosphere in the room. Dan Yu remains composed despite the blunt introduction. Dan Yu offers a handshake, introducing himself as Lydia's professional advisor. He decides to leave the couple alone so they can speak privately. Lydia thanks Dan for coming to see her show before he departs. Jonathan watches him leave with a cold, suspicious gaze. Later that night, a car drives through the city streets. The vehicle comes to a halt at a red light amidst the busy traffic. Lydia and Jonathan sit in a heavy silence inside the car. Jonathan focuses on the road, his mood clearly soared by the day's events. He questions her decision to let Simone handle the finale despite the ongoing public scandal. Lydia stares ahead, processing his harsh criticism of her professional choices. She defends her decision, stating that she doesn't want to force Simone to hide her identity. Jonathan argues that she is being too rash and ignoring how the local publicity affects the brand. Lydia reminds him that he used to admire brave people, but he counters that work and feelings shouldn't mix. Disappointed by his cold business perspective, Lydia grips her seatbelt and asks to be taken home. A car speeds through the city at night as a passenger asks to be taken home, claiming to feel unwell. Inside the vehicle, Lydia sits in silence next to Jonathan, rejecting his suggestion to see a doctor. Jonathan glances over, but the atmosphere remains cold and disconnected. Their hands rest near each other on the seat, highlighting the lack of warmth between them. Lydia's eyes reflect a deep sense of exhaustion and detachment from the situation. Her expression remains grim as she contemplates the current state of her relationship. They eventually pull up to a large, modern residence under the dark sky. Lydia enters the house alone, looking weary as she carries her belongings into the entryway. She walks through the spacious, minimalist living area, appearing isolated in the quiet home. As she looks out the large glass window, she can see Jonathan watching her from outside by his car. Suddenly, she notices a presence in the room and her eyes widen in surprise. She stops walking, her slippers coming to a halt on the polished floor. Her mother greets her, questioning why she returned so late in the evening. Her mother asks if the man who dropped her off was her former high school boyfriend, Jonathan. Lydia briefly confirms his identity, though her expression remains troubled. When her mother suggests inviting him inside, Lydia is visibly taken aback by the idea. She quickly shuts down the suggestion, insisting that now is not the right time for a meeting. Her mother is confused by the sudden reluctance to see someone they both once knew. Lydia turns away, repeating that it is simply not a good moment for such a reunion. Lydia reflects internally on how her once steady feelings have fundamentally shifted over time. The next morning, Ramona enters the room as Simone and Marissa prepare to leave. Ramona arrives with bags of breakfast, hoping to share a meal with the two women. Simone politely declines, explaining that they need to get to the office immediately. Ramona insists they stay, mentioning that they are all actually heading to the same destination. Both Simone and Marissa are stunned by this unexpected piece of news. Ramona explains that a meeting has been scheduled to discuss a joint photo shoot involving both of them. Marissa is immediately frustrated, questioning why they would be booked for a project together. Ramona remains composed, offering no further explanation for the professional arrangement. She waves it off casually, treating the collaboration as a standard work obligation. Marissa is internally fuming, wondering if the complications surrounding their situation will ever end. Simone checks her phone, noting that her own agent hasn't contacted her about this development yet. Ramona suggests they discuss the details over breakfast before they depart. Simone is confused by Marissa's behavior, wondering why she is agreeing to eat with someone she's trying to avoid. Suddenly, Marissa asks Simone to feed her, leaving Simone completely baffled. Claiming to be too exhausted to move, Marissa leans on the table in a deliberate display of fatigue. The group settles into a highly uncomfortable and tense breakfast session. Ramona holds a glass of water, silently observing the awkward dynamic unfolding across the table. Simone and Marissa sit at a table with Ramona while Simone feeds a small piece of food to Marissa. Marissa happily accepts the snack as Ramona watches the interaction with a neutral expression. Simone glances down, her face becoming more serious as she reflects on the current situation. While finishing their meal, Simone decides it is time to ask for more details regarding the upcoming photo shoot. A woman approaches the table and asks the group how long they have all been so close. The newcomer questions Marissa and Simone about whether they stayed together the previous night. Simone suggests taking Marissa to her office before they head out for the day's work. Marissa declines the offer, stating that she will just catch a cab to her destination instead. She explains that the travel time will give her a chance to think about what to tell her boss. Simone watches her with a concerned look, clearly worried about the professional fallout Marissa is facing. Simone reaches out to offer support, asking if Marissa will really be okay on her own. Simone looks down, feeling a sense of guilt that she cannot do more to help the situation. She worries that she has been a burden despite everything Marissa has done for her. Marissa gently taps Simone's forehead to stop her from worrying and tells her to relax. Simone offers a small, grateful smile as she holds onto Marissa's hand. The two women share a brief, supportive moment of proximity before parting ways. Marissa asks Simone to keep her posted on every outfit and photo taken during the shoot. Simone is surprised Marissa still has the energy to care about those details while facing a meeting with her boss. Simone promises to send updates and wishes Marissa good luck with her day. Marissa waves a final goodbye to the group as she heads off to deal with her firm. The scene shifts to the front desk of the Ford law firm. A quiet hallway inside the professional building leads toward the executive offices. Marissa meets with her boss, who questions how she plans to handle the latest public scandal. Marissa listens to the criticism while maintaining a calm and composed professional appearance. Her boss points out that the situation is damaging the firm's reputation and the trust of their clients. Marissa offers an apology and formally announces her intention to resign after closing her current case. The boss acknowledges her high level of competence, but admits that the scandal is a major problem for the firm. Marissa looks away and quietly expresses her understanding of his position. He tells her to get back to work and suggests they wait until the case is finished before finalizing any resignation. At a different location, a shopkeeper looks up and greets a customer entering the store. The young woman's eyes widen in surprise as she recognizes the person who just walked through the door. Marissa stands at the counter, prompting the shopkeeper to ask what brings her to the shop. Marissa runs into an acquaintance at a cafe, surprised by the unexpected encounter during her lunch break. The woman points out that Marissa's office is quite a distance from this location. Marissa admits she's trying to avoid her coworkers and the constant office gossip regarding recent events. Seeing Marissa's frustration, the woman realizes the news of the scandal has already spread through the firm. She offers a simple menu of sandwiches and fruit salad for their meal. A variety of dishes, including pancakes and fruit, are served as they settle in to talk. While eating, the acquaintance asks Marissa for an update on her relationship with Margaret. She explains that while rumors circulated for for a while, the public interest in them has finally started to fade. She notes that Margot can blend into her band, unlike Simone, who faces constant public exposure in her career. Marissa asks if the couple has ever considered making their relationship official to the public. The woman recalls how they used to be incredibly cautious about being seen together in the past. She explains that they've accepted their reality and no longer feel a need to prove anything to the public. The woman concludes that the only real benefit would be showing affection openly, but she has nothing to prove to outsiders. When asked if the quiet shop location is a way to avoid crowds, the woman admits she just prefers a manageable workload. Marissa feels a sense of relief after hearing this grounded perspective on public relationships. The acquaintance jokes that attractive women like them naturally end up with high-profile partners. Marissa suddenly becomes flustered as the word seductive hangs in her mind. She focuses on her food, trying to mask her thoughts about a specific person's charm. Her friend notices the sudden change in demeanor and watches her curiously. When asked who she is thinking about, Marissa remains focused on her plate. She describes this mystery person as being painfully seductive, while she continues to eat. Marissa vaguely clarifies that she is referring to someone from her past. Meanwhile, a large studio is buzzing with activity as a major photo shoot gets underway. Professional cameras and lighting equipment are positioned to capture the perfect shots. Ramona and a fellow model pose together in stylish outfits, maintaining a professional distance for the camera. The photographer works through several angles, capturing the model's focused expressions. Ramona maintains a poised and confident look as the session nears its end. Once the shoot concludes, a spread of catered meals is laid out for the hard-working crew. The photographer wraps up the day, thanking everyone for their excellent performance. Ramona and her colleague walk away from the set, finally able to relax after the long day. Ramona approaches a staff member to request copies of the photos taken during the session. The assistant hands over the requested files as they finish up their tasks. Ramona checks her phone, prepared to send an update on the day's progress to her boss. Outside a quiet cafe, a shocking revelation about a past romance hangs in the air. Marissa's friend is absolutely stunned by the news, calling the situation completely messed up. The stress of the drama is clearly getting to Marissa as she clutches her head in frustration. Her friend points out that if Simone and this girl knew each other in high school, their history is likely deep. Marissa can hardly handle the speculation, feeling a massive headache coming on. The advice is simple. Just ask Simone directly what happened between them back in the day. Despite the uncertainty, Marissa insists she trusts Simone and believes she's the only one in her heart. The two discuss how to handle the rival, with Marissa recalling an awkward breakfast encounter meant to mark her territory. Thinking back on that bold move makes Marissa's face turn bright red with embarrassment. She admits her dynamic with Simone isn't quite as overtly affectionate as other couples she knows. Over a light lunch, the two continue strategizing on how to handle the lingering threat of the old flame. Finally taking the plunge, Marissa pulls out her phone to send the fateful message. On the other side, Simone is busy at a photo shoot, sending updates and missing her partner. During a quick lunch break, Simone snacks while staying glued to her device. When Marissa's text about the past pops up, Simone literally chokes on her food in surprise. Her coworker has to step in as Simone struggles to regain her composure after the digital bombshell. Simone realizes she has to be completely honest, even if the truth about her high school feelings is hard to hear. Back at the cafe, Marissa is floored by the wall of text explaining Simone's history with the other girl. The friend jumps back into the conversation with a sudden idea to solve the problem for good. Marissa jokingly suggests a physical confrontation before realizing that's way too extreme for their professional lives. The friend gets a good laugh out of the uncharacteristic suggestion. A more tactical plan is proposed. Use public displays of affection to drive the rival away. The goal is to slowly break the rival's heart until she finally gives up and moves on. Marissa wonders if such a psychological strategy might be a little too cruel. Her friend gives her a thumbs up, reminding her that she's already been doing a great job so far. Night falls over the city as the scene shifts to the quiet exterior of their modern home. Simone steps through the door, looking noticeably nervous about the conversation ahead. Marissa is waiting for her, greeting her with a calm but expectant look. She immediately brings up the text message, asking for a much more detailed explanation. The tension is palpable as Simone realizes there's no avoiding the deep dive into her past. Looking worried, Simone clarifies if Marissa truly wants to hear every single detail of the old romance. With a sweet but firm smile, Marissa makes it clear she's ready to hear everything Simone has to share. The city is blanketed in a thick layer of winter snow. Modern apartment buildings stand tall against the cold, gray morning sky. Through a frosted window, the bare branches of trees are heavy with fresh snowfall. An alarm begins to blare on a desk cluttered with textbooks and study materials. Under a warm quilt, a student remains fast asleep as the noise persists. The digital clock strikes 6 in the morning next to a calendar featuring a cat in a hat. A hand finally reaches out from the blankets to silence the persistent beeping. Simone sits up groggily, struggling to wake up for the day ahead. She scratches her head while glancing out at the snowy landscape outside her window. Despite the early hour, she looks wide awake and ready to move. Dressed in her winter school uniform, she steps out of her bedroom into the hallway. She greets her father, who is already busy preparing a meal in the kitchen. After asking about her mother, she learns the woman was called into the hospital for an emergency surgery. Simone fidgets with her slippers, seemingly anxious to get going. She quickly finishes her breakfast, washing it down with a glass of water. She announces that she needs to head to school early for a special event. Her father tries to convince her to finish her food, but she insists she's in a major hurry. Grabbing a piece of toast, she rushes down the hallway toward the door. Just as she's about to leave, she runs into her mother, who has just returned home. The two stop in the hallway as her mother eyes her suspiciously. Her mother questions why she is heading out so early in the morning. Meanwhile, her father tries to quickly clear the table to hide the evidence of her unfinished meal. Her mother scolds her for eating while walking and demands to know the reason for the rush. Simone apologizes and quickly makes her way past her mother to the exit. She takes one last look back at the doorway before heading out into the cold. Once outside, she breathes a sigh of relief that her secret remains safe for now. She carefully walks her bike through the deep snow covering the sidewalk. Looking up, she notices the beauty of the season's first snowfall. However, the ground is incredibly slippery, making it difficult to maintain her footing. Back inside, her mother declines breakfast and prepares to get some rest. The parents discuss Simone's recent habit of leaving for school well before classes start. Her mother remains unconvinced by the excuse of a school event. She decides to take matters into her own hands and pulls out her phone. She navigates to her contacts to call Simone's homeroom teacher for the truth. Over at the school, the gates are closed against the winter chill. A small group of students is gathered by the outdoor basketball courts. Simone runs up to join them, clearly excited to start their secret session. She explains that her mother has no idea she joined the basketball team, and it would be a disaster if she found out. She pulls out a set of keys, explaining they can get a ball from the storage area. She tells her teammates to stay put while she goes to retrieve the equipment. The equipment room is dark and filled with stacks of sports gear. Simone pushes the door open, casting a narrow beam of light into the gloom. She steps inside and reaches for the light switch on the wall. To her frustration, the light fails to turn on, leaving her in the dark. A strange rumbling sound echoes through the room, causing her to call out nervously. She stands frozen in the doorway, staring into the shadows. Her foot hits something on the floor, and her eyes widen as she realizes she isn't alone. Kneeling down, she hears the distinct sound of someone quietly sniffling. She leans in closer to get a better look at the person hiding in the corner. She finds a girl huddled on the ground, overwhelmed with tears. In the present, Marissa is shocked and asks how the girl got trapped in there. Simone looks away, her expression turning somber as she remembers the past. She explains that the girl was often targeted because she wasn't popular with the other students. Young Simone looks at the crying girl with concern, asking if she's okay. The girl quickly wipes her tears and stands up to leave, catching Simone off guard. Simone watches in silence as the mysterious girl exits the storage room and heads back into the bright hallway. Feeling the weight of the situation, Simone wonders if she's already getting into trouble so early in the term. Outside, the bare branches of a winter tree frame the cold morning sky. Simone's mother walks through the school gates, looking determined as she heads toward the main building. A sign on a nearby door marks the entrance to the teacher office. Inside, Simone's mother sits down and voices her disapproval of the school's extracurricular student group. The teacher listens patiently, explaining that the basketball team helps students balance their studies. Despite the teacher's defense of Simone's choices, her mother remains unconvinced and firm in her stance. Simone's mother listens intently, though her expression remains stern and skeptical. The teacher informs her that Simone should currently be in the locker room, preparing for the upcoming tournament. Out on the track field, a large crowd of students gathers as the school prepares for the day's events. Simone quickly packs her jersey into her bag, eager to get ready for the game. A teammate taps Simone on the shoulder to grab her attention. The teammate points toward the entrance, asking if the woman walking toward them is Simone's mother. Simone's heart sinks as she realizes her mother is searching for her in the middle of the school event. Panicked, Simone knows she needs to reach the court without being spotted. She looks toward the locker room doors, searching for a quick escape route. Simone tells her friend to act natural and pretend they haven't seen her if her mother asks. She bolts down the quiet school hallway, hoping to find a place to hide for a few moments. Simone quickly ducks into a room and pulls the door shut to avoid detection. To her surprise, she finds the same girl from the storage room sitting inside the locker room. Simone is stunned to encounter her again and asks why she's hiding here now. In the present day, Marissa listens closely as Simone continues recounting the details of that day. Simone explains that the girl, Ramona, became a target of bullying after she turned down a popular boy. A flashback reveals a former friend accusing Ramona of being two-faced in front of the other students. Marissa looks concerned as she hears how the entire class eventually turned against the girl. Simone tries to brush off the memory as ancient history, but Marissa is hooked and wants to know more. In a playful moment, Marissa tugs on Simone's sleeve, begging for the rest of the story. Marissa maintains a soft, curious gaze, waiting for Simone to continue the tale. Simone asks if Marissa is absolutely sure that hearing about the past won't cause any jealousy. Resting her head against Marissa's shoulder, Simone finds comfort in sharing her history. Marissa smiles warmly, assuring Simone that she only cares about being the one by her side now. Simone checks on Ramona to see if she is doing all right after the recent confrontation. A dark stain is visible on Ramona's pink athletic gear, a clear sign of the harassment she's been facing. After a quick assessment, Simone concludes that Ramona isn't physically hurt. Suddenly, the locker room door begins to rattle as someone tries to get inside. Simone's mother enters the room with a stern, searching expression. She scans the area and calls out for Simone, hoping to catch her daughter. Approaching Ramona, the mother asks if a girl with a black ponytail has passed through. Ramona remains calm and composed, keeping her eyes fixed on the woman. Crouched low to stay out of sight, Simone signals for Ramona to keep her presence a secret. Ramona follows the lead and lies, telling the mother that she hasn't seen anyone. Accepting the answer with a look of suspicion, the mother turns to leave the room. Once the coast is clear, Simone emerges from her hiding spot and thanks Ramona for the help. Ramona explains that she was just returning the favor for being let out of the room earlier that morning. Simone realizes the severity of the situation, asks if the bullies were the ones who ruined Ramona's uniform. The weight of the constant bullying finally hits, and Ramona's eyes begin to fill with tears. She looks down, clearly overwhelmed by the persistent mistreatment from her peers. Panicking at the sight of Ramona crying, Simone tells her to stop and insists she isn't trying to pick on her. Simone reaches out and holds Ramona's face to keep her from breaking down further. Realizing she might be too blunt, Simone pulls back and looks frustrated with the entire situation. She warns Ramona that crying only makes her look like an easier target for the people bothering her. Simone tells her to stand strong and demands to know why they are even targeting her in the first place. In the present, Marissa notes that it makes perfect sense why Ramona would have fallen for Simone after that encounter. Simone quickly clarifies that she wasn't trying to make a move and just hated seeing someone treated that way. Marissa points out that to someone in Ramona's position, Simone must have been a single ray of hope. Simone reflects on how they spent more time together through extracurricular activities as Ramona became more cheerful. Simone's hands tense up as she prepares to explain how the relationship ended. She admits that she eventually started to reciprocate those feelings, but her mother found their letters and stopped everything. Marissa stares back, her expression becoming increasingly unreadable as she processes the story. Suddenly, Marissa begins to scoot away across the floor in a fit of silent jealousy. She continues moving until there is a massive gap between them, leaving Simone totally baffled. Simone asks why Marissa is acting angry when she was the one who asked to hear the story. Marissa continues to give her the cold shoulder, refusing to look her way. Finally, Marissa turns back with an annoyed glare, questioning why Simone thought she wouldn't be upset. Simone gives a playful salute, signaling her compliance with the current plan. Marissa watches with a skeptical look, clearly not amused by the sudden change in energy. Simone balls her fists and tries to act as cute as possible to win her over. She doubles down on the charm, leaning in and declaring her affection for her partner. The visual shifts to a chibi style where Simone acts like a persistent puppy seeking attention from a stoic Marissa. Realizing the cute act is failing, Simone pauses to rethink her strategy. She decides to switch tactics, placing a finger under Marissa's chin to command her full attention. Simone attempts a bold, confident persona by suggesting that Marissa has the exclusive right to be close to her. She leans in close with a smug grin, hoping to break through Marissa's defenses. Marissa isn't having it and immediately pushes her back, telling her to keep her distance. The atmosphere turns serious as Marissa looks down, processing everything she's heard about the past. She admits she finally understands why the past relationship was so significant and how a mother's interference ruined it. Simone gazes sadly into the distance, recalling the pain of being forced to transfer schools years ago. Marissa feels a wave of appreciation, moved by the fact that Simone eventually stood up to her family. Simone explains that back then, she was just young and looking for any sense of happiness amidst her studies. The two lock eyes as Simone vows to share every joy and sorrow from here on out. She emphasized that the first person someone falls for isn't necessarily the most important one in their life. Marissa listens intently, her expression softening as the sincere words sink in. Simone notices a small smile on Marissa's face and realizes the tension has finally broken. As night falls over the city, the two continue their conversation while walking past modern buildings. The scene shifts to the studio, where the crew gathers around a monitor to check the results of the photo shoot. Simone thanks the entire team for their hard work and offers to treat everyone to a meal. She considers changing out of her outfit, but her colleague suggests they just head out immediately. The group makes their way down the corridor, passing by a woman standing alone in the distance. Simone keeps her eyes forward as they walk, maintaining a professional and neutral demeanor. A short-haired woman stands by the wall, looking off to the side with a pensive expression. She turns her head slightly, her gaze following the group as they move past her. The tension in the hallway is palpable as the two parties cross paths without saying a word. One of the women in the group looks back, her eyes filled with visible concern and realization. She clenches her fist tightly, her thoughts consumed by a sense of missed opportunity and regret. The two women share a brief, intense look of recognition as they pass one another in silence. Simone's mother confronts her at the studio, insisting they finish their previous conversation in person. As they speak, Simone recalls her mother's harsh ultimatum about cutting ties if she continues to be stubborn. The two women lock eyes in a tense standoff, neither willing to back down from their position. Marissa interrupts the heavy atmosphere, politely inviting Simone's mother to join them for a meal after the shoot. The mother questions if she would be an intrusion, but Marissa assures her it is perfectly fine. Ramona watches the interaction from a distance, her expression filled with visible concern. The group arrives at a nearby restaurant to settle in for their meal. A warm pot of food simmers on the table as they prepare to eat. Claiming she needs the restroom, Simone's mother excuses herself and tells the others to start without her. Simone doesn't hesitate and follows her mother out to continue their private talk. Ramona remains at the table, looking suspicious of the sudden departure. The empty hallway stands quiet as the two women head toward the back of the building. Ramona quietly follows them, peeking around the corner to keep an eye on the situation. She quickly ducks back, hiding behind the wall as the two stop to argue. In the secluded hallway, the mother scolds Simone for her visible attitude and cold expression. Simone pushes back, asking how she could possibly be happy while being forced to abandon the person she loves. She stands firm, declaring that her answer will remain the same regardless of this meeting. Her mother argues that a friendship would be fine and questions why it must be a romantic bond. She mocks Simone for being childish and brings up the past, identifying Marissa as the girl from high school. The mother's anger flares as she demands to know if Simone thinks she can just do whatever she wants now that she is grown. Just a few feet away, Ramona listens to the entire argument with a pained expression. The weight of the words hits Ramona hard as she realizes the extent of Simone's struggle. Simone repeats her mother's insults, her voice dripping with disbelief and hurt. She lets out a bitter laugh, unable to believe how her mother views her life choices. Simone counters that she isn't the one being childish. She's simply living a life her mother tried to micromanage. She details the years of being forced to report her every move and secret activities just to find some freedom. Ramona stays frozen in place, listening to the crushing reality of Simone's upbringing. Simone begs for respect, pleading with her mother to finally treat her like an independent adult. Her mother remains cold, her expression showing no signs of softening or understanding. Simone finally turns to leave the hallway and immediately spots Ramona standing there. The two share a silent, heavy moment as they lock eyes for a brief second. Without saying a word, Simone walks right past her, leaving Ramona alone in the hallway. Dinner ends with half-eaten plates left on the table. Marissa stands up and thanks the group, explaining that she needs to head out. A colleague tries to convince her to join them for karaoke afterward. Marissa declines, mentioning she has to work tomorrow and needs to catch her train. Simone watches Marissa leave with a heavy heart. Marissa insists she can find her way out on her own. Simone remains at the table, looking visibly disappointed by the departure. Outside, the rest of the group prepares to continue the night at a nearby bar. Simone informs her coworkers that she plans to head home instead. Her mother stands silently in the background while the conversation continues. Simone explains that Marissa is waiting for her and she isn't in the mood for a late night. The staff insists she stay, reminding her that she was the star of the shoot. Reluctantly, Simone agrees to stay for just a short while. She immediately pulls out her phone to send an update. At home, Marissa checks her phone while relaxing on the floor. Simone smiles after receiving a reply telling her not to stay out too late. Marissa waits patiently for more news, resting her head on her hand. Her eyes remain glued to the screen as she waits for Simone. Simone sends a selfie with a message saying how much she misses her. Marissa can't help but laugh, calling Simone a dork under breath. The scene shifts to the loud, flashing lights of the karaoke venue. A table is covered in empty glasses and bottles from the ongoing party. Simone's mother continues to drink heavily from her glass. She quickly finishes another round of champagne. Simone checks the time, deciding she has fulfilled her social obligation and can leave. A coworker notices the mother's heavy drinking and comments on her high tolerance. The mother looks increasingly dazed and out of it. Suddenly, she begins to sway precariously in her seat. A colleague catches her before she falls, asking if she is feeling okay. The mother admits she feels incredibly dizzy from the alcohol. The group realizes she needs to get home immediately and asks for her address. A colleague suggests Simone take charge since she knows the mother best. Simone hesitates, but eventually agrees to get her a cab before leaving. She helps her mother stand up, providing physical support. The two of them walk down the hallway toward the exit. Simone keeps her focus on her phone, trying to secure a ride. A yellow taxi pulls up to the curb to pick them up. Simone leads her mother toward the open door of the vehicle. She asks the driver to ensure her mother makes it home safely. The mother looks increasingly unwell as she leans against the car. Suddenly, she looks like she is about to be physically ill. She begins to retch, unable to control her nausea. The driver refuses to take her, worried she will ruin the interior of his car. He tells Simone that no driver is going to accept a passenger in that state. Simone looks at her struggling mother with a mix of frustration and concern. She closes her eyes, realizing her plans for the night have officially changed. Simone tells the driver she will ride along to make sure there are no accidents in the cab. The night settles over the quiet apartment complex as Simone finally arrives with her mother. She carefully supports her intoxicated mother while exiting the taxi in front of the building. The two walk slowly down the lit pathway toward the main entrance. Once inside the hallway, Simone tries to get the door code, but her mother is too incapacitated to respond. Thankfully, Simone notices a fingerprint scanner on the digital lock. She takes her mother's hand to use her finger for the biometric sensor. The lock disengages with a beep, and Simone guides her inside the apartment. Without warning, her mother's hand tightens around Simone's wrist. With a sudden, forceful yank, Simone is pulled toward her. Trying to keep her cool, Simone assumes it's just a drunken outburst and focuses on getting her settled. They enter the bedroom where Simone continues to provide physical support. As Simone helps her lie down on the bed, her mother remains clingy. Unexpectedly, her mother reaches up to touch Simone's face. The sudden movement causes Simone to lose her balance and fall onto the bed alongside her. Simone immediately struggles to pull away, calling out her mother's name. Her mother clings to her, mentioning that Simone's scent hasn't changed at all over the years. Simone freezes for a moment, struck by the sudden emotional weight of the statement. She quickly pushes herself up, questioning if her mother was merely pretending to be that drunk. Simone stands by the bed, looking on with a mixture of frustration and disbelief. Her mother sits up, appearing distressed and asking why Simone is being so distant. The woman breaks down, demanding to know why Simone won't choose her now that she can make her own decisions. Simone keeps her distance, refusing to be drawn back into the old cycle. She firmly explains that they cannot be together like they were, because her feelings have fundamentally changed. Her mother pleads for another chance, suggesting they could simply start over. Simone moves to the edge of the bed, clearly finished with the conversation. She stands up and declares that her heart belongs to Marissa, and nothing will change that. Her mother watches with a devastated expression as Simone heads for the door. Determined to leave, Simone walks away to put an end to the confrontation. Her mother rushes forward and catches her in a desperate hug from behind, promising to wait for her. Simone looks down, telling her mother that she clearly hasn't changed at all. She explains that staying trapped in the past prevents anyone from truly moving forward. Simone emphasizes that her new life truly began the moment she met Marissa. She reflects on how Marissa provided the courage and life she had been missing. A warm memory of Marissa's smile flashes through Simone's mind. To Simone, Marissa's impact on her heart is like a brilliant firework display. She recalls the precious, quiet moments they spent together with fondness. Simone tells her mother that she will find her own happiness one day, but it won't be with her. She reiterates that Marissa is the only person she needs. Simone turns her back and begins to walk out of the room for good. Her expression remains solemn as she makes her final exit. Her mother reaches out one last time, her fingers barely brushing Simone's sleeve. Looking down in defeat, the mother realizes the connection has finally been severed. Simone doesn't look back as she continues walking away. Left alone in the dim room, the mother is forced to confront her own thoughts. Her hand falls away, finally letting go of her grip on the past. She stands alone in silence, the reality of the situation finally sinking in. The mother looks small and isolated in the middle of the large bedroom. Exhausted, she eventually sits down on the edge of the bed. Suddenly, a phone begins to vibrate inside a keepsake pocket. She reaches in and pulls out the device to see who is calling. A message from Gwen appears on the screen, asking if she is still awake. She stares at the notification, contemplating a response. Meanwhile, Simone finally arrives back at her own place and heads up the steps. Marissa is still awake on the couch and looks up in surprise when the door opens. Simone approaches her from behind as she remains seated on the sofa. She greets Marissa with a warm embrace, relieved to be back. Marissa notes that the short bit Simone promised turned into a 3-hour absence. Simone leans in, admitting that something unexpected happened while she was out. Marissa turns around with concern, asking for more details about what occurred. Simone and Marissa sit together on the couch, finally finding a quiet moment to talk inside their modern home. Marissa looks over with concern, asking if Simone is truly doing okay after her ordeal. Simone leans back confidently, insisting that she is perfectly fine and that no one can easily mess with her. Marissa isn't entirely convinced, staring at her with a skeptical and intense gaze. As Simone continues to downplay the situation, Marissa pushes for more details about what happened with her mother. Marissa leans in close, demanding that Simone refresh her memory and tell her if anything else occurred. Simone begins to look nervous, breaking into a slight sweat as she tries to find the right words. She eventually admits that things got a bit complicated when her mother briefly tried to restrain her during their encounter. Marissa reacts with immediate shock and vocal outrage at the revelation. She is visibly upset, questioning how anyone else would dare to be so aggressive with Simone. Marissa's hands reach out as she prepares to pull Simone closer in a protective gesture. Simone playfully tells Marissa that she is welcome to hold her close anytime, and she won't resist. Marissa immediately pulls Simone into a tight, playful embrace to vent her lingering jealousy. Simone breaks into laughter as Marissa holds her, the heavy tension from before finally dissolving. After a moment, Simone tells Marissa to stop messing around so they can be serious. Marissa looks away with a slight pout, claiming that her professional nature as a lawyer prevents her from arguing further. Simone chuckles, noting how funny it is that such a sharp-tongued lawyer can be so soft at home. Marissa's eyes widen in mock annoyance at the teasing remark. She gently grabs Simone's face, scolding her for constantly coming out with such nonsense. Simone just grins happily, telling Marissa that she is the only one who can truly shut her up. While Marissa dismisses the cheesy lines, she makes it clear that she loves seeing Simone succeed on the catwalk. Simone's expression turns thoughtful as she considers their future steps together. She suggests that they should make a plan to visit her parents' home soon. Marissa is caught off guard by the sudden suggestion of a family meeting. She looks downcast, expressing her worry that Simone's parents might not be welcoming to her. Simone immediately reaches out and places a reassuring hand over Marissa's. Looking her straight in the eye, Simone promises that everything will be fine as long as they are together. Marissa looks down, still processing the weight of the upcoming visit. Simone keeps her hand there, providing a steady sense of support and comfort. The next morning, the sun rises over the bustling city skyline. Marissa walks through the streets in a stylish outfit, the though she appears somewhat preoccupied. She touches her face, reflecting on the overwhelming amount of unwanted attention she's been receiving. Looking at her phone, she sees news articles featuring photos of her and Simone together in public. Her social media notifications are flooded with new followers and intense public scrutiny. As she walks, she notices people in the crowd staring and whispering about her identity. A stranger even approaches her for a selfie, commenting that it's a shame she hasn't started a modeling career herself. Marissa rubs her temple, feeling the physical strain of a headache brought on by the constant public pressure. She decides to push through the discomfort and focus on getting to her workplace. Upon arriving at her destination, she spots two familiar faces sitting together in the lounge. Marissa looks surprised, realizing just how small the world is now that she sees these two know each other. Lawyer Lin meets with the group in a private lounge to discuss the current status of the legal case. Ling Xiaotong listens intently while sipping tea as the professional consultation begins. Zhe Jiang pauses the conversation to ensure everyone is properly introduced before proceeding. He formally introduces Ling Xiaotong as his girlfriend, stating his complete trust in her presence during these sensitive discussions. Ling Xiaotong acknowledges the introduction with a polite and focused expression. Lawyer Lin agrees to the arrangement and prepares to dive into the specific details of their strategy. She explains that because Zhe Jiang is the defendant, they would face a significant disadvantage if the matter went directly to court. The lawyer details the history of the family business, noting how the uncle was the only one to provide financial help during its inception. She highlights how the uncle's ambitions turned sour once the original founder became ill, leading to a betrayal against the successor. Zhai Jiang asks for the specific plan of action to handle this internal corporate threat. Lawyer Lin suggests a direct confrontation with the uncle to extract the truth and potentially resolve the matter without a public trial. She points out that the competing company currently lacks enough evidence to successfully pursue their lawsuit. Zhai Jiang smiles, feeling a sense of relief at the prospect of a breakthrough. He shakes the lawyer's hand, expressing his gratitude for her diligent work on the case. Lawyer Lin takes her leave, allowing the couple to enjoy the rest of their afternoon together. The two stand alone in the lounge, reflecting on the productive meeting they just concluded. Ling Xiaotong remarks on how impressive and reliable the legal counsel seems to be. Zhe Jiang looks toward the exit and suggests they move on to their next destination. He mentions a specific location he has been planning to show her for some time. The pair arrives at a modern art exhibition featuring works from a former acquaintance. Inside the gallery, various paintings are displayed along the white walls of the spacious hall. They stroll through the exhibit, marveling at how a friend who once disliked art is now hosting a professional show. Zhai Jiang reflects on his own unexpected journey into the world of business. Ling Xiaotong watches him, sensing the weight of his nostalgia as they walk. She begins to speak, but her words are cut short by a sudden greeting. Their old classmate waves from across the room, excited to see them both there. The couple turns to greet the artist with warm and friendly smiles. Ling Xiaotong asks the artist what changed his mind about pursuing a career in the creative field. The man explains that while he initially resisted, he eventually realized he had a genuine talent for drawing. Zhai Jiang offers a sincere compliment, agreeing that the artist definitely made the right career choice. The artist pushes back, suggesting that Zhe Jiang's own talent is missed in the fashion industry. He reminds them of the ambitious brand they had planned to build together back in high school. Ling Xiaotong notices a brief, somber change in Zhe Jiang's demeanor after the mention of their old dreams. Zhai Jiang quickly shifts the focus, pointing out that another guest is waiting to speak with the artist. Ling Xiaotong remains quiet, wondering why he chose to avoid discussing their shared past. The artist says his goodbyes, promising to catch up with them for a meal after the exhibition ends. They watch as their friend returns to the crowd to fulfill his duties as the host. Ling Xiaotong smiles, enjoying the nostalgic atmosphere of the gallery. Zhai Jiang looks at her and playfully challenges her to a new bet. She laughs, reminding him that he usually ends up losing when they compete. The mention of a bet brings back a flood of memories for Ling Xiaotong. Her expression turns thoughtful, as she realizes how much their relationship was shaped by those early challenges. A flashback reveals the two of them side by side in an art studio, working on their crafts during their younger years. The story shifts back to the past at Ford Middle School, where the journey began. Sunlight filters through the lush green leaves outside the quiet campus. Inside a sun-drenched classroom, rows of empty desks wait for the next lesson to begin. Ling Xiaotong discusses elective choices with her friends, finding humanities too tedious and science far too difficult. Her friends suggest the fine arts track, reminding her that the art teacher has already praised her natural talent. Tong hesitates, worried that the specialized training might be too demanding for her. Ultimately, she settles on fine arts while her two friends decide to pursue music instead. The trio shares a laugh over their choices, poking fun at their karaoke princess ambitions. From the back of the room, a young student with long hair tied back observes their lively conversation. A registration form confirms the decision with a bold red checkmark next to the fine arts field of study. The student, a younger Zhe Jiang, looks on with a calm and distant expression. Tong enjoys her school days, unaware of how much her life is about to change. Looking back, she realizes this casual choice was the destined turning point that would lead her to him. In the art studio, Tong prepares to head to the cafeteria with her friends after class. They question why she's been paired up with Zhai Jiang, but she explains it was just the teacher's seating arrangement. Her friends tease her, suggesting that constantly being placed next to him is a sign of fate. Tong gets defensive, insisting she has absolutely nothing to do with the boy her friends keep mentioning. The girls won't let it go, playfully asking if there is a secret spark between the two art students. Tong dismisses him as conceited, recalling a time he bluntly told her she wasn't pretty. A friend points out that he doesn't seem to have any feelings for her at the moment anyway. Annoyed, Tong claims they don't even talk, so there's no way any feelings could possibly develop. One friend proposes a bet, challenging Tong to see if she can actually make the stoic guy fall for her. Tong gives a skeptical look, processing the ridiculous challenge her friends just threw down. Her pride takes over as she accepts the bet, confident that no one can resist her charm for long. She narrows her eyes with newfound determination, ready to prove her friends wrong. In her excitement, she accidentally bumps her foot against the leg of a nearby easel. She panics and tries to catch the wobbling wooden frame before it crashes to the floor. The group suddenly freezes when they realize they aren't as alone as they thought. A hand reaches down to the floor to retrieve a dropped meal card. Zhang leans over silently, showing no reaction to the girl's presence. He picks up his supplies and walks away, completely ignoring the trio. The girls watch him leave in stunned silence, wondering how long he'd been standing there. They worry he might have overheard their entire conversation regarding the bet. Her friend suggests calling it off, labeling him a cold fish who doesn't pay attention to anyone. Tong stares after him, her curiosity only growing stronger as she looks at his retreating figure. She asks her friends to have at least a little bit of faith in her plan. A single red rose sits trapped within a web of sharp, thorny vines, signaling that curiosity can be a dangerous thing. The scene shifts to an art exhibition venue. Tong stands quietly, lost in her own thoughts. Zhang notices her distraction and asks what is on her mind. Tong claims she was just reminiscing before suggesting they head inside. The pair begins strolling through the gallery together. Zhang's phone interrupts the moment, forcing him to step away for a call. Left alone, Tong waits patiently while looking around the room. Zhang watches from a distance as Tong continues exploring the hall. He appears stressed by the situation, rubbing his neck in frustration. He quickly catches up to Tong to speak with her. Zhang explains that urgent company matters require him to leave immediately. Tong is surprised by the sudden departure and clarifies if he must go now. He confirms the urgency and apologizes for the short visit. Tong remains understanding, encouraging him to handle his business while she stays. He holds her hands briefly while offering a final apology before departing. Tong watches him leave, her expression becoming more somber. As she walks alone, she passes by another visitor in the gallery. Yitong Wen spots her and comments on the coincidence of their meeting. Yitong asks why Zhang left so soon after seeing them together. Tong explains their long history together, dating back to art class. Yitong seems intrigued by the longevity of their relationship. She remarks on how impressive it is that they have stayed together so long. Tong listens closely to her acquaintance's observations. She prepares to ask a potentially awkward question. Tong asks if Yitong is still in contact with a girl from past rumors. Yitong confirms she knows exactly who Tong is talking about. She identifies the girl as Xiao Zhang. Tong realizes she mistakenly asked that very person to escort her home. She tentatively asks about Yitong's current feelings toward the girl. Yitong dismisses the idea, noting the girl already has a partner. Elsewhere, a woman checks her phone with a focused expression. She begins typing a message to her mother about bringing someone home. She pauses over the keyboard, considering her words carefully. A woman with long, dark hair stares thoughtfully at her smartphone. She sets the device down on a flat surface with a quiet click. Leaning back, she gazes upward as if lost in a deep memory. Her expression remains solemn as she contemplates her next move. The scene shifts to a bustling airport where planes are lined up at the gates. A yellow taxi pulls up to the terminal, and two women step out onto the curb. One woman helps her companion adjust a bag strap before they head inside. They walk through the terminal together while wearing masks and pulling a blue suitcase. The blonde-haired woman looks down, her eyes reflecting a sense of hesitation. She voices her concerns about traveling without informing her mother first. Her partner reassures her that it is better to keep things quiet for now and head straight home. She adds that her father is already aware and will be welcoming upon their arrival. Despite the reassurance, the blonde woman remains silent and contemplative. They find a spot in the vast, empty waiting area of the terminal. The blonde woman tightly clasps her hands together, clearly feeling the weight of the situation. She leans in close to her partner, seeking a moment of quiet comfort. Noticing the tension, the dark-haired woman realizes she needs to find a way to distract her friend and lighten the mood. She reaches out and takes her companion's hand to offer a steadying presence. They walk hand in hand through the airport, moving forward as a united front. To break the ice, she brings up a memory about finding out her partner was in her university fan group. The memory brings a bashful smile to the blonde woman's face. She admits she never expected her partner to be so straightforward about the discovery back then. They share a laugh while walking, reminiscing about the confusion surrounding that secret social media account. A flashback shows them as students, where the dark-haired woman confronts her about the group chat. She looks directly at her peer, seeking a genuine explanation for the notification she saw. The blonde student freezes, her heart racing as her secret is suddenly out in the open. She tries to maintain her composure while internally scrambling for a believable excuse. Meanwhile, the dark-haired student worries she might have overstepped by being so direct. A light bulb goes off as the blonde student comes up with a quick cover story to save face. She claims a friend added her by mistake, a lie that the other girl immediately accepts as a simple coincidence. In the background, birds flutter between the branches of a lush green tree. Back in the present, the dark-haired woman asks where they should head next. Her partner suggests visiting a brand new cat cafe, catching her completely off guard. Noticing the hesitation, the blonde woman asks if she has a problem with cats. She quickly denies it and agrees to go, wanting to keep the positive momentum going. A taxi speeds past the entrance of the kitty cafe nestled in a quiet neighborhood. The two of them stand before the cafe door, ready to head inside. The blonde woman looks through the window with an expression of pure excitement. Her partner follows close behind, though her expression is much more guarded. She realizes with a start that the interior is absolutely teeming with felines. Stealing her nerves, she resolves to go in any way to avoid disappointing her companion. A hand rests against a glass window as rain pours down outside the building. Inside, a cozy cat cafe is filled with various felines lounging on furniture and shelves. A fluffy white and brown cat sits calmly watching the visitors. Nearby, a sleek gray cat relaxes on a soft surface. A small orange tabby kitten lets out a tiny meow while standing on the carpet. The blonde woman is thrilled to see all the kittens, but her partner, Simone, stands frozen and trembling with sweat. The blonde is overjoyed to be in such a wonderful place with someone she cares about. Internally, Simone is panicking as her legs refuse to move due to her hidden fear. Noticing her partner's pale face, the blonde asks if everything is all right. Simone puts on a fake smile and claims she is just incredibly excited to go inside. Simone marches into the cafe with stiff, robotic movements before finally sitting down for a cup of tea while a cat naps nearby. Her eyes widen in terror as a small black kitten approaches her feet. She tries to remain calm, but the kitten begins playing right next to her shoes. The black cat prepares itself for a sudden move. Suddenly, the kitten leaps onto the table, startling Simone completely. The blonde partner assumes the cat simply likes Simone and smiles at the interaction. Simone lets out a forced, nervous laugh as the cat sniffs her shoulder. The blonde partner begins to realize that Simone has been acting strange ever since they arrived. When asked directly if she is afraid of cats, Simone accidentally admits the truth. The blonde is surprised and wonders why Simone agreed to come if she was so scared. She suggests they leave immediately so her partner can feel comfortable again. Simone realizes she failed at playing it cool and quickly stops her partner from heading toward the exit. Holding onto her partner's bag, Simone insists she wants to stay and face her fears. She looks determined, claiming she wants to try and get closer to the animals. The blonde asks what caused her to be so afraid in the first place. Simone admits that she has a history of being bitten by cats throughout her life. A flashback shows a young Simone trying to pet a mother cat's new litter of kittens. The protective mother cat bit her, resulting in a trip to the hospital for medical shots. A year later, she saw two cats fighting in the street and tried to intervene to stop them. Her attempt to help only led to another bite and even more medical treatment. By age 10, she was crying at the doctor's office after yet another encounter went wrong. The blonde partner hunches over the table, trying her best to stifle her reaction. She eventually bursts into laughter, finding Simone's childhood innocence and bad luck incredibly funny. Simone looks embarrassed, trying to defend her poor track record with animals. She jokingly wishes she could hide in a hole while her partner continues to laugh at the story. Simone worries that she now looks like a big baby in front of her companion. The blonde explains that she always viewed Simone as perfect and cool during their school days. She never imagined such a vulnerable side existed, which she finds very endearing. Simone is stunned by the unexpected compliment and begins to relax. Chibi versions of the pair show the blonde calling her partner a big bad dog, who is still cute. Simone is confused by the dog comparison, but her partner insists it's a mark of being adorable. Leaning over the table, Simone stares intently at the blonde woman. She asks if her partner finds her adorable too, shifting the mood of the conversation. Simone locks eyes with Marissa, feeling like she's walking right into a beautiful trap. Marissa is completely flustered by the intense gaze, her face turning bright red. A white and black cat sits patiently as Marissa tries to use it as a distraction. Attempting to play it cool, Marissa holds the feline up and claims to love cute things. She notices the cat has stopped moving, wondering what's going on with the pet. Simone leans in too far, resulting in a face-to-face encounter with the cat that surprises everyone. Simone quickly pulls back and apologizes, worried she might have overwhelmed her partner. Despite the apology, Simone admits the sudden proximity left her feeling completely frozen. Marissa reaches out to gently touch Simone's face, checking for any injuries. She confirms there are no scratches while maintaining a very close distance. Simone becomes hyper-aware of the sweet scent of Marissa's shampoo as they linger in the moment. Marissa stares back with wide eyes, caught up in the atmosphere. The tension between them becomes palpable as they remain inches apart. Simone's golden eyes reflect her inner turmoil and the growing connection. The two finally pull away, both looking embarrassed and flustered by the encounter. Marissa takes a moment to process the intense exchange that just occurred. Simone looks away, silently acknowledging how close they actually were. Marissa tries to lighten the mood by teasing Simone for initiating the closeness. A teal-haired girl suddenly interrupts their time, asking if she can join their table. Simone reflects on a past memory where she and Marissa discussed a mutual acquaintance. In the flashback, Marissa asks if Simone is feeling jealous of the other girl's attention. Simone explains that she was always wary of how much that girl hung around. She points out that the girl's behavior seemed off from the very first meeting. Marissa admits the third party's presence actually forced her to be more honest about her feelings. Simone feels a bit dejected thinking about the mixed signals from their past. Marissa watches her partner's reaction carefully, noticing the change in mood. Realizing she was too blunt, Marissa apologizes for being harsh about their family dynamics. Simone brushes it off with a smile, admitting the girl simply drove her crazy. Back in the present, Simone gives the new arrival a cold, calculating look. A memory surfaces of a rainy day confrontation between Simone and this teal-haired rival. The rival boldly declared her intentions to win Marissa over for herself. Simone countered by reminding her that affection cannot be forced on someone. Returning to the cafe, the rival puts on a friendly face and asks to sit with them. As the girl moves to sit by Marissa, a black cat remains firmly planted on the seat. Simone watches with a sharp gaze, anticipating the outcome of the seating arrangement. Someone reaches out to move the cat, but the feline has other plans. The black cat suddenly stretches out across the entire bench, effectively blocking the rival from sitting. Simone is privately thrilled by the cat's perfect timing, considering it a total win. The teal-haired girl is left standing, unable to find a spot next to Marissa. She growls in frustration as the cat refuses to budge from its comfortable spot. Simone smugly suggests that since the cat wants to be near Marissa, the girl should sit on her side instead. The rival glares at Simone, realizing she's been completely outmaneuvered. Simone watches as Meng Nai tries to find a spot at the table near Marissa. Simone feels smug, believing the cat in the way will prevent her rival from sitting down. The black cat remains unbothered, occupying the only available seat. Meng Nai maintains a polite smile despite the awkward seating arrangement. The cat stares down the newcomer as she attempts to claim some space. Meng Nai tries to squeeze into the booth, causing the cat to shift uncomfortably. Suddenly, the cat jumps off the bench, leaving the seat wide open for the rival. Simone is visibly shocked and frustrated by the feline's sudden betrayal. Meng Nai beams with triumph now that she has successfully secured her spot. The scene transitions to the lush green leaves of trees against a clear sky. Simone and Marissa walk side by side along a paved path. The two continue their stroll through a scenic, wooded area. Simone asks Marissa about her history with the persistent rival they just left behind. Marissa explains that Meng Nai is a childhood friend and a former classmate. Simone listens with a skeptical expression, clearly not fond of the other girl. Simone turns her attention fully toward Marissa to ask how close they really are. Simone bluntly shares her suspicion that Meng Nai has romantic feelings for Marissa. Marissa dismisses the idea, insisting their bond is purely platonic. Simone remains deep in thought, troubled by the potential competition. Simone has a momentary internal breakdown over the situation while Marissa watches in confusion. Marissa looks at her companion with concern, noticing her sudden distress. Marissa apologizes for the cafe trip, worried she made Simone unhappy. Marissa advises her not to push herself too hard just for the sake of the outing. Simone takes a moment to reflect on the day's events. Simone clarifies that she isn't particularly close with the rival girl. Marissa offers a warm smile, relieved that the tension is fading. The pair shares a lighthearted moment as they plan their next fun outing. The setting shifts to a tall residential building as the day winds down. Simone and Marissa arrive at the apartment complex and prepare to say their goodbyes. Simone reaches out toward Marissa to address a small detail on her clothing. Simone gently removes a stray piece of cat fur from Marissa's collar area. Marissa reacts with a slight blush at the sudden close proximity. The two share a brief, intense look as they stand near the entrance. Marissa looks away shyly, feeling flustered by the interaction. Simone extends an invitation for Marissa to come inside and try some tea. Simone leans in closer, waiting for a response to her hospitable gesture. Simone's focus is suddenly broken when she hears someone calling out to her. Simone is stunned to see her mother approaching them in the courtyard. Sensing the tension, Marissa politely declines the tea and addresses Simone formally. Marissa begins walking away, deciding it's best to head back to campus. Simone watches Marissa depart with a look of disappointment and frustration. Marissa glances back one last time as Simone deals with her mother's arrival. Simone's mother immediately questions the identity of the girl who just left. Simone explains that Marissa is simply her senior at school. Simone asks her mother to stop interrogating her about the people in her life. Her mother defends her actions, claiming she is only acting out of parental concern. The scene shifts to a past memory of Simone standing in a hallway with her mother. Her mother looks down a corridor toward others in the distance. Simone's mother maintains a stern and controlling demeanor. Simone stands her ground, expressing her refusal to follow certain expectations. The memory concludes with two people firmly holding hands in a show of solidarity. Simone and Marissa stand together in a tense confrontation with an elder. Marissa looks down with a somber expression, feeling the weight of the situation. She closes her eyes, appearing overwhelmed by the family conflict. Simone reaches out and firmly holds Marissa's hand to provide some much-needed support. Marissa looks up, startled but clearly comforted by the physical connection. The uncle suggests they all head inside to continue the conversation in a more private setting. He asks about their luggage and prepares to bring it in for them. Inside the house, Simone's mother sits on the couch with her arms crossed, looking completely displeased. Marissa glances nervously toward the living room where the mother is waiting. Attempting to escape the tension, Marissa offers to help the uncle with the cooking. Simone stops her, insisting they speak to her mother and present their gift first. The uncle intervenes, advising Simone to speak with her mother alone while she's still upset. He leads Marissa into the kitchen and points out an apron for her to wear. He asks Marissa to help him wash the vegetables for their upcoming meal. A variety of fresh, colorful vegetables are laid out on the counter for preparation. Marissa looks on with a sudden realization in her eyes. She softly thanks the uncle for his kindness and for welcoming her into the home. The uncle listens quietly as he continues to prepare the food. He offers some gentle advice on maintaining a healthy nutritional balance. Marissa asks him directly if he holds any blame against her for the current family rift. The uncle pauses to consider her question with a serious expression. He explains that he can see how much Simone and Marissa care for one another. He notes that Simone has always been obedient, but is finally standing up for her own life choices. He acknowledges that while Simone's mother hasn't come around yet, Simone seems truly happy with her career and partner. Marissa admits that Simone's decision to pursue modeling was actually influenced by her. The uncle is surprised by this revelation and asks for more details about how it happened. Meanwhile, Simone sits down across from her mother in the living room to face the conflict head-on. Her mother remains silent, looking away with a stern and cold face. Simone tries to initiate a conversation to bridge the emotional gap between them. Her mother coldly asks if Simone still considers her to be her mother. Simone responds that she wants her mother's acceptance precisely because they are family. Her mother argues that Simone's mind is already made up regardless of any parental approval. Simone pours her heart out, explaining that she wants to live as her true self without hiding behind a mask. The mother is stunned by the raw intensity and honesty in Simone's gaze. She looks down, processing the emotional weight of her daughter's plea. She begins to question Simone about the practicalities and long-term plans for her future. The mother expresses her deep-seated worries about who will care for them in their old age. Simone listens intently as her mother finally voices her fears instead of just her anger. Simone and her mother sit on the couch as the mother asks if she has considered the reality of the situation. Simone confirms with a serious and determined look. Simone explains that while her relationship complicates her work, she still has many professional avenues to pursue. She clasped her hands while mentioning the possibility of moving abroad once her career is more established. From above, Simone details her thoughts on starting a family through adoption or medical advancements. She expresses a desire to let things happen naturally once their life is more stable. Marissa listens from the kitchen area, her expression filled with concern. The uncle and Marissa stand together in the background, giving Simone space to talk. Simone finishes her explanation while her mother listens in silence. The mother rests her head in her hand, appearing emotionally drained. She looks down, processing the weight of the conversation. Without a word, the mother gets up and walks toward the stairs. Simone watches her leave, hoping the lack of an argument is a positive sign. The uncle breaks the silence by announcing that the meal is ready. The family gathers around the dining table for a quiet meal. Marissa notices the mother's somber mood as they begin to eat. Simone and Marissa glance at each other, acknowledging the awkward atmosphere. Simone keeps a close eye on her mother's reactions. The mother continues eating her food without making eye contact. Simone offers a small, encouraging smile to bridge the gap. Marissa looks back with a soft and supportive gaze. The group continues the dinner as Marissa offers more food to the others. Simone and Marissa share a brief, reassuring look across the table. A hand rests near the chopsticks as the meal winds down. The group finishes eating, with the mother still appearing distant. As night falls over the city, the scene shifts to the exterior of the apartment buildings. Simone and Marissa walk close together, carrying bags from a quick errand. They walk through the park at night to get some fresh air and clear their heads. Simone tells Marissa not to be nervous despite her mother's silence. Marissa points out that the mother looked quite pale during the visit. Simone suggests that the lack of a confrontation means her mother might be coming around. Marissa compares the situation to her own mother's initial reaction. Marissa asks for details about the conversation, and Simone teases her with a lighthearted joke. The two share a laugh and a quick, supportive embrace under the trees. Simone looks at her partner with a calm and appreciative expression. She leans in closer, searching for a reaction. Simone places a steadying hand on Marissa's head and leans forward to initiate forehead contact. They share a quiet moment of eye contact in the dim light. Simone speaks about her vision for their shared future. Marissa looks back, appearing touched by the sentiment. Marissa reciprocates by leaning her forehead against Simone's in a gesture of mutual support. A dark silhouette watches from a parked car as Marissa stands alone by the park bench. May receives a phone call about a power outage in her neighborhood and prepares for her mother's sudden arrival. The park remains quiet under the moonlight, just before the family tension reaches a breaking point. Grandma steps out of a taxi and is immediately stunned by the sight of Simone and Marissa in the distance. Simone holds Marissa close as they are caught completely off guard by the unexpected witness. A look of pure shock takes over Simone's face, when she realizes her grandmother is standing right there. Inside the house, Grandma's voice echoes through the room as she demands an immediate explanation for what she saw. Simone tries to keep her grandmother calm, urging her to lie down due to her rising blood pressure. Agitated and upset, Grandma refuses to let the matter go and questions the true nature of the girls' relationship. Marissa stands back with a worried expression, while Simone focuses on de-escalating the medical emergency. The entire family gathers around the bed as May brings over medicine to help her mother recover. Grandma sits up to take her medication while the rest of the group watches on in a tense silence. Still suspicious, Grandma looks toward May and the uncle to see if they were already aware of the situation. The uncle quickly tries to downplay the event, claiming Marissa is simply a close friend who was stopping by. Grandma remains unconvinced, insistently describing the affectionate display she witnessed on the street. She continues her lecture from the bed, mentioning how she previously defended Simone against neighborhood rumors. Grandma points out that the recent news reports about her granddaughter seem to be proving true after all. Overwhelmed by the perceived scandal, she despairs over how she will face their social circle in the future. Marissa looks down in disappointment while Simone struggles to find the right words to say. May reaches out and firmly grabs Simone's arm to pull her away from the bedside confrontation. Turning back to her mother, May claims the whole thing is just a misunderstanding between modern friends. Grandma looks up with a glimmer of hope, asking if that explanation is actually the truth. May doubles down on the lie, assuring her mother that Simone would never engage in such behavior. Simone watches her mother with a mix of confusion and disbelief at the sudden cover-up. The family decides to leave the room to give the elderly woman some much-needed rest. May leads Simone out of the bedroom to have a private conversation about what just transpired. The uncle stops Marissa from following the others, suggesting she give the mother and daughter some space. The city skyline glows under the night sky as the weight of the family's secrets hangs in the air. Out on the balcony, May scolds Simone for almost causing a medical crisis by being so reckless with the truth. Simone pushes back, asking if her feelings and their previous conversations are now considered meaningless. May asks what else could have been done given the fragile state of her grandmother's health. The mother explains that hiding the truth is a necessity to ensure Grandma spends her final years in peace. May looks out at the stars and asks Simone to consider how little time their grandmother has left. Simone stands in silence, processing the harsh reality of her family's expectations. May emphasizes that maturity involves understanding that not everyone is ready to accept their choices. Simone finally concedes that she acted too quickly and thanks her mother for the intervention. As they head back inside, Simone wonders aloud why simple happiness between two people is so hard for others to accept. May stops to explain that certain traditional notions are rooted too deeply for logic to reach. The two stand together in the moonlight, reflecting on the complicated path ahead of them. Meanwhile, Marissa sits alone in a guest room, staring out at the night while lost in thought. The uncle knocks softly and enters the room to check on her after the evening's chaos. Marissa looks down sadly, clearly affected by the rejection and the forced secrecy. The uncle asks if her own parents are aware of the situation and brings up her long history with Simone. Looking him in the eye, Marissa asks if he would be willing to listen to the full story of their relationship. Mushin sits at a table with a drink, listening as she is asked about how she spends her spare time. She looks confused, wondering why she was suddenly referred to as senior. Mushin responds with a simple acknowledgement while maintaining a neutral expression. A brown-haired man smiles and asks if he can call her by her name. Mushin looks down at the table, explaining that she spends most of her free time working part-time jobs. The group sits together for a meal while Mushin's friend whispers to her, telling her not to be so cold. Mushin leans in to ask her friend if the man was supposed to be at this gathering. The two women continue their private conversation over tea while the men sit across from them. The two men watch the women, waiting for them to finish their discussion. Mushin's friend eventually suggests that the two of them step out for a moment. The women walk away from the table, leaving the men behind in the restaurant. Outside, the sun shines through the trees as the tension between the friends rises. Mushin confronts her friend, asking why a simple meal turned into what feels like a blind date. Mushin listens as her friend attempts to explain the sudden change in plans. The friend admits that the senior had feelings for Mushin and decided to invite himself along. Mushin rubs her temple, feeling the weight of the unwanted social pressure. Her friend suggests that she should just try to be friendly and get to know the man. Mushin sighs and decides it is best to just head back inside and finish the meal. The scene shifts to the school grounds, where students are gathered and murmuring amongst themselves. Simone looks downcast and troubled, reflecting on her recent interactions and her mother's presence. A blue-haired boy approaches her and asks if she is doing all right, noting her exhausted appearance. He is shocked to see the dark circles under her eyes, realizing she hasn't slept. Simone turns away, looking distracted by her own thoughts. She asks why the male team hasn't arrived and is told that one member is currently on a date. Simone finds it hard to believe that someone so dedicated to practice would suddenly go on a date. The two continue their conversation while standing in the middle of the campus. Nearby, a yellow taxi travels down the street toward a specific destination. A person steps out of the taxi and onto the pavement near a restaurant. Simone stands outside the glass windows, looking in at the people people dining inside. Through the window, Mushin is seen sitting across from her date. Simone takes a hesitant step closer to the building, watching the scene unfold. Inside, Mushin offers a small smile during the conversation. Simone remains outside, her feet planted as she struggles with her emotions. Simone stands tall outside the restaurant, questioning why she even showed up. She wonders if she even has a chance to be with the person she cares about. Suddenly, she hears an annoyed voice calling out to her from behind. A different blue-haired boy stands with his arms crossed, demanding to know why she is there. Simone and the boy face off, each annoyed by the other's presence near the restaurant. Simone stares him down, refusing to back down from the confrontation. The boy claims he only came there to walk Mushin back to the campus. Mushin remains visible through the window, completely unaware of the two people arguing outside. Simone retorts that Mushin is perfectly capable of walking back on her own. The boy insists that Mushin is shy and will want to leave as soon as she finishes her meal. He tells Simone that she clearly doesn't know anything about Mushin's personality. Simone argues that she is getting to know Mushin better every single day. Simone is visibly taken aback by the boy's confident and dismissive attitude. The rival smugly claims that his connection with Mushin is far deeper than a simple childhood friendship. Simone and the blue-haired boy stand outside, facing off as he claims their relationship is much deeper than she realizes. Simone looks skeptical, offering a flat response as she processes his bold statement. She touches her chin thoughtfully, noting that she couldn't see any evidence of such a close bond. The boy continues his story, bringing up their history together back in middle school. A group, including Mushin, exits a building together while suggesting they share a cab back to campus. Mushin looks uncomfortable, stating she has other plans and won't be joining the group. The group stops to press her for details, clearly making it difficult for her to leave on her own. Simone and her rival watch from a distance, with the boy commenting on how dense the others are for not seeing Mushin's desire to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Simone raises her hand and calls out Mushin's name to provide a perfect distraction. The blue-haired rival looks on with a sharp, annoyed expression as Simone successfully intervenes. Mushin looks surprised and relieved to see a familiar face amidst the social pressure. Simone waves back enthusiastically, putting on a friendly front for the benefit of the onlookers. Mushin approaches Simone, questioning her sudden appearance while the rest of the group watches with curiosity. Simone plays it cool, claiming she was just passing by and suggesting they head to a bar owned by a friend. Simone shifts her gaze toward the rival boy, maintaining her composure during the awkward encounter. The other boy in the group is confused, recalling that Mushin mentioned she already had plans. Mushin quickly confirms that Simone is indeed her plan, using the moment to excuse herself from the group. While relieved to have an exit strategy, Mushin realizes she will have to deal with Simone's unexpected arrival later. The scene shifts to the exterior of a trendy brick building housing a bar at night. Someone's feet in black socks and shoes are seen entering the venue. From a distance, Mushin and the blue-haired boy are seated at a table, engaged in a serious discussion. Simone stands nearby, adjusting her hair and preparing to make her entrance. A stylish bartender with long hair looks up, recognizing Simone as she approaches the counter. Simone looks over her shoulder, noticing the bartender's surprised reaction to her presence. The blue-haired boy watches the interaction from the table, looking highly suspicious of the connection. He leans in and asks Mushin if the bartender goes to their school, sensing a familiarity between them. Mushin sits silently, holding her drink while observing Simone's charismatic behavior with the staff. The boy comments on how forward Simone seems to be during the interaction. He suggests that the bartender actually looks like she's into Simone, further stirring the pot. He continues his commentary, wondering aloud if Simone is already managing to get the bartender's contact information. Mushin looks down at her drink, feeling a pang of doubt as she wonders if Simone is this friendly with everyone she meets. She questions if the special treatment she once received was just a product of her own imagination. Frustrated by her thoughts, Mushin reaches for the straw in her drink to distract herself. She looks up at her companion, finally asking him why he invited her out in the first place. The boy takes a serious tone, stating they need to have a real conversation about their past. He explains that they distanced themselves in high school for their studies, but questions why they can't reconnect now that they are in college. He reaches across the table to place a hand on hers, asking why she insists they are only childhood friends. Mushin stares back at him with a troubled expression, clearly conflicted by his proposal. Her eyes lower as she processes words, while Simone watches the interaction from the background. Simone watches from the shadows as Mushin and her childhood friend sit down for a drink together. Mushin looks conflicted, wondering if there is actually a chance for something more between them. Simone decides to make her presence known, approaching the table and calling out to the blue-haired boy. Simone's expression remains cold and unreadable as she stares them down. She continues her steady march toward the pair, refusing to look away. Simone stands over them, questioning why Mushin didn't bring anyone else along for the night. Internally, Simone is spiraling, wondering if the two are officially in a relationship. Mushin is caught completely off guard, her face pale with shock. Simone gives her one last sharp glance, her eyes filled with a mix of judgment and hurt. Without another word, Simone abruptly announces she's leaving and tells them to enjoy their night. Simone turns her back on the duo and begins to walk away without looking back. The blue-haired boy is stunned by the sudden exit, wondering why she left so quickly. Mushin is left in a daze, questioning if Simone is genuinely angry or if she simply doesn't care at all. The fear that Simone might actually hate her now begins to take hold of Mushin's thoughts. Mushin finally speaks up, clarifying that her past feelings for her friend were never true love. Mushin decides she can't stay any longer and makes a hasty exit from the bar. She walks alone through the park, looking visibly distressed by the night's events. Mushin stops for a moment, her expression filled with worry as she reflects on the encounter. Unknown to her, Simone is actually hiding behind a tree nearby, watching Mushin walk away in the distance. Simone hesitates for a second, her feet frozen as she debates whether to follow. Ultimately, Simone convinces herself to just head home alone and forget about it. She realizes that in this moment, they have become nothing more than strangers again. Simone immediately regrets her decision, wishing she had stayed at the bar just a little bit longer. She watches from the darkness as Mushin and the rival prepare to leave the area together. A car pulls up to the curb to pick the two students up. Simone watches the vehicle pull away, leaving her behind in the quiet night. She stands there stunned, realizing they are likely heading back to the campus together. Alone on the street, Simone finds herself desperately searching for a taxi that isn't there. The scene shifts to a large apartment complex as the night grows deeper. Simone eventually resorts to using a shared bicycle to make the long trek back home. The entire ride back, Simone is plagued by thoughts of what Mushin and the rival are doing. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off as a desperate idea forms in her mind. Simone pulls out her phone, deciding she needs to check if Mushin has actually made it back yet. She spots a car in the distance that looks suspiciously like the one the pair took earlier. Simone looks up at the dark building, noticing a single window with the lights still on. Simone walks through the quiet grounds, her mind racing with jealousy and concern. She sends a quick text to Mushin asking if she has returned to the campus. Simone stares at the screen with a grim expression, waiting for a reply that doesn't come. The clock ticks by, but the message remains unread and unanswered. Simone starts to break a sweat as her anxiety over the situation reaches a boiling point. Seeing that there is still no response, Simone's imagination begins to run wild. She panics, wondering if Mushin is too busy with her rival to check her phone. Simone has a total mental breakdown, picturing the worst-case scenario of the two becoming a couple. She quickly regains her resolve, putting on a serious and determined face. Simone puts on a full yellow delivery uniform as a disguise to sneak into the building. She stands in the hallway, identifying the specific apartment where the lights were visible from outside. Despite knowing how weird this looks, Simone prepares to knock to confirm if Mushin is actually inside. Simone, in a delivery disguise, stands outside a door with a food bag, mentally preparing herself to peek inside. She adjusts her mask and helmet, psyching herself up for the mission. Her hand hesitates for a moment before she finally brings herself to knock on the door. Simone realizes that success or failure in her investigation will count on this very moment. Sweat beads on her forehead as the tension of the situation rises. Suddenly, she covers her face in regret, questioning the stupidity of her plan and wanting to back out. Another delivery person arrives in the hallway, catching Simone completely off guard. The two delivery people stare at each other in confusion while standing in the corridor. Simone quickly turns away to hide her face as the other person approaches the nearby door. She watches closely to see how many orders the other delivery driver is carrying for the occupant. Simone keeps her head down, trying to remain inconspicuous while staying in the hallway. She realizes that the other driver is indeed delivering to Meng Nai's place. The other delivery person hands over a single order at the door, confirming a detail for Simone. Simone looks on from the side, processing the discovery she just made. She celebrates internally after confirming there was only one order delivered to the room. Simone makes her exit from the building, still wondering about the exact relationship between the others. The scene shifts to the female dormitory building located on the university campus. Mushin dries her hair with a towel after getting ready, looking deep in thought. She checks her phone for any updates or messages while sitting in her room. A text message appears on screen explaining a late reply due to not having a phone nearby. Mushin's eyes light up as she reads a new notification on her device. An exterior shot shows the massive Ford University campus during the day. Mushin walks out to meet Xiao Zhang, who is waiting for her outside the dormitory. Xiao Zhang smiles warmly, greeting Mushin as she arrives for their meeting. The two walk together while Mushin suggests a more efficient route for Xiao Zhang's commute. Mushin expresses concern that her friend had to wait downstairs for her to come out. Xiao Zhang claims that the feeling of waiting for someone can actually be a positive experience. Mushin finds the sentiment unique as they continue their walk through the campus. Xiao Zhang glances over, hinting that the enjoyment of waiting depends entirely on who she is waiting for. Mushin looks down bashfully, asking if her friend is always this charming to everyone. Xiao Zhang denies the claim with a surprised expression, clarifying her behavior. The conversation shifts to a bartender, with Mushin mentioning how rarely that person gives out a number. Xiaozhang questions Mushin's source of information and why she believes everything she hears. Xiaozhang's expression turns serious as she listens to Mushin's perspective on the matter. She clarifies that her past interactions with that person weren't necessarily happy ones. Nearby students watch the pair walk by, noticing the obvious tension between them. One student whispers to another that Mushin seems to be acting out of jealousy. The scene moves to a coffee shop where Mushin is currently working a part-time shift. Mushin works as a server, politely taking orders from a couple at a table. The shop is busy with several patrons seated at different tables throughout the cafe. A manager chats with Mushin, complimenting a new coworker's professional appearance. The manager believes having 2 beautiful employees will attract many more customers to the shop. The boss tells the 2 workers they can clock out once they finish cleaning up their stations. After work, the 2 friends walk together through the wide campus plaza. Xiaozhang asks if Meng Ni is planning to come and pick Mushin up. Mushin counters by asking if Xiaozhang is planning to meet the bartender again. Xiaozhang dismisses the idea immediately, looking slightly annoyed by the suggestion. She explains that the bartender was merely a temporary intern at her high school and nothing more. Mushin starts cuffing as Xiaozhang questions why she's so intensely interested in the other woman. Mushin looks away, seemingly caught off guard by the direct question. Xiaozhang questions why Mushin is so focused on the bartender's life. Mushin claims it is simply human nature to be curious about others. Xiaozhang points out that gossip doesn't really suit Mushin's personality. Xiaozhang insists there's no need to contact the other girl, preferring to focus on their meal together. A patch of white daisies blooms under the bright daylight. Mushin wonders if she can consider herself someone special in her friend's eyes. Xiaozhang maintains a calm and steady expression as they talk. The atmosphere between the 2 becomes noticeably heavier as they share a look. More flowers appear as Mushin contemplates the ambiguous nature of their relationship. Xiaozhang is caught off guard by the intense heat of the spicy dish. Mushin finds it hard to believe the food is that hot while they sit at the table. To prove her point, Mushin prepares to taste the roasted chili herself. Mushin immediately regrets the decision as the spice level causes her to cough. She quickly drinks water to soothe the burn, while a nearby couple starts a loud argument. A woman at the next table slams her hands down and prepares to leave. The resulting commotion and the man's attempt to stop his partner startle Mushin. Mushin realizes she has spilled food and water all over her white top, leaving noticeable stains. Xiaozhang leads her toward the restroom to address the mess on her clothes. They arrive at the entrance to the facility to clean up. Mushin stares at the oil stains in the mirror, realizing the shirt is ruined for the day. Xiaozhang looks around the room while formulating a practical solution. She decides to offer her own garment to help her friend. Mushin looks on in confusion as Xiaozhang begins to adjust her attire. Xiaozhang methodically unfastens the buttons on her outer shirt. She continues the process with a focused and serious expression. Mushin asks in surprise why she is removing her shirt in the middle of the room. The 2 stand face to face as the clothing exchange begins. Mushin is left speechless by her friend's sudden and helpful gesture. Xiaozhang drapes her clean shirt over Mushin's shoulders to hide the stains. She adjusts the garment carefully while Mushin worries about her friend getting cold. Xiaozhang offers a gentle smile, stating that Mushin's well-being is more important. Back at the dormitory, a roommate excitedly recounts a story of a hero in a raincoat. Mushin listens to the tale of good luck while resting her head on her hand. The roommate dramatically reenacts being saved from an embarrassing situation during a rainstorm. Mushin reflects on the description of this mysterious and beautiful stranger. The roommate teases that Mushin never has these encounters because she is too prepared with an umbrella. The girls head out to the campus sports field under a gray sky. The roommate spots a girl on the sidelines and identifies her as the helpful stranger from the storm. Xiaozhang sits on a bench in basketball gear, resting after a game. Mushin watches her from afar, finally connecting the person to the story. Night falls over the female dormitory as students settle in for the evening. Mushin wears the oversized shirt while checking her phone for messages. She sends a text expressing her gratitude for the help earlier that day. She holds the device tightly, waiting for the conversation to continue. A small smile forms as she waits for Xiaozhang to reply to her message. The pair walks together through the city as Mushin notices a large display. They stop to admire a fashion show broadcast on a massive outdoor screen. Mushin suggests that Xiaozhang actually has the perfect look to be a model. She encourages her friend to try part-time modeling work, believing she would excel. Xiaozhang admits she only took a restaurant job to spend more time with Mushin. Mushin promises to join her if any modeling opportunities arise in the future. In a professional photography studio, the crew prepares for the final set, asking Xiaozhang to try out some different poses. Mushin watches from the sidelines, looking on with a supportive smile as her friend works. Mushin tells Xiaozhang to keep focusing on the shoot while she waits comfortably nearby. Mushin takes a seat on a sofa, patiently passing the time during the session. Once the shoot wraps up, Xiaozhang discusses the results with a staff member. Mushin notices that Xiaozhang seems to be in a great mood and truly enjoys the work. Xiaozhang approaches Mushin, ready to head out for the day. She explains that she's wearing a sample outfit home to save time, since she doesn't want to keep Mushin waiting. Mushin is happy with the plan, and the two prepare to leave together. Outside, the night air is cool under the glow of the streetlights and autumn trees. While waiting at the bus stop, Mushin mentions how much she wishes they could have modeled together. The two stand together in the quiet night, enjoying each other's company. As the wind blows the autumn leaves around them, the temperature continues to drop. Mushin begins to feel the chill and starts shivering in the night air. She huddles up and tries to stay warm while complaining about the changing weather. Xiaozhang notices her discomfort and asks if she's catching a cold. Mushin admits that it is indeed getting quite chilly outside. Xiaozhang steps closer, looking at Mushin with a concerned expression. She decides to take action to help her friend warm up. Xiaozhang reaches out, offering her hand and mentioning that it's warm. A close-up shows her hand extended toward Mushin in a helpful gesture. The two end up holding hands as they stand together at the bus stop to share body heat. As they begin to walk, Xiaozhang asks Mushin what she'd like to eat for dinner. Mushin realizes she still doesn't know much about Xiaozhang's personal tastes. She decides to just be direct and asks what her favorite foods are. Xiaozhang reveals that she isn't a picky eater and can enjoy just about anything. They continue their walk, discussing how their parents' eating habits differ from their own. Mushin praises Xiaozhang's performance, noting that she looked like a natural professional during the shoot. Xiaozhang admits that she wasn't nervous because she was focused on the clothes. She explains that modeling is fascinating because it feels like living many different lives. Mushin looks into Xiaozhang's bright eyes, captivated by her passion. Mushin tells her she was clearly born for this job and is glad she's enjoying it. Xiaozhang thanks Mushin, admitting she never would have tried it without her encouragement. When asked how she knew how to pose, Xiaozhang explains she imitated things she saw in magazines. She jokes about how her basketball teammates usually just do simple peace signs in photos. Their laughter echoes through the park as they continue their late-night stroll. Xiaozhang shares that playing basketball is her favorite way to relax and decompress. Xiaozhang notices that Mushin has been asking a lot of questions throughout the evening. Mushin gets a bit flustered, wondering if she's being too inquisitive. She explains that she simply wants to get to know everything about her friend. Xiaozhang keeps her true feelings to herself, thinking about how Mushin doesn't realize she actually likes her. She wonders why Mushin hasn't asked the most important question, who her crush is. Xiaozhang jokingly shouts that she has a crush on Mushin, which catches her off guard. The moment is interrupted by a boy named Teng Nai, who happens to be at the university to turn in an assignment. Xiaozhang is visibly annoyed that the romantic atmosphere was ruined by the interruption. She tells Mushin to wait a moment while she pulls the boy aside to talk. Xiaozhang confronts Teng Nai, questioning why he keeps bothering them after being rejected. Xiaozhang looks visibly annoyed as Teng Nai refuses to back down. Teng Nai tries to score a lunch date, but Mushin shuts her down, saying they're heading back to the dorms. Xiaozhang stakes her claim, putting an arm around Mushin and suggesting they head home together. The two walk away as a chibi-style scene shows Teng Nai throwing a tantrum in the background. Xiaozhang waves a cheerful goodbye, leaving a frustrated Teng Nai behind. Mushin looks back at the now empty space where their unwanted guest was standing. The scene shifts to the towering exterior of Ford Central Hospital. In the hospital cafeteria, doctors gossip about Xiaozhang's unexpected debut as a model. Dr. Zhang, Xiaozhang's mother, hears the rumors and is completely blindsided. A colleague pulls out a phone to show her the social media post that has everyone talking. The screen reveals a high-fashion photo of Xiaozhang, looking like a professional. Dr. Zhang stares at the image of her daughter with a look of intense disbelief. A phone vibrates on a table, signaling a high-stakes call is coming through. While at her shoot, Xiaozhang notices the incoming call and prepares to answer. She excuses herself from the styling team to take the call in private. It's her mother on the other end, demanding to know where she is and what she's doing. Dr. Zhang cuts straight to the point, asking if she's really modeling for a shop. Xiaozhang looks overwhelmed as her mother demands a full explanation for the photos. Xiaozhang tries to explain it's just a part-time gig, but her mother dismisses the idea immediately. Her mother orders her to stay focused on her medical studies and nothing else. The lecture continues as her mother demands she stop wasting time on meaningless jobs. Xiaozhang stands her ground, insisting she has to finish the commitment she already made. After the tense call, she stands alone in the dressing room, feeling the weight of the confrontation. She stares into the distance, questioning if she really has to give up on what she enjoys. Later, Mushin sits before a pizza, feeling a bit of regret over their dinner choice. Xiaozhang helps out, carefully cutting the pizza into manageable pieces. Xiaozhang asks how Mushin manages so many jobs on top of her heavy law school workload. Mushin explains she works hard to save money and avoid being a burden to her family. Xiaozhang wonders if Mushin's passion for law is really that strong. Mushin admits that practicing law is the one thing she's wanted to do since she was a kid. Mushin mentions that someone else is interested in hiring Xiaozhang for more modeling work. As they walk through the park, Xiaozhang listens to the new career opportunity. The idea of modeling as a full-time career catches Xiaozhang completely off guard. Mushin encourages her, saying it's a blessing to turn a hobby into a lifelong profession. Mushin shares that following one's passion is the best way to keep life exciting. The two decide to take a break and find a place to sit for a while. They sit on a bench under the night sky, looking out at the glowing city skyline. Xiaozhang looks at Mushin, feeling comfortable enough to share her true feelings. Mushin assumes Xiaozhang naturally prefers being a doctor over being a model. Xiaozhang admits she doesn't even know why she's in med school school. Mushin is shocked and asks why she would choose such a difficult major then. Xiaozhang explains her mother is incredibly domineering and has always made her decisions for her. She recalls how sports and volunteering were her only ways to escape her mother's control. Xiaozhang remembers how her mother dismissed all her personal interests as meaningless. Mushin immediately objects, telling her that's not true at all. Mushin insists that doing something you enjoy is always worth the effort. She shares her own mother's wisdom, saying that anything you're passionate about is valuable. Mushin looks surprised that a law student could say something so romantic. She quickly clarifies that law is about logical thinking and has nothing to do with her personality. The two sit together on a park bench as Xiaozhang admits she envies those who find a career they are actually good at. Mushin asks why she continues to pursue a major she doesn't enjoy when she has the freedom to choose. Xiaozhang looks down, clearly bothered by the internal conflict. She confesses that she is weighed down by a sense of remorse and inferiority. Mushin is confused by these intense feelings and asks for clarification. Xiaozhang is taken aback and decides it's time to change the subject. Claiming it is getting too cold, she suggests they head back for the night. Mushin watches her walk away, sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Feeling like she failed to connect, Mushin tosses her drink into a trash can. They walk side by side in a tense, awkward silence. Xiaozhang worries that being honest about her past would only make Mushin hate her. The two continue their walk, lost in their own complicated thoughts. Night falls over the quiet female dormitory. Xiaozhang receives a text from her mother about her father's upcoming birthday and an invitation to visit his grave. Later at the cemetery, Dr. Zhang places a bouquet of flowers on the headstone while Mushin stands behind her. Dr. Zhang kneels to apologize for not visiting more often and mentions the local bakery is under renovation. She asks Mushin to come closer and greet her father. Mushin remains stationary, her face clouded with a dark expression. Dr. Zhang tries to keep a positive front for the occasion. Suddenly, Mushin turns around and begins to walk away from the grave site. Dr. Zhang chases after her, calling out her name in distress. She grabs Mushin's arm to stop her from leaving. Dr. Zhang looks hurt, reminding her daughter that today is a special day. Mushin turns back with a cold, empty gaze. She shouts that it has been 6 years and her mother needs to accept that he is gone. Dr. Zhang is horrified that Mushin won't even call him father anymore. In a moment of high tension, Dr. Zhang slaps Mushin across the face. The mother stands there trembling, overwhelmed by the emotional confrontation. Mushin eventually boards a long-distance bus alone, staring blankly out the window. She looks down at her phone, feeling isolated and hurt. Tears begin to fall as she leans her head down in sorrow. She opens her messages to Xiaozhang but hesitates to send anything. A yellow taxi pulls up on a rainy street corner. Someone steps out of the vehicle and onto the wet pavement. Xiaozhang spots Mushin sitting alone on a park bench in the mist. She rushes toward her friend, her face full of concern. Xiaozhang stops directly in front of her, letting her presence be known. Mushin looks up, shocked that Xiaozhang actually came to find her. Xiaozhang quietly takes a seat on the bench to offer her support. Mushin takes a moment to compose herself, ready to be vulnerable. She checks in with Xiaozhang before starting her difficult story. Mushin explains that her choice of major was a desperate attempt to make herself feel better. She reveals the truth that her father was also a lawyer. A flashback shows a peaceful park where a young Mushin viewed her father as a gentle soul. Her mother always told her that he was a messenger of justice who helped everyone. However, after he became ill, strangers began accusing him of being dishonest and turning the truth around. Mushin explains how the public's perception of her father was the complete opposite of the man she knew. The rumors quickly spread through their entire neighborhood and her school. People began to judge her as well, claiming she was a bad kid because of her father. Xiaozhang places a hand on her, firmly stating that none of it was her fault. She pulls Mushin into a warm embrace, reassuring her that she is doing a great job. Xiaozhang consoles a tearful Mushin, reassuring her that the current situation isn't her fault and she is doing a great job. Mushin looks down with heavy eyes, struggling to process the emotional weight of her family history. She clutches her clothes tightly as the sounds of the park fade into the background. Xiaozhang watches her friend closely, offering a steady and supportive presence during the breakdown. Mushin admits that she spent years blaming her father for his public disgrace, even holding on to that resentment after he passed away. Xiaozhang continues to offer a comforting touch, listening patiently to the confession. Xiaozhang insists that despite whatever happened professionally, her father's kindness toward her was absolutely real. Sitting together on the bench, Xiaozhang tells Mushin that her dedication to studying law has already served as a way to make things right. Mushin looks up, surprised that Xiaozhang hasn't pressed her for more details about the specific incident at the grave. Xiaozhang explains that she didn't want to cause more distress, but is always willing to listen whenever Mushin is ready to talk. A calm silence settles between the two as they share a moment of mutual understanding. Their conversation is interrupted by two young boys nearby who are playfully arguing over a treat. Xiaozhang calls out to the children, catching their attention as they run past. Mushin watches as Xiaozhang stands up to approach the pair on the walkway. With a bright and friendly smile, Xiaozhong pulls out some cash and asks if she can buy one of their lollipops. One of the boys is skeptical, questioning why he should give his snack to a stranger. Xiaozhong gestures back toward the bench, explaining that her friend is very upset and needs a reason to smile. She asks the boys if they would be willing to help her cheer up someone who is having a bad day. The two children huddle together to discuss the request before agreeing to help out. Xiaozhong takes the colorful treat and tries to hand over the money as promised. Before she can complete the payment, the two boys quickly sprint away down the path. They shout back that the candy is a gift, leaving Xiaozhong surprised by their sudden generosity. Xiaozhong returns to the bench and holds out the lollipop to her friend. She explains that this is a bit of happiness the children wanted to share specifically with her. Xiaozhong acknowledges that while the past can't be changed, she hopes Mushin can find more happiness with each new day. Mushin looks at the gift, deeply moved by the simple yet profound gesture of kindness. She quietly asks if she can continue to seek out Xiaozhong's company like this in the future. Xiaozhong promises to be there as a constant source of support whenever Mushin feels hurt or overwhelmed. Mushin leans into a supportive embrace, feeling a sense of peace she hasn't had in a long time. The scene transitions to a tall tree standing against a vast, open sky. As winter arrives earlier than expected, the bare branches reflect the changing seasons. Back at the university, Mushin is told that her advisor is waiting for her in the department office. She makes her way through the campus buildings to attend the meeting. The advisor informs her that there are no problems with her exchange student application. With 3 months left until her departure, Mushin begins the process of preparing for her time abroad. Snow begins to fall over the city, blanketing the apartment complexes in white. Later that evening, Xiaozhong relaxes on her bed and checks her phone messages. She scrolls through a social media post featuring her recent modeling work for an independent design shop. The post has gained significant traction, with hundreds of likes and curious comments about the accessories she wore. She notices a notification from a professional modeling agency among her new messages. The agency representative expresses interest in her look and offers her a chance for professional training and runway opportunities. Excited by the prospect, Xiaozhong immediately texts Mushin to tell her she wants to give it a shot. She jumps up in her room, thrilled by the sudden career opportunity. Her celebration is cut short when her mother appears in the doorway, asking for a private conversation on the balcony. Xiaozhong's mom tasks her with several household chores before heading out for her shift at the hospital. The young student is visibly relieved that her mother didn't bring up the secret modeling career she's been building. She decides to keep the professional agency offer a secret until everything is finalized and set in stone. Once she's alone in her room, she flops onto the bed to check her latest messages. A supportive text arrives, encouraging her that she has what it takes to succeed in the industry. Xiaozhong excitedly types back, eager to begin her official chat with the agency recruiters. She pauses for a moment as she notices a specific notification on her screen from Mushin. Glancing at the clock, she realizes it's already 7:30 in the evening. Mushin asks for her home address, claiming there is something important that needs to be sent over. In her own room, Mushin cryptically tells her friend that the nature of the gift will be a surprise. Mushin stares at her phone with a heavy heart, clearly struggling with a major secret of her own. She begins to type a message about her upcoming study abroad exchange program scheduled for March. Her expression turns somber as she considers how this news will affect their bond. Ultimately, she can't bring herself to send the text and deletes the entire message. She slumps over her desk, overwhelmed by the difficulty of breaking the news to Xiaozhong. Mushin decides it would be much better to wait and tell her friend about the move in person. The calendar shows a packed schedule as the time ticks past 10 at night. Xiaozhong gets to work in the kitchen under the bright glow of the dining room chandelier. She starts the process by heating and stirring a golden base mixture in a small bowl. Next, she adds a generous amount of cocoa powder and whisks the ingredients together. She continues to beat the mixture vigorously until it reaches a thick and stiff consistency. Very carefully, she drips the liquid chocolate into a tray filled with heart-shaped molds. After letting them sit in the freezer for 6 hours, she finally reaches in to retrieve the hardened treats. She places the small, dark chocolates onto a white plate for a quick taste test. Xiaozhong tries one, but her initial confidence quickly vanishes as she reacts to the flavor. She is baffled as to why the result tastes so strange despite using high-quality ingredients. Determined to succeed, she concludes that her measurements must be off and vows to try again the next day. By the following evening, the sun begins to set over the city, casting long shadows across the apartment buildings. Xiaozhong is back in the kitchen, fully focused on her second attempt at the recipe. Her eyes light up with a spark of genuine triumph as she samples the new batch. She is thrilled to find that the weird aftertaste has finally disappeared. Feeling like a natural chef, she strikes a proud pose to celebrate her culinary victory. She grabs her phone, wanting to document the very first time she successfully made chocolate. A series of playful photos captures her posing with a large, heart-shaped piece of her work. The final Polaroid-style shot shows her smiling warmly while holding her handmade creation creation. Her father suddenly appears in the doorway, catching her completely off guard. He immediately catches a whiff of the sweet, sugary aroma filling the dining area. He approaches the table, realizing his daughter has spent the evening making homemade chocolates. Xiaozhong looks up with a sly, satisfied grin while leaning on her hand. When her dad reaches out for a sample, she quickly blocks him from touching the plate. She firmly tells him no, making it clear that these specific treats aren't meant for him. Her father watches her closely, his curiosity about her secret project growing. He puts his hands together and deduces that these must be a special gift for Valentine's Day. Xiaozhong's expression softens into a thoughtful gaze as her true intentions are revealed. A light blush creeps onto her face, confirming her father's romantic suspicions. Her dad starts to tease her, asking if she's worried that her feelings might not be reciprocated. She gets defensive and tells him to stop trying to ambush her with gossip. Xiaozhong admits she has just been waiting for the appropriate time to share her heart. Her father wishes her luck, but warns her to clean up the mess before her mother returns. As he turns to leave, she calls out to him with a final serious request. She tells him not to mention any of this to her mother for the time being. He agrees, noting that while her mother might disapprove, it is ultimately her own life to lead. Left alone, Xiaozhong sits at the table and reflects on her growing feelings. She resolves that no matter what, she has to find a way to express herself. Meanwhile, over at Mushin's home, a delivery arrival is announced for the household. Mushin's mother is busy with the laundry when Mushin asks her to open the new parcel. Her mother is surprised to find a box of chocolates waiting inside the package. She pulls out a beautifully wrapped gift, complete with a delicate green ribbon and lace detailing. Mushin's mother presents a box of chocolates, though Mushin claims she didn't buy any herself. Her mother hands over a card, urging her to take a look at the sender. Mushin stares at the mystery gift, wondering who could have sent chocolates to her home address on Valentine's Day. She quickly realizes the sender after recalling a recent text from Xiaozhong asking for her address. Overwhelmed with joy, Mushin excitedly prepares to open the gift while surrounded by a flurry of hearts. The card from Xiaozhong contains a heartfelt message wishing her happiness through the gift of chocolate. Meanwhile, Xiaozhong nervously hovers over her phone, struggling to find the right words to type. Across town at her apartment, the tension builds as she waits for a response. Xiaozhong paces around her living room, anxiously checking for any notification that the parcel was received. She types out a barrage of questions at lightning speed, wondering if the chocolates were to Mushin's liking. Realizing she is coming on too strong, she stops herself from sending the overwhelming message. Looking for a more personal touch, Xiaozhong decides on a different approach to check in. Mushin is caught off guard when her phone suddenly rings with an incoming video call. She quickly steps away from her mother to find a private spot to answer. Ducking into the bathroom, Mushin frantically fixes her hair to look her best for the camera. Her mother watches in confusion as she rushes past the living room sofa. With her earbuds in, Mushin takes a deep breath and accepts the call. Xiaozhong appears on the screen with a bright, welcoming smile, asking if she is home. Mushin settles back onto the couch, her face glowing with happiness as they begin their conversation. She lets Xiaozhong know that she just opened the gift and is about to try the chocolate. Mushin's mother interrupts the moment by asking if she can try one of the chocolates as well. On the other end, Xiaozhong watches Mushin prepare to take a bite through the phone screen. She feels a wave of nerves, planning to confess that she made the chocolates herself once Mushin finishes eating. Xiaozhong pumps herself up, determined to find the perfect moment to reveal her true feelings. Her motivation is suddenly cut short when her own mother calls out to her from the background. Xiaozhong freezes in place, her confidence completely evaporating at the interruption. The shock of the moment leaves her feeling utterly defeated and emotionally drained. She collapses onto the floor in a comedic display of despair. Mushin tries to explain to her mother that she is currently on a private video call with a friend. Realizing she is intruding, the mother decides to head back to her room to give them space. Mushin asks if Xiaozhong is okay before questioning if the chocolates were handmade. Panicking, Xiaozhong lies and claims a friend made them, insisting she only helped out a little. Xiaozhong realizes she can't admit the truth after her mother previously criticized her cooking. She watches Mushin's reaction closely, fearing that a confession of her lack of skill might lead to rejection. Mushin reassures her, stating that the flavor is perfect and better than store-bought treats. She looks directly into the camera and declares it the best Valentine's gift she has ever received. Xiaozhong smiles back, teasing that it might be too early to make such a grand declaration. Despite being in separate locations, the two feel a deep connection while chatting late into the evening. As the sun sets over the city, the day's excitement begins to wind down. Xiaozhong lounges on her sofa, her thoughts shifting toward a sudden craving for spicy noodles. She stares blankly at the ceiling, unable to get the idea of a savory meal out of her head. Xiaozhong stands up with renewed energy, deciding to head out and satisfy her hunger. She steps out into the cool evening air, making her way through the apartment complex. Taking the car, she drives through the city streets toward her favorite food spot. She arrives at a local noodle shop, ready to indulge in a hot meal. While eating her spicy noodles, Xiaozhong reflects on the training materials her agency promised to send. She checks the delivery tracker on her phone, hoping to intercept the package before her mother sees it. Her phone suddenly buzzes in her hand, signaling an incoming notification. Xiaozhang answers a call from a delivery driver who informs her that he is currently at her door. Xiaozhang tells the delivery driver she isn't home and asks him to leave the package by the door. She grows suspicious when the driver claims someone is already inside her house. She checks her phone in confusion, wondering who could be home while her parents are at work. Setting her chopsticks aside, she decides to head back and investigate the situation. The scene shifts to the exterior of the apartment complex where she lives. Xiaozhang enters the apartment cautiously, looking around for the mysterious occupant. She walks into the living room as a voice asks if she is looking for her delivery. She turns around with a startled expression, caught off guard by the presence. Her mother is revealed to be the one waiting inside, looking quite displeased. Elsewhere, the sun shines over a different residential neighborhood. A chat log shows Mushen and Xiaozhang discussing a potential modeling training session. Mushen sits in her room when her mother calls out to her from the doorway. Turning away from her laptop, Mushen invites her mother to come inside. The two sit on the bed and discuss the upcoming travel plans for studying abroad. Mushen stays focused on her computer screen as the conversation continues. Her mother offers to fly with her to help her get settled into the new environment. Mushen declines the offer, worrying that the language barrier would make things harder for her mother. The mother questions why Mushen is leaving early when her classes haven't even started yet. Mushen embraces her mother and promises to stay in touch through daily video calls. Despite the promise, her mother suggests she refund the ticket and stay home longer. Mushen remains firm in her decision, insisting that she absolutely must return to school. The mother continues to press her for a specific reason for this early departure. Mushen looks away, clearly hiding a deeper motivation for her haste. She finally admits that she wants to meet someone and say goodbye in person. Her mother immediately jumps to the conclusion that she is seeing someone special. Mushen is teased about her secret as her mother demands to know who it is. Blushing, Mushen admits she has developed some strong feelings for this person. She describes this individual as a wonderful person who goes out of their way to help others. Mushen adds that this person is exceptionally kind and capable in everything they do. With a soft smile, she explains that this person makes her feel completely safe. The mother asks for a name or a photo just as a sudden knock sounds at the door. The mother playfully scolds Mushen for being so mysterious before heading to see who it is. She walks over to the door to greet the unexpected visitor. Meng is at the door, explaining she is visiting her grandmother and wanted to see Mushen. Mushen's mother listens as the young visitor asks if Mushen is currently at home. The mother leans in to whisper a question about the person Mushen might be interested in. Meng is visibly shocked to learn that Mushen has feelings for someone. Mushen holds her phone tightly as she waits for a reply from her friend. She looks down at the screen with a somber and disappointed expression. A message from Xiaozhang reveals she will no longer be attending the modeling training. Xiaozhang explains that her mother found out about her secret plans and scolded her. Mushen begins to type a response, questioning how she could give up on her dream so easily. The reply states that following her mother's orders is the only way to keep the peace. Mushen stares at the text, feeling a deep sense of frustration for her friend. Meng enters the room and bluntly asks if Mushen has fallen in love with someone. Mushen is taken aback by the direct question and looks up at her guest. She looks away again, struggling to find the right words to respond. The tension in the room grows as the two continue their private conversation. Meng confronts her directly, guessing that the person in question is Xiaozhang. She points out that Xiaozhang hasn't been open about her own feelings yet. Mushen listens in silence as Meng questions if she really wants to be with someone so hesitant. Feeling overwhelmed, Mushen tells her to stop talking and leave her alone. She asks for some space to rest, clearly hurt by the harsh words. Mushen sits alone on her bed, reflecting on the conversation after the door slams shut. She dwells on the concept of courage and what it means for her future. Sometime later, Xiaozhang waves Mushen over as they meet beneath a blossoming tree. Mushen approaches her with a serious look, carrying a bag over her shoulder. Xiaozhang expresses relief that Mushen didn't get hurt while crossing the street. She notices Mushen's hands are turning red due to the lack of warm clothing. Xiaozhang looks concerned as she realizes how cold her friend actually is. She reaches out to check the temperature of Mushen's hands. Xiaozhang holds both of Mushen's hands in a clinical attempt to provide warmth. The two stand close together while addressing the physical effects of the chilly weather. Mushen asks for final confirmation regarding the cancelled modeling sessions. Xiaozhang looks down, confirming she has officially quit to please her mother. She explains her reasoning, trying to find positivity in her path toward medicine. Mushen listens as Xiaozhang talks about saving lives instead of pursuing modeling. Mushen looks at her friend, her expression filled with unspoken thoughts. She maintains eye contact, preparing herself to deliver some difficult news. Xiaozhang is stunned when Mushen suddenly reveals she is planning to go abroad very soon. Mushen explains that she's leaving at the end of the month for a 4-month exchange program. Realizing this departure is only a few days away, Xiaozhang becomes visibly anxious. Inner voices begin to swarm Xiaozhang's mind, screaming at her to confess her feelings before it's too late. One voice warns that if she doesn't act now, their connection will completely fizzle out by the time Mushen returns. However, another part of her subconscious urges caution, worried that Mushin might only see her as a friend. The conflicting parts of her psyche debate whether Mushin is actually interested or if a confession will ruin their friendship. Stealing her resolve, Xiaozhang prepares to speak her truth despite her intense nerves. She stands face to face with Mushin and delivers a direct confession of her feelings. Seeing Mushin's silence, Xiaozhang quickly offers her an out, saying she doesn't need an immediate answer. Mushin lets her down gently, stating that it would be best for both of them to just remain friends. The rejection hits Xiaozhang hard, leaving her looking completely crestfallen. Mushin avoids eye contact, appearing troubled by the difficult conversation she just had to have. Xiaozhang immediately apologizes, calling her sudden confession impulsive and rude. Despite the apology, she can't help but plead for Mushin to give their potential relationship a real chance. Mushin remains firm in her decision and begins to walk away from the emotional encounter. Left alone, Xiaozhang is filled with confusion as she questions why staying friends is considered the best path forward. She reaches out to stop Mushin, desperate for a deeper explanation for the rejection. Xiaozhang confronts her directly, asking if there is someone else who has already captured her heart. Mushin admits that she does indeed like someone else. Even so, she insists that her reason for saying no is simply because she values their friendship above all else. Later, Mushin arrives at a quiet suburban home to visit Miss Zhang. Miss Zhang welcomes her warmly at the door, curious about how things have been going. She explains that she wanted to treat Mushin to a nice meal before she embarks on her upcoming journey. Miss Zhang expresses her deep gratitude for all the help Mushin provided to her daughter, Nancy. During dinner, Ms. Zhang notices that Mushin seems distracted and has lost her appetite. She asks if Mushin is feeling anxious about going abroad, but Mushin clarifies that her mind is on something else. Mushin confesses that she turned down someone she actually has feelings for. She explains her unease stems from the fact that this person lacks personal drive and settles for a life chosen by others. Ms. Zhang listens as Mushin describes her fear that this person might give up on her just as easily as they gave up on their dreams. Mushin admits she is deeply bothered by the other person's lack of conviction and independence. She wants the person to change for their own sake, rather than just to please her. Ms. Zhang reminds her that fear often follows deep feelings, and that some things can only be known by trying. Later that night, Xiaozhang walks through the city, still replaying the earlier conversation in her head. She ponders Mushin's cryptic words about liking someone else, but not rejecting her because of it. As she pieces the logic together, the reality of the situation begins to dawn on her. A look of realization crosses Xiaozhang's face as she finally understands who Mushin was actually talking about. Xiaozhang stares intensely at her drink, finally realizing that Mushin actually likes her despite the rejection. At the bar, the bartender observes that Xiaozhang isn't much of a drinker and asks what's bothering her. Xiaozhang looks down, wondering why someone would ever turn down a person they genuinely have feelings for. The bartender suggests it could be due to a lack of reciprocation, or perhaps disapproval from family members. She adds that the fear of friends not approving of the relationship could also be a major hurdle. Xiaozhang considers this but realizes Mushin doesn't even know her friends, so that can't be the reason. She begins to worry that there might be something fundamentally wrong with her that Mushin simply dislikes. Frustrated by the mystery, Xiaozhang clutches her head in a moment of visible distress. She looks up and asks the bartender for her honest opinion of her character. The bartender immediately deduces that Xiaozhang was the one who got rejected in this scenario. She points out that Xiaozhang is still dealing with the same personal issues she had back in high school. While acknowledging that Xiaozhang is smart and easy to talk to, the bartender notes she still has one major flaw. She brings up a past incident where Xiaozhang's mother forced a girl to change schools because Xiaozhang wouldn't stand up for herself. Xiaozhang looks on as the bartender recalls how much she used to shrink and lose her spirit in front of her mother. The bartender is baffled by how someone so free-spirited can be so subservient to a parent's every command. The bartender urges her to start making her own decisions instead of just following her mother's path. She warns that being serious about someone doesn't matter if that person doesn't see any decisiveness in her. Xiaozhang takes the advice to heart, realizing her indecision is ruining her potential relationships. She stands alone in the middle of the city, dwarfed by the massive buildings as she reflects on her life. Xiaozhang realizes that her lack of a clear future is starting to affect her personal happiness. She admits to herself that she has never truly put much thought into what she wants for her own future. Looking out at the street, she contemplates how much of her life has been lived for others. The bright city lights remind her of the constant pressure she feels to conform to her mother's expectations. A flashback reveals a young Xiaozhang being led away by her mother, while other children are allowed to play. Her mother tells her that playing is a waste of time, and that she must focus entirely on her grades. Xiaozhang remembers hiding a flyer for a street dancing group, a passion she was never allowed to pursue. She recalls throwing her dreams away, having lost the will to even try arguing with her mother. Xiaozhang realizes that Mushin must have seen this same weakness when she easily gave up on her modeling dreams. She looks down in shame, certain that Mushin was deeply disappointed by her lack of conviction. Clutching her phone, she hesitates to reach out and bridge the gap between them. She starts to type a message to Mushin but stops after only a few letters, unable to find the words. Xiaozhang walks down the sidewalk alone, still lost in a sea of regret and uncertainty. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the the university campus where Mushin is spending her time. Mushin's friend notices she has been incredibly preoccupied and asks who she is thinking about. They walk past the sports area, noting that the girl who usually plays basketball hasn't been seen lately. The friend suggests that Mushin should just send a message to check in on her. Mushin admits to herself that she was too angry to explain her side of things after their last talk. She fears that if they meet again, she won't be able to keep her overwhelming feelings in check. Mushin wonders why Xiaozhang hasn't tried to contact her, fearing that she has simply given up. She sits alone and curled up, terrified that Xiaozhang doesn't understand the true meaning behind her words. Xiaozhang finally arrives at a door, looking determined as she prepares to take action. She reaches out with her keys and prepares to unlock the door to face her future. Mushin tells her mother she needs to head through the security check to catch her flight. Her mother wants to stay until she passes through, but Mushin insists she can handle things on her own. The mother waves goodbye, reminding Mushin to take care and stay in contact. Mushin stands alone for a moment, looking slightly pensive before moving forward. She joins the long queue of passengers waiting at the security gate. While waiting, she checks her phone, remembering a message promising a reunion. Mushin looks around the terminal, hoping to see a familiar face before she leaves. A close-up shows someone rushing through the airport at top speed to make it in time. A loud shout calls out Mushin's name from the crowd behind the barrier. Mushin turns around in shock to find the source of the voice. Xiaozhang arrives, looking winded but relieved to have finally made it. Mushin stares at her, completely caught off guard by the surprise appearance. Xiaozhang reaches into her bag to retrieve a special keepsake she prepared. She hands over a small paper bag, apologizing for the delay in her arrival. The people behind them in line grow impatient and ask them to keep moving. Mushin looks a bit flustered by the public attention during their meeting. Xiaozhang reaches out to steady Mushin with a gentle hand on her head. Xiaozhang leans in to offer a supportive forehead gesture as a parting sign of affection. They share a final quiet moment of connection before the departure. Xiaozhang looks her in the eyes and promises that a visit is coming soon. Mushin finally passes through the gate, looking back at her friend one last time. Once past security, Mushin begins to examine the contents of the bag. She finds a photograph of Xiaozhang during her recent professional training sessions. The bag also contains a small sachet filled with various keepsakes. A note explains that Xiaozhang attended the training and wanted to share some happiness for the trip. Mushin holds the gift close to her heart, feeling deeply moved by the effort. The scene transitions to a beautiful coastal city during a holiday break. Xiaozhang and Mushin are reunited, walking through the city streets together. They arrive at the building where Mushin has been staying during her time abroad. Xiaozhang suggests finding a nearby hotel so she can visit again the next morning. Mushin hesitates before inviting her to stay at her place instead for convenience. Xiaozhang is pleasantly surprised by the sudden invitation to stay over. Night falls over the city as the two settle in for the evening. The two lie in bed, staring up at the ceiling in the quiet room. They rest side by side, finally having the chance to speak freely without distractions. Xiaozhang looks over at her companion, her mind full of reflections. Mushin watches her quietly, waiting for the conversation to begin. Xiaozhang starts to sit up, thinking it might be better to sleep on the floor to be respectful. Mushin immediately reaches out to stop her from leaving the bed. Mushin looks up at her with an expression that asks her to stay right where she is. Xiaozhang settles back down, and the two resume their heart-to-heart talk. Mushin asks how she managed to get her mother's approval for her new career path. Xiaozhang explains she worked out a compromise involving her academic schedule and free time. She admits that while she respects her mother, she had to stop running from her true identity. She details the intense argument they had, noting how stubborn they both are by nature. The two share a smile over the realization that their stubbornness is a clear family trait. Mushin listens as Xiaozhang describes the deep impression this conflict left on her. Xiaozhang explains her philosophy of choosing the path that reduces the most harm for everyone. She gently touches Mushin's face, emphasizing how important their connection is to her. She admits that while she used to avoid conflict, losing someone precious was a risk she couldn't take. Mushin is amazed by how much her friend has matured in such a short time. Xiaozhang confidently states that she has finally found her true self. She looks at Mushin with deep affection, noting that she has finally found her as well. In the present day, the family discusses arrangements for the airport. The group gathers together as they prepare for the final departure. Xiaozhang shares a brief, respectful embrace with her mother. She offers a sincere word of thanks, showing their relationship has reached a new understanding. The two walk away into the distance, leaving their past conflicts behind for a happy future together. A busy studio set shows crew members preparing for a professional shoot. Xiaozhang poses in a dark, butterfly-themed dress while cameras click. She switches to a more relaxed outfit, still adorned with butterfly accessories for the photo shoot. A staff member announces the end of the session and thanks everyone for their hard work. The designer asks Xiaozhang if she has any plans after finishing the job. Xiaozhang mentions she is waiting for Mushin to finish overtime, so they can go home together. Xiaozhong and the blonde designer sit at a bar together to pass the time. Xiaozhong spots a familiar face across the crowded room. Both women look toward a group of people socializing nearby. They see a gray-haired woman chatting with friends, who turns out to be an old high school classmate. Xiaozhong asks the designer why she kept her as the finale model despite previous scandals. The designer explains she simply loves Xiaozhong's style and admires her long-term relationship. Xiaozhong reflects on how happy she is that she and Mushen stayed together all these years. She then asks the designer if she ever met someone special back in high school. The designer's expression turns solemn as she confirms she did. A close-up of her eyes shows a hint of lingering sadness. She looks down, lost in a memory from her past. A flashback shows the designer being challenged by friends to make a certain boy fall for her. In the past, she confidently accepted the bet, believing no one could resist her. Young Tong sits at an easel, realizing she might have made a promise she can't keep. The art classroom is filled with students focused on their work. She tries to think of a common topic to start a conversation with her target. She observes the boy's sharp profile from a distance. She jokingly compares his appearance to a husky. She quickly changes her mind, thinking he looks more like a polar bear. The boy glances over with a stern, focused look in his eyes. Tong immediately looks away and pretends to be busy with her drawing. He continues to work on his art without saying a word. Tong remains focused on her canvas, trying to maintain her composure. The school bell rings, signaling the end of the class period. Students begin to pack up their belongings and leave the art room. Tong hesitates, looking over her shoulder at the boy's work. She notices he was sketching fashion designs rather than the assigned subject. She approaches him, curious about his interest in design. Tong compliments his work, noting that the designs look great. The boy looks surprised by the sudden praise from his classmate. She points out the complexity of the textures and cuts in his sketches. He stares at her silently, seemingly unimpressed by her attempt to talk. A flashback bubble reminds her of the bet she made with her friends. The boy speaks up, questioning her taste and aesthetic judgment. Tong becomes defensive, asking if he thinks she has bad taste. She proudly shows off a handmade keepsake on her wrist as proof of her skill. Other girls join in, showing they all have similar handmade charms. He dismisses her effort, claiming she only knows how to please the masses. Tong is left fuming while the boy returns to his stoic demeanor. She worries that he is mocking her and still remembers her past comments. The boy maintains a cold expression, ignoring her frustration. He tells her he didn't ask for her opinion and gets up to leave. Frustrated, she grabs a piece of charcoal to prove her point. She starts drawing directly onto his canvas to show her own design ideas. He quickly grabs her wrist to stop her from altering his work. He looks at her with intense annoyance, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing. The scene shifts to a quiet art classroom where students are diligently working at their easels. A tense moment erupts when the stoic boy grabs a girl's wrist to prevent her from interfering with his drawing. He maintains a firm grip, glaring intensely at her for attempting to alter his artwork. On the canvas, a series of elegant fashion sketches are visible, showcasing his refined technical skill. The school bell rings, ending the period as the two students stand in awkward silence. The instructor announces that he will be away from the studio and expects the students to stay productive on their own. Addressing the entire class, the teacher explains that he will appoint 2 monitors to oversee the homework. Tong and Jai Jiang are both startled when they are called out by name to report to the office. Inside the faculty area, the teacher prepares to give the 2 students their specific responsibilities. He tasks Tong with leading the quick sketch sessions, while Jai Jiang is placed in charge of checking homework. After receiving their orders, the pair heads out to the storage room to collect supplies for the next lesson. Tong feels uneasy about being alone with the boy she just argued with, wondering if they can even get along. They enter a dim storage room filled with various plaster statues and geometric models used for drawing practice. The 2 students scan the high shelves, looking for the specific objects the teacher requested. Tong spots a geometric shape on a high shelf and prepares to retrieve it. She stretches her arm up as far as it can go, struggling to reach the heavy plaster object. Before she can grasp it, Ji Jiang's hand reaches up alongside hers to assist. Utilizing his height, he easily secures the object from the top shelf while Tong looks on in surprise. He calmly hands the plaster block over to her, his expression remaining neutral. Tong takes the object, feeling a bit conflicted about his sudden helpfulness. She realizes that despite their earlier clash, she should maintain a professional and polite attitude. As he walks away to gather more supplies, Tong manages to offer a quick word of thanks. Jai Jiang pauses mid-stride, turning back to face her with a serious look. The sudden attention makes Tong jump, unsure of what he might say next. He steps closer, closing the distance between them to speak more directly. Unexpectedly, he asks Tong if she is aware of her natural talent for design. The compliment leaves her completely stunned and momentarily speechless. He clarifies that while he liked his original sketch, her modifications actually elevated the style to a new level. Tong stares at him, processing the rare praise from such a talented peer. Quickly regaining her composure, she proudly agrees that she has excellent taste. In the present, Tong recounts this turning point to her friend, explaining how that single compliment changed everything. She reflects on how that word made her feel special and set her on her current career path. She remembers how he quietly took over all the heavy lifting during their time as monitors. They eventually began sharing their work, with him offering constructive critiques to help her improve. Looking back at his stoic face, she realizes her initial impression of him being cold was entirely wrong. The scene shifts to the exterior of the school cafeteria during a lunch break. Inside, Tong tells her friends about how helpful and observant Zhaijiang has been during their shared duties. Her friends immediately start teasing her, wondering if the stoic boy has actually fallen for her. Tong quickly dismisses their theories, claiming they are letting their imaginations run wild. The girls refuse to let it go, suggesting that Tong's constant praise for him means she is the one catching feelings. They joke about her blushing face and tell her to prepare for a high school romance. Fed up with the relentless teasing, Tong stands up and announces she's done with her meal. As she walks away, she tries to convince herself there is no way she likes him, even though she admits he is pleasant to be around. She starts to wonder if a talented person like him could actually have some interest in her after all. Meanwhile, out on the athletic field, a classmate approaches Zhijiang with a request. The boy asks Zhijiang to set up a group meeting with Tong over coming weekend. Zhijiang is skeptical and asks why his friend can't just talk to her himself. The friend explains that since Zhijiang and Tong are close, she'll be more likely to agree, allowing the friend to join and eventually confess his feelings. Zhijiang is visibly taken aback to learn that his friend thinks Tong is cute and wants to date her. Zhijiang stares blankly, processing the fact that he has a potential rival for Tong's attention. He tries to talk his friend out of it by bringing up her less than graceful habits when she's tired. The friend immediately calls him out, accusing Zhijiang of being a rival who has been watching her too closely. Zhijiang denies the accusation, claiming he is simply providing a warning about her personality. Internally, he resolves to keep his emotions in check and maintain a distance from her. His friend notices Tong and her group looking over at them from across the field. Zhijiang watches her from a distance, telling himself he would never admit to having feelings even if he had them. After school on Friday, Zhijiang catches up with Tong as she heads home with her friends. He stops her to ask if she has any plans for the next day. He suggests a specific time and place for them to meet up, which Tong finds a bit sudden but agrees to. As he walks away, he thinks back to his friend's plan to use this meeting as a bridge for a confession. Tong's friends are ecstatic, fully convinced that Zhijiang has finally asked her out on a proper date. The day of the meeting arrives, and the city streets are crowded with people. Tong shows up in a stylish outfit, nervously wondering if this meeting will lead to a romantic confession. She spots Zhijiang waiting outside a coffee shop, but her heart sinks when she realizes he isn't alone. Tong stands frozen, confused by the presence of the extra person. Zhijiang notices her arrival and waves her over to the group. He introduces his friend from school, keeping his expression neutral. The friend gives a cheerful greeting while Tong tries to hide her disappointment. The friend gives Zhijiang a knowing look, checking to see if everything is going according to the plan. The friend quickly makes an excuse about forgetting something, so he can leave the two of them alone for a moment. Tong suggests they go inside to grab drinks while they wait for him to return. Zhijiang finds himself walking away alone, questioning why he even agreed to help his friend with such a plan. He looks back, worried that Tong might actually be the type of person to accept the other boy's feelings. He stops in his tracks, feeling a deep sense of conflict about the situation he created. The focus shifts to the quiet coffee shop where the meeting is set to take place. Inside, Tong and the classmates sit in awkward silence, waiting for the afternoon to unfold. A hurried pair of feet makes a quick exit from the building. Zhijiang looks around the exterior of the shop, searching for where the others might have gone. He rushes through the plaza, realizing they must have left the immediate area. Frustrated, he pulls out his phone and tries to get a hold of Tong. He scans the surrounding park, hoping to spot a familiar face in the distance. He finally locates Tong sitting alone at an outdoor table near an ice cream stand. She ignores the world around her, focused entirely on eating her snack while looking visibly upset. Zhijiang approaches her table and immediately demands to know what the suitor said to her. He sits down across from her, pressing for details about the confession and her response. Tong looks at him with sharp eyes, pointing out that since he set the whole thing up, he should already know the result. Zhijiang listens silently as she calls him out for his questionable behavior. Getting fed up with the conversation, Tong stands up and tells him to just go ask his friend if he's so curious. She begins to walk away, leaving him alone at the table. Zhijiang suddenly calls out her name and tells her not to accept the confession. Tong stops in her tracks, processing his sudden change of heart. She turns back to ask why she shouldn't, especially since this seemed to be exactly what he wanted. The two stand in the middle of the open plaza, the tension between them reaching a breaking point. Zhijiang looks nervous, his composure finally slipping. He tells her to just go back to her friends and tell them she won the bet. Tong stares at him in shock as the reality of the situation sets in. He finally admits his true feelings and urges her not to start a relationship with his friend. Back in the present, Mushin and Tong sit at the bar as the flashback concludes. Tong explains how their lives moved in different directions after high school due to a family crisis on his end. Mushin listens intently as the story of their past unfolds. The two continue their conversation at the counter, surrounded by the ambient noise of the bar. Tong reflects on how their personal needs and perspectives have shifted over the years. She notes that staying together allows partners to adapt to each other's changes more naturally. Mushin ponders the concept of personal needs while leaning on her hand. She remains deep in thought, staring off into the distance as she processes the advice. The two sit side by side, watching the crowd move around the venue. Nearby, Xiaozhang stands among the other patrons, keeping an eye on the room. A series of text messages show the group coordinating their meeting at the bar. Xiaozhang smiles at her phone while walking toward the entrance. She arrives at the front of the building, ready to head inside. Xiaozhang leads a companion toward the door, explaining the plan. She mentions that Tong is already inside and suggests they go say hello. As they walk, a hand is placed supportively on the companion's waist. The girl blushes slightly at the close proximity as they navigate the crowd. They move through the bar together, drawing occasional glances from other patrons. They finally spot Tong at the counter and wave to get her attention. The group gathers at the bar to discuss their plans for dinner. Mushin watches the interaction with a neutral, observant expression. She stays quiet, looking over at the newcomers as the conversation continues. Xiaozhang notices Mushin's steady gaze from across the group. Suddenly, Mushin leans in and wraps her arms around the companion in a firm embrace. She maintains a stoic look while holding the girl close. Xiaozhang watches the display of affection with a surprised expression. She wonders to herself if the gesture was a deliberate move meant specifically for her to witness. Xiaozhang watches Mushin's provocative behavior at the bar, wondering if she's trying to bait another scandalous article. Meanwhile, an onlooker decides to capture the unfolding drama on their phone. Xiaozhang's companion decides to head out, leaving Mushin and Tong to deal with their own business. Mushin and Tong watch her leave, the tension finally starting to ease. As they walk through the shopping district, Mushin playfully asks Tong what she'd like to eat for dinner. Mushin gives a cheery salute, ready to follow any plan Tong has in mind. Tong stops and looks Mushin in the eye, questioning if she did something wrong earlier. She points out that Mushin has been acting strangely all day and demands an explanation. A small comedic moment highlights the awkwardness as Tong continues to press for answers. Tong expresses her concern about Mushin's lack of shyness in front of so many people, fearing someone might have taken a photo. Mushin listens intently to Tong's lecture, her expression unreadable. Mushin leans in close to Tong, gently adjusting her hair while asking why she should feel shy. Tong looks up at her, caught off guard by the sudden closeness as they stand on the street. They eventually continue walking, with Tong admitting she's craving some spicy Korean food. The next morning, the sun rises over a quiet, modern residence. Xiaozhang suddenly bolts upright in bed, looking alert. She immediately reaches for her phone to check the latest news. To her surprise, the clock shows it's early morning, and there are absolutely no missed calls or notifications. Xiaozhang sits at the edge of the bed, staring at her phone in confusion. She decides to take initiative and places a call to check the status of potential articles. On the other end, a reporter is busy eating breakfast while answering the phone. Xiaozhang looks serious as she asks if any news about her was published today. She finds it strange that no one noticed her and Mushin together the night before. Xiaozhang considers the possibility that she might run into the reporter again soon. The scene shifts back to a bar where the neon lights are still glowing. Inside the restroom area, someone is clearly having a rough night after too many drinks. A faucet runs in the sink as a woman tries to freshen up. A woman with long, light hair looks at herself in the mirror, realizing she's reached her limit. She gathers herself and prepares to head home for the night. As she walks through the bar, two men nearby start making unwanted comments about her appearance. The two men approach her, persistently asking if she's alone and offering to buy her drinks. She tries to ignore them and keep moving toward the exit. The situation escalates when the men grab her arm, refusing to let her leave so easily. Suddenly, a firm hand reaches out and grabs the man's wrist, stopping him in his tracks. Xiaozhang appears on the scene, sternly telling the men to let her friend go. A small comedic panel shows the two women standing their ground against the frustrated men. The light-haired woman looks at Xiaozhang in shock, surprised by the sudden rescue. Xiaozhang maintains a calm but firm expression, asking the woman if they can talk privately. Outside, the neon sign of the glows in the night. Inside, Xiaozhang and her friend sit across from each other, discussing the recent rescue. They share a quiet moment over drinks before things get serious. The light-haired friend prepares to head home. The conversation isn't over yet. Xiaozhang stops her, needing to clarify something important from the previous night. She directly asks if the woman saw her at the bar during the earlier incident. The friend pauses, reflecting on what she witnessed. She admits to knowing about the staged scandal and Xiaozhang's actual relationship. Confused by the model's motives, she asks what Xiaozhang is actually planning. Xiaozhang wonders why a reporter wouldn't jump at the chance to expose a real secret. The friend remains silent, weighing her response carefully. She is stunned, questioning if Xiaozhang is trying to force a public reveal. The friend warns her about the massive professional risks involved in coming out. Xiaozhang remains firm, stating she is ready to face any backlash. The reporter questions if throwing away a bright future for one person is truly logical. She presses further, asking if the potential fallout is worth the trade-off. Xiaozhang insists it is worth it, because her partner has waited in the shadows for far too long. The light-haired woman listens, her expression softening with a hint of sadness. She warns that if the relationship fails, Xiaozhang will be left with absolutely nothing. The model stares off, considering the harsh reality of that possibility. Despite the plea, the friend refuses to help facilitate the public scandal. The two part ways, leaving Xiaozhang alone with her thoughts in the dim bar. A memory of footsteps leads back to a different time in the friend's life. Years ago, she was introduced as a new member of a professional team. She watches her colleagues with a distant, contemplative look. She recalls a moment of observing a couple from afar, feeling like an outsider. The memories shift further back to her younger years and the pressures she faced. A man from her past speaks about sacrifices made for a shared future. The young woman covers her ears, overwhelmed by the intensity of the argument. At home, her mother delivers a harsh lecture over a disappointing report card. Her mother criticizes her for focusing on food instead of her failing grades. The young girl takes the verbal abuse in silence, her gaze fixed downward. The scene shifts to the exterior of Ford High School during her student days. She walks into her classroom, feeling the weight of isolation from her peers. Her simple shoes stand out against the more fashionable footwear of her classmates. She tries to remain invisible while walking through the crowded halls. Cruel classmates whisper about a strange smell as she passes by them. They mock her, claiming she carries the scent of the public bus. Despite the bullying, she maintains a stoic and focused demeanor. The school bell rings, signaling the start of another period. The teacher stands at the front of the class, ready to return exam results. He adjusts his glasses, noting that the midterm scores are finally in. The teacher explains that while the test was fair, the writing portion was a challenge for most. He surprises the class by calling out Shiyuan Guan's name. He praises her work, suggesting the other students should study her composition. Sayuan looks up, finally receiving a moment of positive recognition. In a moment of encouragement, the teacher offers a supportive gesture while she studies. He acknowledges her talent in Chinese, but warns her to balance her other subjects. The teacher requests a meeting with her parents to discuss her academic progress. Panic sets in as Shiyuan realizes the trouble she might face at home. The teacher questions why her parents would be too busy to support her education. Tears well up as she pleads with him to keep the situation between them. She tries to downplay her struggles, claiming it isn't a major issue. Seeing her distress, the teacher softens his tone and asks if she wants to talk. A teacher meets with Shiyuan in a courtyard to discuss her academic progress and how to cooperate with her parents for improvement. He asks her directly what she believes the true purpose of the college entrance exams is. Sayuan remains silent, thinking about how her mother views her successes as a point of personal pride. The teacher presses further, asking if she has any specific interests or plans for her future. She looks down and reveals her desire to pursue a career in writing. The teacher is initially surprised by her confession, while she waits for his reaction. He begins to consider the practical steps she would need to take to become a freelance writer. Noting her extensive reading habits, he suggests she already has plenty of source material to work with. He explains that entering college is the necessary first step to gain independence from strict school and parental control. Siwon looks up at him, seemingly inspired by the prospect of a future on her own terms. As the lunch break ends and the teacher turns to leave, Siwon quickly calls out to stop him. He stops and asks what else is on her mind. She asks with uncertainty if he truly believes she has the potential to become a writer. He gives her a reassuring smile and tells her that she can achieve it as long as she has the will. She calls out to him one last time as he walks away. She offers a sincere thank you for his encouragement. The teacher tells her to show her gratitude by working hard on her grades before sending her back to class. By the time she reaches her final year, Shiyuan has grown her hair out and carries herself with more confidence. She finds anonymous keepsakes and cards on her desk as she becomes more popular among her peers. Her hard work pays off as her teacher praises her for significantly improving her English marks and overall GPA. During a self-study period, Shiyuan heads toward the faculty office to ask for clarification on a lesson. She stops at the door of the grade 12 office after hearing voices inside. Peeking through the gap, she observes the scene within. Another staff member is seen pressuring her teacher to go on a dinner meeting with a relative. Seyuan leans against the hallway wall, looking visibly troubled by what she just heard. She bows her head in thought, wondering if her teacher already has a partner. The office eventually clears out, leaving the cubicles empty. Shiyuan enters to drop off test papers just as her teacher is preparing to leave for the day. She stands by his desk while he puts on his suit jacket. He notices her lingering and asks if there is something else she needs to discuss. She claims to be confused about a reading comprehension assignment and asks for more help. He promises to explain it during the evening study session, as he is currently busy. He begins to walk past her toward the exit. Siyuan turns around and asks him why the explanation cannot happen immediately. The teacher pauses and looks down at her with a serious, contemplative expression. Shiyuan reaches out and makes physical contact with his hand to keep him from leaving the office. A writer clicks the save button on her latest draft, finally finishing a project she worked on throughout the winter break. Shiyuan stares at her computer screen as the confirmation message appears, indicating her work has been successfully sent. She waits by her monitor, hoping this submission will finally hit the mark. Later, she meets with a friend at a cafe to go over 2 previously rejected drafts. They discuss the issues with the writing, specifically how the psychological details might be slowing down the overall plot. Ziyuan listens to the feedback with a somber expression, wondering if she is truly cut out for a writing career. Despite her doubts, she tries to stay positive, praying that her latest rewritten draft will finally be accepted. Flashbacks show the start of a new school year at Ford High School. Si-won walks through the faculty office area, searching for a specific desk. She finds her teacher and stands by his side while he is preoccupied with his work. Tucked inside her pocket is a small, carefully wrapped gift box. Another teacher approaches and asks about an unscheduled change in the afternoon class schedule. He notices the gift Si-won is holding and asks if it is for the teacher. The colleague encourages the teacher to open the gift and see what Si-won has brought him. Inside the box is a formal blue necktie. The teacher looks surprised, questioning why a student would give him such a personal item. Si-won quickly explains that the gift is from her parents as an expression of gratitude for her improved grades. The teacher accepts the explanation with a sigh of relief while his colleague looks on. Later, Si-won stands at the teacher's desk, looking down at his workspace. A hand is seen writing a note on a piece of paper. Si-won leans against the desk, watching the teacher as he works. The teacher continues writing his private correspondence. A close-up reveals a note mentioning the upcoming college entrance exams and the need to be careful about their interactions. Si-won blushes and hides her face behind a book while thinking about the note. The scene shifts to an apartment building where Si-won lives. Inside her room, her father notices that the surface of her desk is starting to peel off. He stands by the workspace, preparing to fix the damage for his daughter. As he crouches down to inspect the furniture, he notices something tucked away. He looks underneath the desk and finds a hidden compartment. He reaches in and pulls out a secret notebook that Si-won had been hiding. Outside, the sky turns dark and ominous as clouds gather. The rain pours down over Ford High School as a major conflict erupts. Angry parents confront the principal in the hallway, demanding accountability for a teacher's actions. Inside the office, the teacher stands before the principal and the furious parents, trying to defend himself. He claims the entire situation is a misunderstanding, but the parents refuse to listen, citing the gift and the notebook as evidence. Back at home, Si-won sits at her desk, overwhelmed by the sound of her parents arguing about her future. She looks completely drained, forced to listen to her parents' disappointment. To make matters worse, she checks her computer only to find another formal rejection email for her writing. In the present day, a woman asks the man if he and Si-won are old acquaintances. Si-won looks on with a cold, distant gaze, unwilling to acknowledge the past. Si-won wakes up as Xiaozhang prepares to leave for an early morning shoot. She asks where her partner is headed so early in the day. Xiaozhang explains she has a location shoot and tells a groggy Si-won to stay in bed. Xiaozhang promises to send a message once she lands, urging her to get more rest. Si-won watches as her partner heads out, feeling the distance between them growing. Later, Si-won meets a friend at a cafe to vent about her relationship worries. They discuss how Xiaozhang has been burying herself in work lately. Si-won admits her gut tells her that something is being hidden from her. She recalls moments where Xiaozhang stayed isolated in the bedroom. Even when Si-won entered, her partner seemed unusually tense and nervous. The friend listens as Si-won explains she still wants to trust that no boundaries are being crossed. However, the friend points out the constant presence of young models in that industry. The conversation continues as they weigh the possibilities over coffee. Si-won remains deep in thought, unable to shake her growing suspicions. Night falls over the city as the tension at home reaches a breaking point. When Xiaozhang finally returns, she finds Si-won still awake on the sofa. Si-won claims she's just finishing a TV series to pass the time. Xiaozhang offers a brief, affectionate gesture before heading off to wash up. Taking a chance, Si-won asks to borrow her phone under the guise of playing a game. Xiaozhang agrees, but insists on checking her notifications first. After a brief delay, the phone is finally handed over. Si-won is left alone as her partner leaves the room. She stares at the device, feeling a mix of guilt and a desperate need for the truth. Her thumb hovers over a messaging app as she hesitates to look further. With a focused gaze, she decides to see what's really going on. She scrolls through the contact list, finding mostly familiar names. She opens a specific chat thread that contains only 2 brief, clinical messages. Si-won immediately suspects that the rest of the conversation has been scrubbed clean. Later that night, Xiaozhang watches Si-won sleep from the doorway. Si-won remains restless, her mind racing even her dreams. The next day, she tracks down the location of a professional studio. She confirms this is likely where the secret meetings are taking place. Si-won approaches the building with a heavy heart. She makes her way down a dim corridor toward a sliver of light. Standing at the door, she prepares herself for what she might find inside. She peers through the gap, her heart sinking at the sight. Inside the room, a young woman is seen embracing Xiaozhang. Si-won can only watch in silence as her fears seem to be confirmed. Overwhelmed, she turns away and retreats back down the dark hallway. Inside the room, Xiaozhang expresses her gratitude for the professional assistance she received. Xiaozhang returns to the modern residence under the cover of night. Upon entering the dark living room, she finds the area vacant. Moving to the bedroom, she discovers Si-won has already retired for the evening. Si-won lies still, though she appears to be deep in thought rather than asleep. Her expression remains troubled as she stares into the shadows. After changing, Xiaozhang approaches the bedside. She carefully takes a seat next to her partner, trying not to disturb her rest. Xiaozhang settles in, placing an arm nearby as they occupy the shared space. Si-won remains wide awake, her eyes filled with uncertainty as she looks away. She continues to stare blankly, overwhelmed by her recent suspicions. While Xiaozhang eventually drifts off to sleep, Xiyuan's mind continues to race through the night. The two remain side by side in the quiet room under the moonlight. As dawn approaches, Xiaozhang is peacefully resting while Xiyuan is still visibly distressed. The following day, the sun shines over the contemporary home. Xiyuan finds a handwritten note explaining a professional engagement at a fashion show. She rubs her temples in frustration, questioning if her earlier observations were just a misunderstanding. She sits in quiet contemplation, feeling conflicted about her doubts. That evening, a sprawling outdoor venue is lit up for a major event. Xiyuan attends the show in a formal gown, waiting anxiously for the finale to begin. The massive stage stands ready for the final presentation of the new collection. A designer takes the stage to explain the philosophy behind the unisex designs. The audience watches with bated breath as the final model is announced. Xiaozhang prepares to step out, her back turned to the crowd as she takes her position. A close-up reveals a delicate keepsake resting on her hand against the shimmering fabric. Shimmering details adorn the back of the elegant garment as she begins her walk. Xiaozhang walks the runway in a flowing, tiered gown that captures the light. Xiyuan is left speechless by the professional display from her seat. She watches intently, her earlier worries replaced by complete admiration. After the event, Xiyuan finds Xiaozhang backstage talking with the lead designer. Xiaozhang turns to greet her with a calm, focused expression. Xiyuan questions the nature of the secret project they had been collaborating on. Xiaozhang leads her away to a more private area to share a surprise. She presents the finale dress in front of a mirror, revealing it was inspired by Xiyuan herself. Xiyuan looks on in surprise, trying to process the magnitude of the gesture. Xiaozhang holds the dress up, explaining how the colors and textures were chosen to match Xiyuan's features. Xiyuan gazes at her partner, finally understanding the reason for the recent secrecy. Xiaozhang asks for her thoughts on the special gift. Xiyuan admits she is moved by the effort put into the surprise. Xiaozhang apologizes for the distance and prepares to reveal one more item. She takes Xiyuan's hand to present a final token of affection. A unique keepsake, crafted with personal elements, is placed on Xiyuan's finger. Xiaozhang looks at her with a serious expression, asking for a lifelong commitment between them.